1444, The Rise of Byzantium again. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 176 The vast ocean is a casino. The Mediterranean Sea is calm. As the world's largest inland sea, it is surrounded by the Eurasian and African continents, connected to the Atlantic Ocean only by the narrow Strait of Gibraltar. Its interaction with the outside world is limited, and its ocean currents are severely hampered. The Mediterranean coast is predominantly Mediterranean in climate, a type of climate where rainfall and heat occur at different times, resulting in calm seas year-round. The Mediterranean Sea is also turbulent. While the turbulent waters of the Mediterranean lack the raging waves of the Atlantic, the silt on its seabed is difficult to stir up, hindering marine fishing but providing a favorable environment for commerce. For this reason, throughout history, the Mediterranean has been one of the most vibrant seas for human activity. Ancient Greek colonists and Phoenician captains, without needing advanced navigation skills, could cross this calm ocean using only man-made oars, establishing settlements on uncultivated lands and sowing the seeds of civilization. For this reason, the Mediterranean has always been one of the most vibrant seas for commerce. Its winding coastline has resulted in a dense concentration of natural harbors, where abundant goods from the Middle East, North Africa, and Eastern Europe converge and are then transported to every corner of the Mediterranean world via extensive sea routes. For this reason, the Mediterranean has also been one of the most frequently waged seas throughout history. Major maritime powers have fought fiercely for land and goods, learning to utilize wind power, use gunpowder, build warships from felled timber, sew sails from cloth, mount bows and cannons on deck, and invest vast resources in their self-destructive struggles. If the land is a game of chess, with rivers and mountains as the board and legions as the pieces, the two commanders engage in brutal battles on the land, testing their wisdom and courage. So, the vast ocean is a casino, where both sides wager everything, like two gamblers blinded by losses, staring intently at the rolling dice, yearning for the favor of fate. No matter how strong your raw power, no matter how outstanding your command skills, after the fleet battle, the command system will immediately fall into chaos, and no one can predict the subsequent course of the war. In naval warfare, luck is a crucial element. Lady Luck is a shameless bitch. The more you crave her, the more aloof she becomes, Captain Fidel cursed as he looked at the imposing Venetian armada in the distance on the flagship of the Eastern Roman Allied fleet, Marcus Aurelius, northeast of Malta. So, instead of groveling for her favor, we should conserve our strength and slap her across the face, Isaac echoed coldly. Lower the sails, rowers back to position, prepare to engage the enemy. Isaac ascended the lookout tower to assess the fleet formations of both sides. The naval formations of the Eastern Roman Allied fleet and the Venetian armada were quite similar, both placing their main fleets in the center and entrusting the two flanks to their allies. Isaac himself led the Eastern Roman Mediterranean fleet in the center, with the Genoese Near Eastern fleet led by Bartholomew Gattigliusio on the left flank and the Naples Kingdom fleet on the right. The center was solid, while the flanks were relatively loose. The Venetian armada had greater raw power. With 6 large warships lined up in the center and 3 on each flank, the 3 groups being more compact. Transport ships back, galleys forward, caravans and schooners load cannons, prepare to fire, Captain Fidel roared. Boom! In the Venetian Allied fleet, the flagship Venetiania fired first, followed closely by several large warships. After the intense flames subsided, smoke billowed across the sea. Heavy cannonballs, glowing red-hot from the fire, whistled through the air as they hurtled against the surface, tracing perfect parabolic arcs before crashing into the sea and creating massive sprays. A small messenger ship, unable to dodge, was struck directly by a lead bullet and shattered instantly, leaving a crimson stain on the sea. At noon on June 23, 1460, the Venetian armada flagship, the Venetian Viagra, entered the Strait of Tunis and opened fire on the Eastern Roman Allied fleet that had come to intercept it, thus beginning the Battle of Malta. There were no superfluous explanations. No pointless negotiations. The two nations harbored a deep-seated hatred, a hatred that had fermented for over 2 centuries, growing stronger with time and impossible to dissolve, only washable by the blood of the enemy. One was the Venetian Republic, a century-old superpower, the Mediterranean hegemon, the monopolist of the eastern Mediterranean trade routes, who called themselves 3/8 of Rome. One was an ancient nation, the most legitimate heir to an ancient empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, which was recovering its strength through a series of wars and explorations. After a brief exchange of cannon fire, the two sides quickly clashed, king against king, general against general, center against center, flank against flank. Thus, over 300 warships of various types fought a bloody battle on the calm Mediterranean Sea, the deafening roar of cannons and the creaking of planks echoing across the water, the roars of ship commanders and the screams of wounded sailors filling the entire sea. Isaac stood on the deck of the Marcus Aurelius, the battlefield before him, the thousands of sails racing behind him. The war continued, with both Venice and the Eastern Roman Empire constantly sending their troops into battle to fill gaps in their formations. The commanders and sailors on both sides were acutely aware that this unprecedented naval battle would determine the future of the entire Mediterranean world. They were all fully prepared, chests puffed out, the first mate at the helm, the sailors' captains pulling the side sails, the navigator managing the slave oarsmen, and the boatswain, fully armed, giving a pre-battle pep talk to the sailors. They were driven by profit. The lucrative profits of the Eastern Mediterranean trade had nurtured a maritime behemoth like Venice, naturally making the Eastern Roman Empire even wealthier, and even a small share was enough to fill the sailors' pockets. They were driven by glory. Sailors were human too, they longed to return home in glory, to tell their children and grandchildren stories of the past in their twilight years, basking in the glow of the setting sun, touching their scars amidst their children's marvelous words, and sipping aged wine. They were bloodthirsty. This bloodthirst might stem from centuries of old grudges, from present-day hatred, or perhaps, the very essence of the soul was bloodthirst, and hatred merely provided the perfect justification for it. Your Majesty. The enemy's offensive is extremely fierce. We must hold them off, it's too dangerous here. You must quickly switch to another flagship, below the lookout tower, Fleet Commander Fidel shouted to Isaac. Isaac snapped out of his daze. The Venetian fleet was indeed powerful, superior in both manpower and number of ships. The vanguard, the Constantine the Great and the San Nicolas, were already locked in fierce fighting, and 3 more Venetian capital ships were closing in. The situation on the flanks was even worse. The Venetian commander, with his keen eye, immediately identified the enemy fleet's weaknesses and used his overwhelming fleet strength to besiege Isaac's flanks, attempting to drive them out of the battlefield first. The Genoese Near East fleet fared better. Isaac's uncle, Bartolomeo from the Gattilusio family, was experienced and, with the Grand Duke of Genoa, a caravan, at its core, he kept the fleet tightly packed together, carefully maintaining the defensive line and striving to minimize the Venetian numerical advantage. Even so, after several hours of naval battle, the Genoese fleet suffered heavy casualties, with severely damaged ships forced to retreat and withdraw from the battlefield. The situation was far worse for the Naples fleet. While the fleet left by the late King Afonso V was not weak, most of its ships had been assigned to one II, who succeeded him as King of Aragon. Ferdinand was left with fewer, older, and less motivated ships. Isaac was well aware of this, and his pre-battle reinforcements of the fleet with his newly established Black Sea fleet only delayed their retreat. Thump! A large Venetian warship rammed directly into the Naples flagship, the King Afonso. Venetian vessels quickly surrounded it, blocking all escape routes. The sturdy ram ripped a large gash into the King Afonso. With a screeching sound of planks scraping against each other, the King Afonso began to take on water and list. Sailors jumped from the deck, flailing their arms and pleading for mercy, only to be met with the Venetians' merciless crossbow fire. The Neapolitan fleet began to crumble. Some small boats, losing the courage to continue facing the Venetian onslaught, fled the battlefield, leaving the Black Sea fleet to struggle on. Fidel, I order you to take the Marcus Aurelius and join the battle. Ignore the flanks, focus on solving the problem before us, get moving. The Marcus Aurelius's ram has been specially modified, covered with 3 layers of iron, including the bow, and the timber is all of the finest imported from the Netherlands. Don't be afraid of the impact, signal. The fireship motherships can move out. Isaac gave orders as he jumped off the deck, landing steadily on a small boat beside him. "Your Majesty, where are you going now?" a sailor asked respectfully from the small boat. "To the Grand Duke of Moria. I'll be commanding from there, on the deck of the Venetian Armada flagship." The Venetian Armada. Admiral Claudio watched the enemy fleet's flanks gradually crumble, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Admiral, your plan has worked. The allies forcibly brought in by the Greek emperor clearly don't intend to remain loyal to him. The Neapolitan fleet is already retreating." Beside him, Gabriel was also elated, seeing the Neapolitan warships withdrawing from the battlefield, as if he saw the dawn of victory. HMPH, the fleet the Republic has built up over a century is ultimately superior. "Don't be too happy yet, their fire ships haven't appeared yet," Vito kindly reminded him, but was met with a fierce glare from Gabriel. "You don't need to tell me, the Admiral has already prepared countermeasures, Your Excellency. As a man of a fallen nation, please trust my intuition." Vito was also somewhat aggrieved. Since he joined Admiral Claudio's shogunate, he had gained his favor, but this favor had aroused Gabriel's suspicion, who felt that his outstanding performance had overshadowed him. The Greek emperor is cunning and not so easy to deal with. His temporary forbearance is merely a prelude to a larger conspiracy. I believe you understand this as well, otherwise you wouldn't have lost the Negroponte and given the Enrico Dandolo to the Greek emperor for nothing. Gabriel was indeed furious. "Saracens, I advise you, enough. Stop arguing," Claudio interrupted. "The situation has changed. Their fire ships are about to be deployed." The fire ship mothership was deployed. Dozens of fire ships rushed out from the Central Eastern Roman fleet, slave oarsmen rowing in makeshift sampans towards the crumbling right flank, like headless flies crashing into the Venetian warships pursuing the Neapolitan fleet. "Withdraw our warships pursuing the Neapolitan fleet and let the Padua fleet take over," the Venetian immediately signaled, and several large warships that received the message stopped their pursuit and retreated to the flank. Meanwhile, some small galleys began to charge forward, blocking the fire-breathing ships and the Venetian main warships. The sailors on these galleys, wielding extended wooden halberds, lined up and aimed at the rapidly approaching fire-breathing ships. Fire arrows. Throw stones. The galleys unleashed a barrage of arrows and stones, a dense rain of fire crashing down on the fire-breathing ships. The slaves raised their round shields in defense, but were overwhelmed by the organized attack. Arrows pierced chests, stones pelted oil canisters, and the remaining fire-breathing ships continued their charge, only to crash headlong into the forest of spears and halberds the sailors had prepared. As expected, flames engulfed the sea, but this time the fire-breathing ship attack was clearly ineffective. Only a few galleys were ablaze and gradually sank to the bottom. Good. The Greeks' clever tricks are exhausted. On the deck of the Venetian, Gabriel was elated. "Admiral, should we advance with our main force?" "No rush, we can't be sure if they've exhausted their fire-breathing ships," Claudio said in a deep voice. "First, stabilize the positions. We've been changing formation too frequently, some ships have strayed too far from the main force, and my orders are no longer being relayed. Continue sending warships into the melee. We must hold their main force at bay, don't let a single one escape." "Your Majesty, what's the situation now?" On the Grand Duke of Moria, Isaac met with the captain. Before the naval battle began, Isaac had placed this old warship at the rear of the formation, far from the melee. They listened to the cannon fire and shouts of battle, but received no order to join the fight, causing some anxiety. "Nothing much to say," Isaac said briefly. "My left flank is retreating, my right flank is retreating, my center is under heavy attack. The situation is excellent. I'm organizing an attack. Is it our turn?" Isaac nodded, patting the old hull of the Grand Duke of Moria. A flash of nostalgia crossed his eyes, replaced by an iron-willed determination. "Have you completed all the preparations I asked you to?" The captain nodded emphatically. "Raise my flag, prepare to attack." "Admiral, the Greek emperor's flag has been transferred from the Marcus Aurelius to the Grand Duke of Moria, and they are charging forward," a sailor on the lookout tower of the Venetian shouted to Claudio. "They're showing signs of weakness. This is a desperate gamble." Claudio's eyes gleamed. Is the Greek emperor overestimating his personal charisma? Is he planning to lead the charge himself, personally leading his meritorious warships to boost morale? He quickly shook his head and issued another order. "Check carefully to see if any other ships are following, especially those converted fire-breathing motherships." "Admiral, no fire-breathing motherships have been spotted. The Grand Duke of Moria is only accompanied by a small number of galleys, moving towards their right flank." It seems they're trying to fill the gap left by the Neapolitan fleet's withdrawal. Claudio's order was on the tip of his tongue, but he forcefully suppressed it. The Greek emperor was too cunning. It was best to hold back for now and observe the situation. The Grand Duke of Morea accelerated, leaving its galleys behind. The remaining fleet of the Kingdom of Naples, retreating from the battlefield, saw the emperor's banner and, feeling ashamed, quickened their pace in retreat. Admiral, the Grand Duke of Morea has rammed and sunk one of our galleys, leaving us severely separated from their follow-up fleet. This is our golden opportunity, Gabriel said urgently. Whether the Greek emperor himself is on the Grand Duke of Morea or not, as long as we can sink or even capture that ship, their morale will plummet. All the warships in the battle were caught off guard by the Grand Duke of Morea's charge. On the Marcus Aurelius, Captain Fidel roared, forcibly turning the ship to prepare for a rescue. Claudio bit his lip, his heart pounding. Have the warships in the melee hold at Constantine the Great and Marcus Aurelius firmly in place, prevent them from successfully providing cover. Venetia, Antonio, and Dalmatian, listen to my command, join the battle. Target, Grand Duke Morea, surround him completely. Whoever captures that Palaiologos flag will receive a reward of 1,000 ducats. The Grand Duke Morea was incredibly fast, reaching the Venetian fleet in the blink of an eye, ignoring the crossbow bolts raining down from all sides, charging forward like a raging bull. After ramming and sinking 2 Venetian galleys, the Grand Duke Morea finally slowed down, and the Venetian fleet immediately surrounded it, using grappling hooks and iron hooks to hold on to its sides. 3 large Venetian warships, led by the Venetia, joined the battle, blocking the Grand Duke Morea's retreat from 3 directions. Closer, closer. Under Claudio's excited gaze, the Venetians' hard ram slammed into the stern of the Grand Duke of Morea with a dull thud. The Antonio and the Dalmatian Duke, not to be outdone, flanked the Grand Duke of Morea, one on each side. You are surrounded. Surrender, the Venetian sailors shouted, but received no reply. Get the sailors on board. Pull down the Greek emperor's flag, Claudio ordered. Admiral. Something's wrong, Vito frowned, trying to stop him. Have you noticed? The Grand Duke of Morea isn't equipped with a single cannon. No Greek fire, and no sailors on deck, but there are plenty of oars on both sides. That might be why they're moving so fast. Then what? Claudio suddenly noticed something amiss. The Grand Duke of Morea was too quiet. No cannons, no Greek fire, no sailors with archers. For a warship, this was highly unusual. As they spoke, the valiant Venetian sailor climbed onto the deck of the Grand Duke of Morea, carefully kicked open the captain's cabin, only to find it empty. Go check the hold. They might be hiding. His companion went down to the hold, trying to pry open the hatch. It won't budge. They've sealed the hold. Several Venetian sailors grabbed warhammers and, with great effort, smashed open the hold door, descending into the hold. This was where the slave oarsmen rode, the power center of the warship. The 60-odd slave oarsmen, unaware of the situation outside, were still vigorously wielding their wooden oars. Surrender. You've been. The Venetian sailor's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had suffered a terrible shock. Inside the hold, besides the chained slave oarsmen, were enormous canisters of oil and gunpowder. Layers upon layers of gunpowder, flour, and sugar covered half the hold, reaching above the oarsmen's knees. Thick logs lined the sides of the hold, clearly to protect against cannon fire. Seeing the Venetian sailors enter the hold, despair rose on the slaves' faces. They struggled in terror, but could not break free of the chains. Don't light it. The cursed Greek emperor is not worthy of your loyalty. The Venetian sailor quickly switched to Arabic, trying to calm them. He knew perfectly well that if even one of the 60-odd men remained steadfast, they would all perish. Too late, Venetians. An elderly oarsman wept bitterly, his trembling hand already drawing his flint and steel. The emperor promised that my entire family of 6 would be freed from slavery and given a piece of land outside Constantinople. The doctor said I was going to die anyway, so I might as well. He wasn't the fastest to act. Several oarsmen had already lit sparks, holding them in their hands, the flickering flames eager to leap and dance. No, boom, boom, a deafening roar came from the lower decks of the Grand Duke of Morea, followed by towering flames. The powerful shockwave capsized nearby boats, and a huge fireball rose into the sky. The 3 large Venetian warships nearby were not spared and were engulfed in flames. On a small boat at the rear of the battle, Isaac saw the firelight of the explosion in the center of the Venetian fleet, walked onto the platform, raised his eagle flag, waved it, and shouted loudly. The Venetians have been defeated. All forces attack. On June 23, 1460, the Eastern Roman Emperor Isaac, employing a cunning strategy, used the fire-breathing warship as a feint, concealing the refitted Grand Duke of Morea as the final weapon and killing blow, ultimately achieving victory. Isaac was acutely aware of the deadly allure of the old, battle-hardened Grand Duke of Morea and his own banner to the Venetians, precisely manipulating human greed, causing the Venetians to pay a heavy price. In the early morning of June 24, 1460, the Battle of Malta ended. The Eastern Roman Allied fleet, with over half its ships destroyed, annihilated more than half of the Venetian Armada's main fleet, with only 3 large warships escaping damaged. News of the Battle of Malta spread rapidly throughout the Mediterranean world. Monarchs, holding their reports, were speechless with shock. They knew that the Venetians' shipbuilding speed was still rapid. They could rebuild their fleet system in just 10 years. Their hard power was greatly diminished, but their soft power remained formidable. However, they also understood that the Eastern Roman Empire would not give the Venetians time to recover. An era has ended. The Venetians, who dominated the Mediterranean for 2 centuries, are about to take their final bow, and the Mediterranean is about to welcome a new hegemon. The old king is gone, the new king is crowned, the losers crumble, and the winners take all. The vast ocean has always been the most brutal casino. Chapter 177 Protector II. In central Italy, in Rome, at the Vatican Palace, 2 footsteps, one light and one heavy, echoed in the magnificent, gilded corridors. The newly appointed superintendent of the Franciscan order, Francis Rovere, walked steadily ahead, his expression still benevolent. Behind him, 17-year-old Giuliano Rovere followed his uncle, observing the opulent decorations and intricate patterns on the walls of the Vatican Palace, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I heard our new His Majesty has once again spent a fortune to establish a university, Giuliano asked his uncle. Yes, His Majesty Pius II already held dual degrees from the University of Siena and the University of Florence, and was very interested in poetry and literature. He invited many renowned scholars from these 2 academies to serve as professors at the new university. Among them was Master Verrocchio, a famous sculptor who created many statues of famous figures for Venice. His skill was superb. They can't even afford to pay the sailors' rations, yet they have the mind to promote literature and art. If successive His Majesties had used the money wasted on literature, art, and large-scale construction to build up the army, our strength would have long since made us the most powerful in Italy. Why would we need to be beholden to secular monarchs? Giuliano said indignantly. The papacy is currently in a golden age. What's wrong with some construction? Francis, clearly used to his nephew's occasional outbursts of cynicism, replied casually. I visited the Black Castle of Beliling and the Palace of Carthage. There were no ornate carvings, no gold or silver jewels, even the precious artifacts left by the Hafs dynasty were sold to merchants. There, the walls weren't covered with murals, but with maps, and hanging there weren't precious decorations, but with the swords and spears of enemies. Giuliano shrugged. Emperor Isaac didn't need anything to make his crown shine. His army and fleet would silence any dissenting voices, so I think their rise wasn't accidental, but the inevitable result of years of accumulation. Francis stopped in his tracks. Some say that the Eastern Empire is no longer a nation with an army, but an army with a nation. Others say that the Eastern Empire is no longer the prosperous and civilized country it once was, but a den of thugs and pirates. But in any case, their strength is indeed growing, isn't it? Giuliano spoke to himself, nearly bumping into his uncle's broad back. Looking at his sharp-tongued nephew, Francis felt a headache coming on. They are a nation resurrected from the dead. Emperor Isaac practically rebuilt the entire empire single-handedly. His prestige is immense, and his word is law. Naturally, he can steer the ship the way he sees it, but we can't. The waters behind arts and civil engineering run deep. The cardinals and powerful families are all lining their own pockets. If a quarter of the funds allocated by the Holy See actually go to architecture and sculpture, they'd be worthy of praise for their integrity. If you don't take it, how can I? If I don't take it, how can our cardinals take it? If our His Majesty dared to withdraw funds from these projects as you say, the Orsini, Colonna, and the emerging Borgia families could replace the Pope at any time. His Majesty Nicholas V is indeed incorruptible and diligent. Even in construction projects. He hasn't allowed the powerful families to gain too much advantage, but look at Rome now. Where does the Birintuxili family have any say? Do you think they would have abandoned the bustling city of Rome and moved their entire family to Naba if they hadn't faced severe exclusion and suppression? Francis reached out his hand, but the rebellious Giuliano dodged it. You're all grown up now, you can't act like a child anymore, daydreaming all day. Alright, enough of this pointless conversation. Prepare to see His Holiness Pius II. Francis straightened his clothes, quickened his pace, and nodded slightly to the guards on either side of the hall. The ancient door slowly opened, and the uncle and nephew entered. This was Pope Pius II's study. The Pope was standing by a wooden table, intently working on a sculpture on it, a file in one hand and a gloved hand on the other, gently polishing the sculpture's face. Directly opposite the wooden table stood two middle-aged men. "Ah, Brother Francis, you've come. May the Lord bless you." Pius II didn't even look up. "I believe you should recognize these two brothers. They are both outstanding members of the Borgia family, devout servants of God, and nephews of the former Pope Castiglione III. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Master." Rodrigo Borgia nodded slightly. Francis returned the greeting. "Ah, isn't this our little General Giuliano? How is it fighting for the Emperor of Constantinople in North Africa?" Louis Borgia raised an eyebrow at Giuliano with a sarcastic tone. "I heard that Isaac often went days without bathing during battle, eating meat floss with the filthy soldiers like a Mongolian barbarian. Have you picked up that habit too? If so, please leave quickly, as we are discussing several newly written poems by His Majesty, preparing to select the best one to be engraved on the plaque of the sculpture. I fear your odor will spoil the beautiful atmosphere of literature." Louis frowned exaggeratedly, covering his mouth and nose with his right hand. Giuliano remained silent, looking at the sculpture on the table. Joan of Arc, the Maiden of Orleans. Pope Galito III of the Borgia family was an extremely greedy pope. Although his reign was short, he thoroughly revived the corruption that had been suppressed during the reign of Nicholas V. He not only promoted his two nephews to high positions but also allowed noble families to wield power and divide the Holy See's property. However, he did do two commendable things. First, he established a standing fleet directly under the Pope's command, placing it under the command of his two nephews. Second, he announced a retrial of Joan of Arc's case, exonerating the heroine and holding a grand exoneration ceremony for her at Notre Dame Cathedral. Of course, these actions were mostly driven by personal motives rather than good intentions. I hope that one day, when the dignity of the Holy See is seriously threatened, there will be a hero like Joan of Arc to save the people from suffering. Of course, dear Giuliano. Pius II put down his file and looked at the young man with a smile. Since Francis is here too, let's end the poetry and literature for today. Rodrigo brothers, stop beating around the bush and tell me what you're here for. You two always like to talk to me when I'm busy with other matters, mixing in important issues concerning the papacy. Do you think I don't know? Pius II remained amiable. Your Majesty. The Borgia brothers' little scheme was exposed, and they looked embarrassed. All right, speak. Actually, it's mainly about the recent naval battle at Malta. Emperor Isaac's fleet decisively defeated the Venetian armada, losing 2 caravels and severely damaging 1, while destroying 7 of Venice's main warships, capturing 1, and the rest escaping with damage. According to the post-battle statistics, Emperor Isaac's navy also suffered heavy losses, so it can be considered a lose-lose situation. However, it is clear that the Venetian naval power is no longer sufficient to suppress the Eastern Empire. At least for the next 5 years, Emperor Isaac will be the most powerful maritime hegemon in the entire Mediterranean. Pius II pondered for a moment. After the naval battle, did Emperor Isaac take any further action? No, they gathered their remaining fleet and went straight back to Valletta, Malta, for rest and resupply. They soon continued south to the Carthaginian shipyards for repairs and replenishment. Louis interjected. Malta originally belonged to King Juan II of Aragon, but was forcibly occupied by Emperor Isaac not long ago. Pius II nodded. A few days ago, the Francis brothers approached me with a report on Juan II's blasphemous behavior. Before I could even respond, several merchant guilds began spreading rumors to smear Juan II. They were likely acting on Emperor Isaac's orders, creating momentum for his military campaign. Francis was momentarily embarrassed. He understood that Pius II was like that. Although he was obsessed with art, he was very insightful and well aware of the power struggles within the major families of Rome, never hiding it from them. Of course, they see clearly, speak frankly, and dare to say it, but they simply don't care, nor can they care. These things don't seem to concern us much, do they? Weakening the Venetians a bit is good, at least they won't have so much time to encroach on our territory. As for Emperor Isaac, his faith is ultimately different from ours. He can't fully integrate into the Catholic world, let alone establish a presence in Italy. If he really dares to act recklessly, I will naturally call for a counterattack, organize a joint fleet, and extinguish his ambitions. Don't be fooled by their antics. If they truly incur public wrath, Venice, Florence, Aragon, plus the remaining smaller states, united, have far greater war potential and shipbuilding capabilities than him. Their fleet is far from sufficient, the strongest navy in the Mediterranean. Perhaps, using the navy to influence the political landscape of the Mediterranean is still a long way off. Pius II plopped down at the table, continuing to fiddle with his beloved art. Your Majesty, you can't say that. Venice and France are ultimately members of the Catholic world. If they suffer, we will lose face, Rodrigo advised. I know your Borgia family has close ties with France and Aragon, but there's no need to be too hasty, Pius II said gently. The Borgia family did indeed have good relations with France and Aragon. Before becoming Pope, Castiglione III was Juan II's diplomat, continuing the pro-French strategy, and immediately signed an alliance with Charles VI upon assuming the papacy. The reaffirmation of the Joan of Arc case was perhaps part of this political maneuvering. Charles VI's army is far stronger than Emperor Isaac's, his prestige at home is equally high. And he's no slouch in politics. If they truly mobilize, the Eastern Empire's two allies in northern Italy won't survive. Genoa is a graveyard, Monferrato is surrounded by powerful enemies, and they're somewhat weak against Sforzato, unable to withstand the Edict Knights. However, if the French really get their way, we'll be the ones most anxious. Indeed, Your Majesty. Francis, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. No matter how strong the navy is, it cannot shake the Holy See's absolute authority on land, but if the French launch a major invasion of Italy, our position will truly be in jeopardy. Oh? Emperor Isaac is not as simple as you say. He has already seized Malta, gaining a springboard to southern Italy. His next target may be Sicily, Rodrigo retorted sarcastically. At that time, the Holy See's crisis will be just as significant. That is indeed a major problem. Pius II tilted his head, pondering for a moment. All right, Francis, you will be responsible for negotiating with Emperor Isaac and making our bottom line clear to them. Aragon's affairs are none of our concern, but we will absolutely not allow him to use this opportunity to attack Sicily. Borgia, you will be responsible for mediating with Juan II and trying to persuade him to reach a peace treaty with Emperor Isaac. Juan II is also facing considerable trouble. The civil war is escalating, and he has recently been ravaged by Greek pirates. He probably doesn't want to waste his forces on a pointless war. He has already lost the island of Malta to support Charles VI's war. He should at least have done right by his French allies. Pius II picked up the file again and sighed softly. Wolves in front, tigers behind. I wonder what kind of mess the next pope will inherit when I pass away. He looked around at the crowd and saw the resentment on Giuliano's face. Giuliano, do you have something to say? Giuliano stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, as you said, the papacy's prestige is no longer what it once was. We must rely on diplomatic maneuvering to balance the major powers and prevent them from easily venturing into the Italian quagmire. However, it is clear that this strategy is becoming increasingly ineffective. Our warnings and even excommunications have no effect on the French. Once they have resolved their domestic disputes, their first target will be the wealthy but loosely organized Italy. In that case, why don't we build our own standing army, increase our strength, and unite the surrounding city-states through military force, binding Italy together? This way, we will have a better chance of self-defense when facing foreign powers. HMPH, you think, on this point, His Majesty Galito II has already set a good example for us. A standing fleet, though limited in strength, is better than nothing. Giuliano looked firmly at Pius II. Louis opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. He himself was one of the beneficiaries of a standing fleet. Pius II stopped what he was doing. This matter is of great importance, and I cannot make a decision alone. Let the College of Cardinals convene to discuss it. Yes, Giuliano sighed inwardly. Leaving it to the College of Cardinals meant a definite no-win situation. In fact, he had vaguely anticipated this answer even before making the suggestion. Pius II did not belong to any of the major families of Rome. He rose to prominence early in his life as a poet, a renowned scholar and poet, and had even served as Frederick II's private secretary. earning the title of Poet Laureate of the Holy Roman Empire. Because Pius II had supported the false popes of the Remnant Council in his early years, leaving a political stain, he was unwilling to participate in political struggles after being elected pope. While fulfilling his papal duties, he did nothing more than dedicate himself to academic research and the promotion of education. Besides scholarship, the only thing that truly interested him was spreading the gospel. In his early years, he was passionate about organizing holy wars, greatly admired the White Knight Unity, and had also provided assistance to the peasant crusades of Capistrano. Now that the great enemy has been defeated and the foreign invaders eliminated, Pius II, now advanced in years, only wished to peacefully spend his twilight years awaiting God's call. That's settled then. You may all return to your duties. Just as the group was about to leave, a priest rushed into Pius II's study. What is it now? Pius II, somewhat annoyed by the repeated interruptions, threw down his file and manuscripts. Your Majesty, the situation in northern Italy has changed. Genoa is on the verge of falling. Chapter 178 The Quagmire of Northern Italy. Hurry. Push the stones down. On a fortress north of Genoa in northwestern Italy, Emro, clad in heavy armor, roared at the incompetent laborers. On the fortress walls, short, stocky warriors, also heavily armored, wielded halberds and maces, fending off wave after wave of French charges. Emro roared, his strong, short arms swinging his chain mace, smashing a French soldier who had scaled the wall to the ground. Screams filled the air, blood soaked the stone walls, and the emblems engraved on the defenders' breastplates gleamed a dark purple in the sunlight. Armenian crosses. They were from the 5th Legion of the Byzantine Imperial Guard, all Armenian mountain people. During the siege of Carthage, the 5th Guard suffered heavy casualties, with its original commander killed in action. The emperor, using the remaining veterans as the corps, reorganized it into Heavy Infantry Corps, appointing Emro, a veteran of the Battle of Galata, as its commander and bestowing upon it the title Imperial Shield. 3 months earlier, the 5th Guards had been ordered to reinforce Genoa. Emro led 1,000 Armenian warriors and 1,500 Berber vassals by ship to the port of Genoa to assist in defending against a French siege. However, the already jittery Genoese council did not fully trust them, ordering them to garrison several northern fortresses, where they faced shortages of supplies and laborers. As far as Emro knew, by June 1460, all cities west and north of Genoa had been occupied by the French, and the local traditional landed nobles had offered little resistance, welcoming the royal army with food and drink. Even within the Genoese council, many pro-French figures were deeply dissatisfied with the governor's resistance strategy, believing that negotiations with Charles VI were necessary to secure greater autonomy. The French army was simply too powerful, and many lacked even the slightest desire to resist. Upon learning that only 1,000 Byzantine regulars had come to Genoa's aid, the relatively unknown 5th Legion of the Praetorian Guard, the calls for surrender grew louder. This division led to a loss of morale among the defending Genoese soldiers, with frequent instances of shirking and cheating. Damn it, where are the reinforcements I ordered? Is the council really abandoning us? Emro grabbed a Genoese messenger by the collar and slammed him against the wall. My lord, I'm just a nobody, I don't know what they're thinking, the Genoese messenger cried, his voice trembling. A bunch of cowards. Emro threw him aside and led the last reserves to breach the wall. The battle raged from morning till dusk. As the last rays of the setting sun disappeared, the bugle call to retreat finally sounded from the rear of the siege camp. French soldiers and their noble vassals began collecting the corpses and filed out of the battlefield. In the fortress tower, Emro looked at the horrific casualty statistics, his heart bleeding. After a week of bloody fighting, the 5th Guard had suffered over 200 casualties, and the Berber vassals had lost over 600. Reinforcements were nowhere to be seen, morale was low, and they were on the verge of collapse. The French had also suffered heavy losses. In just 7 days, they had left over 2,600 corpses before the fortress, but most of them were vassals of Italian nobles. The elite French main force had not lost many. Currently, the French had cut off the defenders' retreat from 3 directions, with only the eastern path still within the fortress's control. Food and water were still plentiful, but weapons, crossbow bolts, and medicine had been exhausted during the intense siege, and the defenders' situation was extremely precarious. No. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be trapped here and die. Emro slammed his fist on the table. Commander, we've captured a spy in the east. He claims to be a messenger from Genoa, Oh? Let him in immediately. 2 guards escorted a cloaked messenger into the tower and untied him. The messenger didn't say a word, but took a ring from his pocket. Emro recognized the family crest on the ring. It was from the emperor's maternal family, the prestigious Genoese Gattilusio. Lord Emro, there's been a change in Genoa. The governor has been assassinated. The Adorno and Friguso families have reached a rare agreement, convening an emergency council, declaring a cessation of resistance, and sending an envoy to the French commander-in-chief, the Duke of Bourbon, to end this war in a dignified manner. The messenger placed a letter on Emro's desk. Emro quickly tore open the envelope and skimmed through it. Shameless, despicable bastard, selfish fool, the commander's face was extremely grim. Your Majesty decisively defeated the Venetians in Malta, and the French transport fleet was wiped out in the attack. Are they so eager to surrender? The envoy shrugged. Emperor Isaac's navy, however strong, cannot sail on land. The coast of southern France has been reduced to scorched earth. The refugees will either flee north or hide in the major cities. Continuing to raid is pointless. In other words, they have nothing left to fear. Emro paced anxiously back and forth in the room, pondering a way out. Is everyone in the Genoese council willing to pledge allegiance to the French? Is no one willing to take the plunge? And what about you? Don't tell me you also voted in favor. Emro glared fiercely at the envoy, Gattilusio. Commander, you may not know much about Genoa. Within Genoa, 2 major families control almost all important military and political affairs. Through marriage alliances and exchanges of benefits, they each cultivate a group of allies, and most of the time they are hostile, constantly arguing. Only in rare circumstances do they reach a consensus. It can be said that once they've made a decision, no one else can change it. The envoy shrugged. You're not trying to tell me that these rare instances where they're forced to reach a consensus are when they encounter a powerful external enemy and are preparing to surrender? Exactly. The envoy smiled helplessly. The Marquis de Montferrato, the Duke of Savoy, the Duke of Milan, and even the current King of France, when their armies pressed in, that was when the 2 great families united, preparing to surrender together. Of course, there were those unwilling to compromise with the French, but very few were truly willing to take action. The Doria family, hereditary tribunes, brazenly fled, leading a portion of their smaller families south to Corsica to continue resisting the French invasion. The Snopia family split, the Snopia branch in Corsica, deeply dissatisfied with the main family's lack of resistance, declared their allegiance to the Doria family's cause of freedom. As for us, the envoy muttered, removing his cloak and hanging it aside. We originally started out in overseas trade, so we don't have much to do with the political struggles on the mainland. After the old patriarch Leinster passed away, Uncle Badoro may never return to Genoa. He sold off the family's main assets in Genoa and continued to cultivate the Black Sea trade. Similar to us is the Giustini family, who occupy the island of Lesbos. Their main assets are not in Genoa either, so of course they won't surrender to the French. Giustini. Emro thought for a moment. Is it the Giovanni family? No, Giovanni's surname is Longo, and his middle name, Giustini, may come from his mother. Perhaps they are related. In any case, after the rise of Venice, the estrangement between us colonial families and our homeland has deepened, and we've clung to Constantinople for support. Emperor Michael's recapture of Constantinople was aided by us, and the Giustini family provided crucial assistance during the siege of Constantinople 7 years ago, with 2 young talents dying on the battlefield. Now that Genoa has surrendered to the French, if families in overseas colonies want to continue existing, they can only seek the emperor's protection. Joining the empire is not impossible. All right. I think I understand. Emro sighed. So, you didn't come here just to tell me this bad news, did you? Of course not. The envoy sat down, pulled a map from Emro's pile of documents, and spread it out on the table. This is the entire territory of the Republic of Genoa on the Apennine Peninsula. The envoy drew a large circle between the Ligurian coast and the Apennine Mountains. The area west of Genoa has been entirely occupied by the French. He drew a vertical line at the dot representing Genoa, dividing the entire Genoese territory in 2. We are here. He marked the northeast of Genoa. To our north are mountains, to the south and west are French-occupied territories, and the mountain roads to the east lead to Piacenza and Parma, the domain of John IV. However, John IV is now in a dilemma. Duke Sforza of Milan has captured Pavia and quickly seized a large area south of Pavia, effectively cutting Monferrato and Parma in 2. Meanwhile, Monferrato is under fierce attack from the Savoy and French allied forces and is on the verge of falling. John IV, helpless, is gathering his remaining troops in Piacenza to hold out and await reinforcements. It sounds like we're truly in a desperate situation. Emro pursed his lips. We don't have the capacity to deal with Monferrato for the time being. The emperor has his own considerations. However, our immediate priority is to evacuate this fortress deeply entrenched in enemy territory, taking your 2,000 remaining troops out unharmed, preserving as much manpower as possible. Where to? Here. The messenger drew a small circle on the map, and Emro leaned closer to examine it. La Spezia, a port city southeast of Genoa, an important port of the Republic of Genoa. Yes, our objective is to evacuate Genoa, which has become a political vortex, and seize the port of La Spezia along the mountain road to the southeast, the envoy said confidently. Why? First, there is a distance between La Spezia and Genoa, and the mountains provide a barrier. The French army is unlikely to move south anytime soon. We can use this opportunity to strengthen our defenses and replenish our supplies. Why won't the French move south? Emro asked, puzzled. Because they have a more powerful adversary, the envoy emphasized. The city of Milan. Sforza is an unparalleled genius, exceptionally talented in both military and political affairs. Ambitious and determined to become the ruler of all of northern Italy, he is the greatest enemy of the Kingdom of France in its attempt to conquer the region. When France and Milan have divided Genoa and Monferrato, who stand in their way, and are now bordering each other, friction between the two powers is inevitable. They may not act directly out of fear, but they will certainly not stand idly by and watch the other continue to expand. This is our opportunity. The envoy, his throat dry, downed his coffee in one gulp. Secondly, the port of La Spezia is surrounded by small states, and the Republic of Lucca serves as a buffer between it and Florence to the south, allowing us to extricate ourselves from the quagmire of northern Italy as much as possible. La Spezia itself is coastal, allowing us to receive maximum reinforcements from the emperor. To the north, it is directly connected to the Duchy of Parma, where we can support John IV. However, what will the local powers think if we so openly establish ourselves in the unfamiliar port of La Spezia? Emro still harbored doubts. It's all right. When our family evacuated Genoa, we sold our assets and organized a mercenary group of several hundred men. Combined with your 2,000 troops, that's enough to make the city council of La Spezia submit. Besides, our Gattigliuscio family is, after all, a prominent family in Genoa, and we have some connections with a local strongman in La Spezia. With a little coercion and enticement, it wouldn't be difficult to persuade them to accept our protection. Why should I trust you? Emro vaguely felt that the plan was feasible, but his wariness still lingered. The envoy sighed. My name is DeMarco Gattigliuscio, grandson of Leinster, nephew of Bedorome. Queen Catherine is my aunt, and Emperor Isaac is my cousin. After Uncle Bedorome left, I was in charge of all the affairs of the Gattigliuscio family in Italy. I organized the mercenaries, and I also promoted the communication with the La Spezia Council. Now, my mercenary group is stationed in an abandoned village in the east. If you want to stay here and wait to die, then so be it. DeMarco handed his identification to the Legion commander and spread his hands. All right, continue. Emro glanced at the documents. The young man was right, he was indeed a core member of the Gattigliuscio family. Actually, this method is quite common in northern Italy. The vast majority of mercenary leaders use this method to take over a city-state, establish themselves locally, and gradually become military tyrants. This includes the Sforza, now the leading mercenary family in northern Italy, HMPH. We're not mercenaries. Don't try to challenge my loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor through this method, Emro said seriously. DeMarco ignored him, instead staring intently into Emro's eyes. So, since you claim to be sworn to serve your emperor to the death, how about we pull off a big heist? After it's done, you and I will both receive huge rewards. I might be able to become the family heir through Emperor Isaac's favor, and your career will definitely be smooth sailing. What do you want to do? Emro became wary. Charles VI granted Genoa a considerable degree of autonomy to force them to compromise. Do you know why? Why? The fleet. DeMarco stood up and said, word by word. The Genoese fleet is what the French most desire and urgently need right now. To retain their biggest bargaining chip, Parliament ordered the fleet to leave Genoa port long ago to prevent it from being directly seized by the French. Guess where they will station their fleet now that the major ports to the west have fallen and Corsica has been occupied by rebels? You mean? Emro was also somewhat agitated and stood up. Do they still want to do this? Meanwhile, in the Carthaginian palace, Isaac sat high on his throne, glanced at the anxious envoy, and stroked the Persian cat in his arms. The envoy's name was Bonifacio Palaiologos, the third brother of John IV, from Monferrato. Isaac quickly glanced at John IV's letter requesting aid, set it aside, narrowed his eyes, and tapped his fingers lightly on the throne made of precious wood. You? Isaac opened his eyes, staring at Bonifacio. I remember, John IV hasn't contacted me for quite some time, has he? Yes, my brother has been busy with state affairs. Bonifacio carefully observed Isaac's expression. Does he feel he has established a foothold in northern Italy and no longer needs me, his kinsman and ally? Absolutely not. It's just what? Are the local powerful families forcing him to sever ties with me, or is he forced by geopolitics to flirt with my enemies? Isaac was well aware that as a monarch, especially a monarch of northern Italy, John IV had to formulate diplomatic strategies based on the political situation to protect his territory. His position dictated his thinking. To avoid being bullied by neighboring powers, John IV had to align himself with the Republic of Venice and the Holy Roman Empire to jointly confront the powerful Duchy of Milan and the Duchy of Savoy. After all, they were deep inland, and Isaac's focus wasn't on northern Italy. Until now, the powerful Kingdom of France had utterly shattered the diplomatic situation John IV had painstakingly cultivated in a rather arrogant and unreasonable manner. Frederick III, a man of few words but no action, was not enough to make Sforza hesitate. Isaac sighed deeply. I understand. You've established a foothold in northern Italy, managed your territories well, your diplomacy is excellent, and you have the Holy Roman Emperor and the Doge of Venice protecting you. You don't need an ally like me. Isaac sat up straight. But now you come to me, Lord Isaac, asking for justice, but you have no respect for me whatsoever. You don't consider me an ally, you won't even call me the Roman Emperor. Isaac lightly tapped the cat's back, shooing the cat away from his arms. Your Majesty, Isaac, Emperor of Rome and the Romans. Bonifacio was almost in tears. Frederick III is a heartless scoundrel, and the Doge of Venice is worse than a dog. They have both broken our oaths, Pavia has fallen, and Monferrato is completely surrounded by the combined forces of France and Savoy. Only you can save us. Bonifacio knelt on the ground, anxiously looking at Isaac. Isaac stepped forward, helped his cousin up, and brushed the dust off him. I told you long ago not to place your hopes on Frederick III, but you wouldn't listen. Charles V's invasion, Sforza's rise to power, I couldn't do anything about those things. Pavia has fallen. And Monferrato is about to fall. I can't change those things either, but if you follow my advice, we can still preserve half of Parma. Bonifacio wiped away a tear. Are you saying that Pavia and Monferrato can only be given away to the Milanese and the French for free? What do you want? For me to disregard everything, risk offending the entire Catholic world, and forcibly enter northern Italy, only to be besieged by multiple forces? Isaac released his grip, looking at Bonifacio with disappointment. Actually, compared to the French, Sforza is the real threat. Milan is too advantageous. As long as they don't act recklessly, the city and the surrounding countryside alone are enough to raise an army of tens of thousands. Unlike the foreign French, Sforza represents the interests of local Italian powerful families, making it easy to gain their support. Even if I disregard everything and mobilize a large army to attack Sforza, victory isn't guaranteed. You won't be able to reclaim the land he's occupied anytime soon. Then what should we do? Bonifacio, though unwilling, had to admit that Isaac's analysis was extremely accurate. Negotiate with Milan, strive for a temporary peace agreement, and even encourage Sforza to march on Monferrato to deal with the French and Savoys. During the negotiations, stabilize the situation in the Duchy of Parma as much as possible, reach a compromise with the local powers, and strengthen your own power. Leave the rest to me. I have backup plans in northern Italy. I won't leave you to fight alone. Isaac turned his back. So, what if Sforza refuses to negotiate with us and insists on attacking Parma? Bonifacio pressed. Isaac smiled, gently drawing his sword from his waist, stroking the gleaming blade, and looking at his own face on the smooth, mirror-like metal. I will offer him a deal he cannot refuse. Chapter 179. Heading towards the sea. On a narrow path in the northwestern part of the Apennine Mountains, an army was winding its way along the mountain road. A heavy rain began to fall, and dark, gloomy clouds blanketed the land, turning the world leaden. Ahead lies a secret supply point, a bandit stronghold I've persuaded to surrender. The army can rest there." DeMarco, cloaked, rode up to Commander Emro and spoke loudly in his ear. "I've sent word that food, hot water, and plenty of straw for bedding have been prepared." Emro nodded, glancing at him. It seemed this young talent from the Gattigliuccio family was no ordinary man. Not only had he laid the groundwork for the army's march before leaving the Republic of Genoa, but he was also certain Emro would agree to his audacious plan. "How many more resting points like this are there before we reach larger towns?" The rain intensified, and Emro pulled up his hood, asking loudly. "There aren't many large settlements in the mountains, and I deliberately avoided towns when choosing our route. This is the last supply point, and La Spezia is just ahead." "Good. Let's quicken our pace." Emro summoned a messenger, and the news quickly spread among the crowd. The exhausted soldiers, thinking of the hot water and soft beds nearby, quickened their pace considerably. This was the 10th day since they withdrew from the mountain fortresses north of Genoa. Shortly after they left, the Genoese council officially announced a cessation of resistance, allowing the French to enter the city. The Duke of Bourbon entered the governor's mansion to begin final negotiations with the major families. Also shortly after they left, the city of Monferrato fell to the combined forces of Savoy and France. As agreed, the city belonged to the Duke of Savoy as a reward for his military intervention. At the same time, the Duke of Milan, Sforza, occupied the entire Pavia region, and his vanguard advanced towards northeast Genoa, engaging in a small-scale skirmish with the French army. Neither side had the will to fight a major battle, and they both retreated. As Commander Emro was lost in thought, the army continued its advance. In the distance, lights appeared, and a hidden camp nestled in a valley came into view. DeMarco's messenger had already informed the bandit leader of their purpose. A stewpot in the open space bubbled and steamed, the aroma of food wafting on the wind to the soldiers' noses, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief after their long journey. "Young Master DeMarco, Lord Emro, I have prepared supplies as requested and blocked this mountain path. Your arrival is currently unknown." In a cave, the bandit leader Rossi chuckled, biting open the cork of a wine bottle and pouring the murky liquid into 3 cups. "I wonder what you promised me." Emro hesitated, glancing at the filthy cups, while DeMarco, unconcerned about poison, downed the wine in one gulp. "Don't worry, I'll give you a decent identity. You and your men will be organized into a mercenary group. As long as our plan goes smoothly, this mercenary group will become the future city guard of the free city of La Spezia." DeMarco glanced sideways at Rossi, whose beaming face had distinct Norman features, suggesting he wasn't a native Italian. "As for your Norman pirate background and your record of killing 3 knights and a baron, believe me, no one will care about those things." Rossi's smile froze on his face. He really hadn't expected this seemingly peaceful young man to know so much about his past. "The local city council will grant you a title and employ your mercenary group as a standing army, just like Florence did for the white mercenaries." Have you heard of John Hawkwood and Francesco Sforza? They both came from humble beginnings, but they also built immortal achievements through mercenary groups, becoming famous throughout Europe. Yes, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Old Rossi, will follow Master DeMarco for life. Don't forget us when you achieve great success. Ha. Looking at the radiant Rossi, Emro suddenly felt a sense of admiration for the young man beside him. In just a few words, he had charmed the bandit leader, making him arrogant and daydreaming. "Commander Emro, I remember your army suffered heavy losses in the battle against the French, with less than 1/10 of its fighting strength remaining. Can our forces alone suppress the local forces in La Spezia?" DeMarco changed the subject, looking at Emro with a worried expression. "Indeed, this is a big problem. My soldiers have long since lost their will to fight. If we force them into a hard battle, they'll surely mutiny." Emro suddenly realized, and sighed with feigned worry. "This is troublesome. How about we turn west and board the Emperor's ship to return home?" DeMarco frowned. Rossi panicked upon seeing this and quickly swallowed his wine. "My lords, we've traveled such a long way through the mountains, how can we let it all go to waste? His Majesty the Emperor won't be happy if we slink back like this." "Then what do you suggest?" "The 1,800 remnants that Commander Emro brought, the 400 mercenaries I organized, even with your 200 righteous men, are not enough to give us an overwhelming advantage over La Spezia." DeMarco regretfully put down his wine cup. "My previous plan was abrupt, I'm truly sorry, however, I certainly won't let you work for nothing. How about 100 ducat gold coins?" As he spoke, DeMarco reached for his money pouch. Hey, Rossi quickly stopped DeMarco's hand. To be honest, the 200 men in this valley aren't all my troops. 300 others have gone hunting in the mountains. Rossi rubbed his hands nervously. I have some connections with several surrounding mountain strongholds. If I can persuade them to join me, I can bring you to 1,000 men, all under your command. What do you think? Good. Thank you very much, Baron Rossi. DeMarco smiled innocently. Before entering the strongholds, he had sent people to count the number of tents and stew pots, discovering something fishy. He didn't care about Rossi's little scheme to preserve his strength, nor did he care how many of these 1,000 men were refugee farmers who had never been to war. The war was urgent, more strength meant more hope. After binding the bandit leader to the chariot, the three men spread out a map and began discussing their plan. Even with Baron Rossi's help, our strength is still somewhat lacking. We don't have a single heavy weapon for sieges, so we absolutely cannot launch a direct assault on the city. DeMarco analyzed the current situation by candlelight. If we cannot completely demoralize the city council in a short time, they are very likely to request protection from external forces. The Republic of Lucca, and even the Republic of Florence, are very likely to accept their request, thus taking the opportunity to seize the port. Therefore, we must use a surprise attack. The other two nodded repeatedly. La Spezia port is protected by mountains and the Gulf of Spezia, surrounded by the sea to the southeast, and the Genoese fleet's naval port to the south. Since the interests of the city council and the Republic of Genoa are not entirely aligned, the area near the naval port is guarded by Genoese sailors, making it a weak point in the city's defenses. A friend of mine is the captain of the city's defense platoon outside the naval port, guarding the important mountain road leading to the port. DeMarco drew a curve on the map, leading from the valley directly into the Genoese naval port. Our plan is to use the military pressure from the Eastern Empire's Mediterranean fleet to force the garrison in the naval port to move to the vicinity of the docks, then seize the port, storm into the southern part of La Spezia, and head straight for the city council. Our primary target is the residences of the city's major noble families. Once we control them, La Spezia will be ours. I already have people in the city council. Once we create a fait accompli, the noble families will easily reach a compromise. Therefore, while we rest here, we must also contact His Majesty the Emperor, reveal our plan to him, and request his naval support. I hope Commander Emro will lend a hand in this matter. DeMarco looked at Emro. Of course, my lads are also eager to go home. DeMarco then turned to Rossi. Count Rossi, while we attack the naval port, I hope you will lead your troops into the northern part of La Spezia to stabilize the situation. Yes, I'll leave it to you. Rossi was overjoyed. He himself went to plunder the sparsely lucrative military port, yet entrusted them with the most prosperous main city. Young Master DeMarco was truly an honest man. Then it's settled. This matter concerns the future of all of us. Remember to keep it a secret from your subordinates. Don't let a word slip, especially you, Count Rossi. DeMarco's eyes were smiling. Of course. Old Rossi, keep my mouth shut. The bandit leader patted his chest. Then let us raise a glass together, to the Emperor, and to our own wealth and glory. The three raised their glasses together. DeMarco, slightly tipsy, felt a surge of pride and smashed his glass on the ground. 5 days later, we will officially carry out our operation. The operation is called, Heading to the Sea. In the Carthaginian court, the revelry had ended, leaving only a mess of dishes. Maids filed in, cleaning up the leftovers. In the garden not far away, Isaac and Leonor, having just finished a banquet, walked side by side along the path, letting the moonlight fall on their shoulders. Is Thessaloniki asleep? Yes. Leonor gave Isaac a slightly reproachful look. It's all your fault. You pushed her too hard during the day, insisting on teaching her to read. I don't remember you being this attentive to Justinian and Alexius's education. Of course, as the eldest princess of the empire, she naturally needs to learn more about the arts. Isaac stroked his beard. Of course, he was counting on his daughter to write his biography. Justinian behaved well at today's banquet, mingling with the sons of the officers and generals. Fidel and Giovanni both seemed to like the boy quite a bit. Tomorrow, send someone to my stable master and have him bring Justinian that Andalusian colt as a reward for his recent excellent performance. This banquet mainly revolved around the victory at the Battle of Malta, and the attendees were primarily naval officers, mostly uneducated and rough men, and their sons were similarly uneducated. It seemed his eldest son had grown up and knew how to deal with naval officers appropriately, without flaunting his noble status. Unlike the army, dominated by aristocratic forces, naval officers and soldiers came from diverse backgrounds, from fishermen to pirates, and respected strength more than bloodline. When Justinian was a little older, Isaac would arrange for him to spend some time at sea, to gain a deeper understanding of the sailors' lifestyles and interests, and thus better win their hearts. Of Isaac's two sons, Justinian was more like a maturing politician, gradually figuring out the right way to deal with various factions and knowing how to gain the trust and loyalty of his subordinates. Alexius, on the other hand, remained as passionate about martial arts as ever, spending his days with his sword, honing his skills in the training grounds with his instructor. "So, are you going to let Justinian come back to Portugal with me for the funeral?" Leonor stopped in his tracks. "He's told me many times that he wants to go to Iberia again. Just recently, Prince Henry the Navigator, the last member of the illustrious generation of the Avish family of Portugal, passed away. He dedicated his life to exploring West Africa and achieved considerable success. Prince Henry the Navigator represented the adventurous and daring spirit of Portugal, and after his death, the West African faction in Portugal suffered a significant loss of power, while the landed nobles who advocated for the expansion into North Africa seized control of the government. After Prince Henry's death, under the influence of the landed nobility, Alfonso V gradually shifted his focus from West Africa back to North Africa and Iberia, beginning to intervene in the internal affairs of the Myrinian dynasty and the Kingdom of Castile. Marrying his sister Joanna to the incompetent Henry IV was a crucial step in this process. Why don't we let him go? North Africa and the Balkans are quite peaceful now, and the war in Italy won't affect the prosperity and development of our territories. Taking a few months to go to Iberia shouldn't be a problem, Leonor suggested. Besides, Uncle Henry was quite good to Justinian when he was alive, and a portion of his enormous fortune was given to him separately. This boy is loyal and sentimental. He must be deeply saddened by the death of a kind elder. All right, let him go, but he must bring a sufficient guard to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Isaac finally relented. Also, Grand Duke Thomas's wife is pregnant again. She wrote to me complaining that Constantinople is devastated, in dire need of rebuilding, and conditions are very poor. Grand Duke Thomas is busy with the war, and the Berber herders in the mountains have besieged the city several times. She lives in constant fear, afraid of miscarrying her unborn child. I know you don't want the local powers in the Balkans to become too powerful, but you can't send even your closest uncle to some remote, impoverished place, can you? Leonor complained. Although I helped push for the trip to Constantinople, it was ultimately Uncle Thomas's own suggestion. The succession to the throne in the Eastern Empire has always been a major problem. It's best for these royal relatives to stay away from Constantinople, the political center. Isaac walked slowly. I've read her letter too. She complains, but she knows in her heart that the reassignment is a done deal, and I can't take it back. I think her main purpose is actually to request my material support, to improve the environment in Constantinople and alleviate her husband's worries. Here's what I'll do. I'll send the latest batch of Circassian and Slavic slaves to Constantinople to engage in agricultural production and increase the Orthodox population. Furthermore, I'll sell the armor and weapons manufactured in the Constantinople arsenal to Grand Duke Thomas at a bargain price, and let him exchange them for Berber slaves. As for Grand Duke Thomas's wife, I'll send a skilled doctor from the Narcissus Medical School to take care of her during her pregnancy and deliver the baby. There shouldn't be any major problems. Constantinople was once the site of Constantine the Great's palace. The conditions aren't too bad. With careful management, it should be much better than Achaia, Isaac said, plopping down on the grass, stroking the soft green blades, and sighing contentedly. I'm constantly busy, and I don't know when it will end. I really hope Justinian and Alexius will grow up quickly and lighten my burden. Leonor also rolled up her skirt and sat down next to Isaac, resting her head on his shoulder. The Great Purge in the Balkans is finally coming to an end. The landowners and nobles hiding in the mountains will eventually have to kneel and surrender to me. Isaac gently smelled the lavender scent on his wife and looked at the bright full moon. I heard there's been quite a commotion. There are several people with the names Palaiologos and Cantacuzenus. What are you going to do about them? Leonor asked. What else can I do? Isaac snorted. Give them two choices, either explore the Atlas Mountains or colonize South Africa. If they choose the former, they can retain a quarter of their Balkan assets. The Imperial Expeditionary Agency will provide them with cheap Orthodox slaves and military supplies to squeeze the Berbers out of the mountains. The land they conquer will belong to them, and I will bestow corresponding titles and establish appropriate feudal agreements. If they choose the latter, they can take all their Balkan assets with them, using the proceeds to rent ships and purchase slaves and supplies. They will establish farms and ranches around the new Thracian colony, or they can explore unknown territories on their own. Are there really any nobles willing to go to that place of exile in South Africa? Leonor asked with some doubt. When I was a child, I often heard Uncle Henry say that sub-Saharan Africa was a barbaric land. Isaac smiled. South Africa is different. The environment there is much like Europe, with no scorching heat or deadly diseases. The local natives don't even use stone tools much. Just wait and see. When we're old, South Africa will become the Roman second home. Among the disgraced nobles, 3 named Palaiologos have gone to South Africa. I didn't punish them too harshly and even provided them with considerable assistance. Isaac recalled the official documents he had handled a few days earlier. One of them, a young man named Limnos, has already established a small port called St. Austin and a wooden castle north of the new Thracian colony, subdued 2 Khoisan tribes, and basically established a foothold. I made him Earl of St. Austin and awarded him 800 ducats to encourage the exploration and colonization of South Africa. The moon was rising higher and higher. It was getting late. Let's go back to the palace and rest. We are still young and have much to accomplish. Isaac put on a playful smile. Leonor rolled her eyes at Isaac but still let him hold her hand. Aren't you supposed to be negotiating with Sforza's envoy tomorrow? Never mind. Throw it to Sforza. Sforza went to Aragon a few days ago, then throw it to the Chancellor. Chapter 180 St. Augustine. As the rooster crowed and the sun rose, the warm winter sunlight awakened the vibrant land. In the surrounding villages, farmers, carrying their tools and leading their oxen, headed towards the fields. On the nearby sea, fishermen, having toiled all night, returned to port laden with fresh fish and shrimp, their tired eyes gleaming with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, several sailboats appeared at the horizon, their double-headed eagle flags fluttering in the wind, drawing ever closer. The Emperor's fleet is here. Children on the shore, busy gathering shrimp and crabs, cried out in surprise and ran towards the port. The news spread quickly, and the port official, dressed in his finest attire, waited at the dock with his staff. Is this the port of St. Austin? It doesn't look very impressive. On the medium-sized caravel, the new Thrace, Lake leaned idly against the gunwale, pulled out a sketchbook and paintbrushes, and began sketching the port's appearance. Building a port village of 300 people in just over a year is quite impressive, said Count William, the colonial minister of the Eastern Roman Empire, beside him. Besides St. Austin, Limnos, from a branch of the Palaiologos family, has also built a castle called New Broad at the foot of the mountains to the east, with an attached village population of 300. How do you know? Lake asked without looking up. All of the empire's overseas colonies are registered with me. The local population and specialties are compiled and archived, and we will appropriately disclose this information to the major merchant guilds to assess their commercial value. Oh? How is the commercial value here? So-so, but the development potential is good. William thought for a moment. Currently, the most valuable commodity in St. Austin is ivory. Limnos has already subdued 3 small Khoisan tribes, using them to exchange for rare animal materials from inland tribes, including ivory. The strategic location here is good, nestled between a bay and mountains, making it less vulnerable to attacks from powerful natives. What do they mainly rely on for their livelihood? Fishing? Farming? Hunting? Lake quickly pulled out a pen and paper and began to take notes. Yes, we have everything. The land here is fertile, suitable for growing various staple foods, and the seafood along the coast is abundant, so we won't have to worry about food and drink for a while. William pointed to the small fishing boats returning to port. We also have a rather excellent livestock here, which the locals call the boar goat. It's highly adaptable to the environment, has an extremely high reproductive rate, a very high meat yield, delicious meat, and good for it's an excellent large meat sheep. Before you came, several officials from the Imperial Agricultural Research Institute came here to investigate and evaluated the boar goat. They found that this goat has a greater economic impact than any other sheep breed in the known world. They went to great lengths to bring 2 rams and 10 aways back to North Africa to replace the local sheep breeds. The fleet continued sailing, and the port of St. Austin was in sight. After docking, The delegation received a warm welcome from the port officer. "Your Excellency Earl William, Lord Lake, my master is currently fighting a rebellious tribe in the east. It's not far, and he's expected to return tonight." On the dirt road leading to New Broad Castle, the port officer spoke enthusiastically. "My lord was originally the Lord of Broad, a town in the North Macedonian military district. He was of the Palaiologos royal family, a descendant of Emperor Andronica II. Oh? So, Limnos and I are cousins," Count William smiled. The Palaiologos family of Monferrato was also a descendant of Andronica II, but they rarely mentioned it, usually referring to themselves as descendants of Michael VI. Andronica II was a decent writer and poet, but certainly not a good emperor. He not only disbanded the remaining fleet of the Eastern Roman Empire, but also made a mess of his own family affairs, leading to the civil war between the two Andronicus. Not long ago, my lord was blinded by greed and, instigated by a Turkic bey, opposed the royal army, nearly causing a great disaster, the port officer sighed. Fortunately, he saw the error of his ways and personally delivered the head of the Turkic bey to Skopje, which earned him the mercy of His Majesty Isaac, who allowed him to go to South Africa to atone for his crimes, a prodigal son returning home. "That's a good thing," William nodded. "I wonder, what brings you two gentlemen here this time?" The port official cautiously observed Lake and William's expressions. "You'll find out soon enough," Lake said mysteriously. The coastal mountains weren't high, and after walking for several hours through the hills, a fairly well-maintained wooden castle came into view. The castle sat at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by a small river, with dozens of low-thatched houses scattered along the riverbank, and a small market that was quite lively. The village had all the necessary facilities. A slaughterhouse and a tanneries were located on the outskirts, and a newly built mill and bakery sat on a gentle hillside. A simple windmill creaked, and the chimes of a small church echoed softly. The village square was packed with people. Several short, yellow-skinned natives led cattle, sheep, and slaves, hawking their wares among the crowd. An interpreter stood on a high platform, translating the native merchants' words into Greek. "Oh, this is a small gathering. Since the establishment of New Broad, the surrounding native tribes have used this place as a trading post, and people come here to do business from time to time," the port official explained. Initially, they were quite hostile. After Lord Limnos led his troops and gave a sound beating to the most troublesome tribes, the surrounding natives became completely docile. They hadn't even mastered stone tools, didn't farm, and often traded their hunted prey and captured slaves for low-grade handicrafts like fur coats and shoes. My lord is quite enlightened. He not only took in many refugees from the Khoisan natives, baptized them, and taught them Greek, but also opened New Broad to all natives, with extremely low tax rates on common furs and meat. However, ivory and rare animal furs are goods exclusively from my lord. They can only be collected by his officials and transported to St. Austin port to trade with passing merchant ships for tools that we cannot produce ourselves. As you know, we have a treaty with His Majesty's commercial company. Every 6 months, when they send ships to New Thrace, they stop here for 3 days to purchase goods. The port official looked at Earl William. "My lord, could you perhaps speak with them and ask them to lower the price of ironware? A single iron pitchfork costs 100 grossens." "What do you mean by that?" William shrugged helplessly. "You should know that the merchant guilds are His Majesty's private property. Not only me, but even the Chancellor has no power to change their minds. Besides, once your town prospers, blacksmiths will naturally come to provide services." As they were talking, 2 knights carrying their family crest banners came into view. "My lord is back." 30-year-old Limnos Valiario rode a pony onto the path north of the village, followed by an army and a group of native slaves. The army was divided into 2 parts, several dozen well-equipped armed militiamen and several hundred native servants armed with clubs and slings. They had just won a battle. Limnos had led the mixed army straight to the heart of the enemy, burning the camp of a tribe that refused to submit to ruins, and returning to the castle with his spoils. Limnos ignored the crowd trading and prepared to return directly to his family castle. Seeing their lord had won another victory, the people cheered and threw unknown wildflowers at the soldiers. "My lord, over here," the port officer shouted from the open space in front of the castle. Limnos looked up, quickly dismounted, and knelt on one knee. "Your humble servant Limnos pays respects to Earl William." William smiled broadly, helped Limnos up, and patted him on the shoulder. "You are no longer a humble servant." Limnos, bewildered, hurriedly ordered his servants to prepare food and wine to welcome the European delegation. My lord, the conditions here are simple. We only have the villagers' homemade, low-quality wine, which I'm afraid won't suit your taste. There's plenty of meat, though. We collected it all from the tribe's people. On our way back, we even encountered an old elephant. You must try this unique game. The elephant was too large. We only selected the best parts to bring back, along with a pair of ivory tusks, which we'll present to you as a gift, Lemnos said solicitously. He was always a pragmatist, knowing his place perfectly. No matter how arrogant he had been before, now that he was under punishment, he should act like one. Despite his power and influence in New Broad, once he was separated from European maritime trade, lacking independent production capacity, he would soon lose his absolute military dominance over the natives due to equipment shortages and be torn apart by their numerical superiority. Oh? Ivory is indeed very valuable. Do you have a lot here? William asked, intrigued. There are many, but they're not easy to hunt. My lord, don't laugh at me, but when I first arrived in St. Austin, I was so scared by a herd of elephants that I didn't dare disembark. Lemnos smiled sheepishly. It's very difficult for us to capture these ferocious, social creatures on our own. Today's harvest was just a pleasant surprise. Our main source of ivory now is the collections of the natives over thousands of years, and the same goes for the pelts of large beasts. When we become stronger, we will also form our own hunting teams. There are just too many beasts here. When we first arrived, it took us a lot of effort to drive away a herd of giraffes and sell a few pelts to a wealthy merchant in Billy Lynch for a high price, earning us our first income. Lemnos was cheerful and seemed to be doing quite well lately. Our main problem is the severe lack of tools, weapons, and labor. The Merchant Guild's fleet only comes once every 6 months, which greatly limits our expansion, Lemnos said with some regret. Don't worry, my dear Lord. Lake, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Of all the disgraced nobles who went to South Africa to develop the land, one died, one refused to leave and was imprisoned, and several others dared not leave New Thrace, only daring to be plantation owners there. You are the most successful. Your pioneering deeds have begun to spread widely in the Balkans and Africa, even reaching His Majesty's ears. As you know, His Majesty is never stingy with rewards for those who have rendered meritorious service. Lemnos's heart pounded violently as he looked at Count William. This is Lake Drayman, His Majesty's royal historian, court poet, and court painter. Lake held his head high. You may not know, but before I came, His Majesty entrusted me with an important position, allowing me to carry on the family tradition. What position? Court herald, you mean? Lemnos's pupils dilated sharply, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Lemnos Palaiologos, be appointed. Lake unfurled Isaac's decree. Lemnos plunged his sword into the ground and knelt on one knee. From this day forward, all your crimes and those of your family are pardoned, and your descendants will all be members of a collateral branch of the royal family. To reward your achievements, His Majesty Constantine and His Majesty Isaac have unanimously decided to bestow upon you the title of Count of St. Augustine, and all the lands you are entitled to possess will be yours. Furthermore, all His Majesty's merchant guilds will sell goods to you at discounted prices, and advanced weapons such as muskets and crossbows will be available to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Herald. Lemnos was overjoyed, his eyes instantly welling up with tears. There is one more request. Lake smiled at the newly appointed Count of St. Augustine. Please speak. Your expansion in the territory of the Count of St. Augustine cannot cease due to the pardon of your crimes, and you may not stay in the Balkans and Africa for more than 6 months in a year. If you disobey, you should know the consequences. Of course, no problem. I have been building this empire here for over a year. How can I abandon it now? Lemnos quickly assured him. All right, that's all. Choose a coat of arms, and I'll register it in the Imperial Noble Register in the Royal Genealogy. Lake took out his paintbrush. Lemnos pondered for a moment. My achievements are inseparable from the ivory trade, so I'll use the elephant as my family crest. Very well. Lake quickly began to draw, sketching a draft in a few strokes. A proud elephant with its head held high and tusks bristling leaped onto the paper, bearing the Greek letter beta cross of the Palaiologos family crest on its body, and wearing a crown on its head. Good. Thank you, Lord Lake. Earl William watched this scene with a smile and clapped. Today is truly a joyous day. Before we left, His Majesty specifically instructed us to bring fine wine, delicacies, and specialties from your hometown to reward his warriors. Long live the Emperor, may the Holy Father bless him. Lemnos was somewhat moved, and made the sign of the cross on his chest. Meanwhile, On the Apennine Peninsula, in the port of La Spezia. Night fell, the stars and moon shrouded in clouds. Not a glimmer of light visible. Boom, the distant sound of cannon fire shattered the stillness of the night. The Eastern Roman Empire's Mediterranean fleet, having completed its rest, arrived from the southern seas, ignoring warnings from Genoese patrol boats, and directly entered the waters near the port, opening fire. A round of cannon fire ceased, followed by the cacophony of voices and the neighing of livestock. The guards of the naval port received orders to reinforce the docks. A small force remained to continue patrolling, while the main force hurried towards the piers. Behind a small hill, DeMarco watched the receding lights of the large fleet, his tightly clenched fist finally relaxing. Behind him, 300 hand-picked elite soldiers, carrying short swords and clad in black cloaks, awaited the final instructions. "How is it?" Emro approached DeMarco and asked softly. "It's almost time. Let's go." Chapter 181 Free City of La Spezia. On the Ligurian coast, in the port of La Spezia, soldiers patrolled the southern section of the city wall, torches in hand. La Spezia was divided into two parts, the northern core area, governed by the city council, and the southern naval port of Genoa, garrisoned by the Genoese council. The two were independent of each other. Pay attention. The Greeks have completely broken off relations and are attacking our port, the Genoese city defense captain roared at his men from a side gate. Just moments before, the Eastern Roman Empire's Mediterranean fleet had appeared on the southern sea, bombarding the Genoese port and trapping the dormant fleet inside. Our forces are very limited. If the garrison at the docks can't hold out, we must take over, the captain whipped a yawning soldier, glaring at him fiercely. A rustling sound came, and a group of Las Pisan soldiers, torches in hand, approached. "Who goes there?" the patrolling soldiers shouted, swords drawn. "I am Riccardo Snopia, from the North City, here on orders from the council to assist your defense." Riccardo, the captain of the La Spezia City Guard, stepped out from the crowd, raising his plump hands to indicate he meant no harm. "Riccardo. It's you," the Genoese captain breathed a sigh of relief, signaling his soldiers to lower their swords. "It's me. Your fleet commander has reached an agreement with the council to jointly deal with the Greek invasion. According to the agreement, you will proceed to the naval port to join the war, and the city gate will be taken over by the La Spezia City Guard." Riccardo smiled amiably, his fat face squeezing his eyes into slits. "Where are the documents? In this emergency, there aren't any," Riccardo readily admitted. "Then why should we trust you?" The Genoese captain was very cautious. "Believe me, the gentlemen in the council hate the Greeks more than you do. Besides, if we hadn't received orders, do you think we would have willingly left our warm beds to come and help you defend the city walls?" Riccardo snorted, and the soldiers behind him nodded repeatedly. "Just wait here. If the Greeks attack, we'll let you join the battle." The Genoese captain still harbored doubts and didn't immediately hand over control of the city gates. "Hey, we've even had drinks together before, don't be so heartless," Riccardo protested. "Don't give me that. Riccardo, your Snopia family has always been known for its cunning and treachery. Who knows if you're plotting something?" Riccardo sighed inwardly. It seemed this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. "All right then, here's a document. You'll understand when you read it," Riccardo muttered as he approached, pulling a crumpled parchment from his pocket. The Genoese captain stepped forward, took the paper, and read it in the dim firelight. "Dear Lord Riccardo, I am your loyal friend, DeMarco." The name seemed somewhat familiar. The Genoese captain frowned, thinking for a moment. "We have arrived outside the southern gates of La Spezia, just one gate away from the naval port. Please fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Believe me, His Majesty the Emperor will reward you handsomely to completely change your marginalized position and awkward situation within your family. How dare you? You betrayed Genoa." The Genoese captain snapped out of his daze, glaring furiously at Riccardo. Swish, a dagger pierced his chest. The poison on the dagger quickly took effect, turning the Genoese captain pale. Unable to utter another word. "Sorry, I am a Roman now," Riccardo, still smiling, slowly withdrew the dagger. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Both the Genoese guards and the Las Pisan soldiers stared wide-eyed, speechless with astonishment. "They killed the captain." "Avenge the captain," a Genoese guard reacted, shooting down a bewildered Las Pisan soldier with an arrow. "I am ordered to take control of this gate. Those who surrender will be spared," Riccardo roared. The soldiers on both sides clashed in a chaotic and confused manner. In the power struggles of the bigwigs, they weren't always just sacrifices. Open the gates. Our reinforcements are right below. Riccardo, despite his large frame, was surprisingly agile, easily dodging a Genoese guard's blade and smashing his head with a hammer. Open the gates. Casualties continued to mount, both sides' soldiers were bloodthirsty, and a bloody battle erupted around the gates. The sound of impacts came from outside the gates. DeMarco's reinforcements had arrived. The Genoese guards were already few in number, and their elite troops had been diverted to the port. They were gradually pushed back to a corner of the city walls by the La Spezia soldiers, fighting like cornered beasts. The gates are about to fall. In the despairing eyes of the Genoese guards, the wooden gates, having withstood too much external force, crashed open. DeMarco Gattiluxio spurred his horse and was the first to enter the chaotic city walls. His Majesty's 30,000 troops are outside the city. The La Spezia Council has surrendered. DeMarco brandished his sword. Put down your weapons. The Genoese Grand Council is a lackey of the French, unworthy of your loyalty. Shut up. Push them out, shouted a stern Genoese guard. Swish, a short arrow pierced his throat, words turning to blood and froth, gushing from his throat. At the gate, the bandit leader Rossi lowered his bow, smiling smugly. A steady stream of troops poured out from the breached gate, the despair in the Genoese soldiers' eyes growing ever stronger. Clang. A Genoese soldier finally broke down, throwing his weapon to the ground and kneeling in surrender. This act quickly triggered a chain reaction. More and more Genoese soldiers threw down their swords and silently walked away. The gates to wealth and glory have opened for us, soldiers, charge. DeMarco raised his sword and surveyed the surroundings. Commander Emro, you must immediately lead your troops to the naval port and cut off the Genoese fleet's retreat. Baron Rossi, you and Captain Riccardo go to the North City and control the local powerful clans. The army split into two parts, heading north and east respectively, traversing alleyways to reach their target. The bandits and thugs swiftly stormed into the wealthy northern city of La Spezia, sweeping through the streets like a swarm of headless flies, awakening the sleeping city. These men showed no mercy, barbarically breaking into luxurious residences, loading valuables and precious ornaments onto their carriages, and dragging beautiful women into the streets for public debauchery, beating anyone who resisted. Don't rush, first arrest people according to this list. Those underlined are to be executed, those circled are not to be moved. Gather them all in the square. The bandit leader Rossi stood atop a pile of goods, arrogantly ordering his subordinates, his face filled with domineering arrogance. Riccardo stood by with his troops, watching coldly, neither joining the looting nor intervening. Sorry, Captain Riccardo, my lads have been in the mountains for too long. They just entered the city and are a little out of control. Haha. Rossi, seeing the displeasure on the faces of the soldiers behind Riccardo, walked over and patted him on the shoulder with a laugh. Sir, you're mistaken. This is nothing more than a common occurrence. We only hope that you will complete young Master DeMarco's mission as soon as possible and wipe out all the unruly nobles in the city. Of course. Rossi's face stiffened upon hearing DeMarco's name, and he replied perfunctorily. He pulled Riccardo aside. Lord Riccardo, as far as I know, although you are a member of the Snopia family, you were sent to the port of La Spezia quite early on, and your official position is not high. I imagine you're not having a good time, so what? In my opinion, His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't risk angering the Italian states by directly occupying the port of La Spezia. He will definitely install a proxy. Oh? What are you trying to say? Rossi casually picked up a bottle of fine wine from the pile of goods, bit off the cork, took a sip, and chuckled. We've gone to so much trouble to capture the city. If DeMarco takes all the credit in the end, would you be willing to accept that? In my opinion, that brat DeMarco probably wants to monopolize the city and use us all as tools. Riccardo sneered inwardly, but still pretended to understand. It seemed that DeMarco's assessment of him was quite accurate. You mean, let's join forces, bypass DeMarco, and directly form a mercenary group to seize the city council and force the major clans to accept our protection. Once he comes to his senses, we'll have enough leverage to negotiate with him. After it's done, I'll be the mercenary group leader, and you'll be my adjutant. Rossi patted Riccardo's shoulder affectionately, his narrow eyes squinting into slits. Let's capture the major clans first, that's a matter for later, Riccardo said with a smile. Yes, of course, the robbery continued, but Rossi, finding it inefficient, divided his bandits into several groups to capture the major clans. Nearly an hour later, the shouts of killing at the southern docks gradually subsided. Rossi, somewhat anxious, paced back and forth among the small mountains of goods, counting the number of clansmen he had already captured. Conrad, Lawrence, Fulgia, almost there, the sound of hooves echoed on the distant road. DeMarco and Emro led dozens of light cavalry to the square, immediately witnessing the human tragedy unfolding before their eyes. God, who did this? DeMarco cried out, feigning grief. Rossi, sensing the danger, quickly pulled Riccardo up and led him to DeMarco. Young master, has the Genoese fleet surrendered? The Genoese fleet has submitted to the royal army, abandoning darkness for light. It is only right. DeMarco didn't look at Rossi, still sorrowfully surveying the main city, now a living hell. Young master, I have, as you requested, wiped out most of the noble families. I wonder what you promised us. Rossi became wary, his right hand gripping the sword at his waist, as he approached Riccardo. Sir, as expected, this brat wants to retaliate. We must unite and prevent him from making any rash moves, Rossi whispered. Rossi, what did I promise you? DeMarco crossed his arms, watching with interest as the bandit leader's face gradually darkened. Boy, don't push me. His Excellency Riccardo and I together have 1,500 men. Although we can't compare to you, we are still a considerable force. You promised me that you would appoint me as the mercenary leader and the tribunal protector of La Spezia. If you push me too far, I will immediately order my men to set the city on fire and fight you to the death. At that time, you won't be able to explain yourself to the emperor, will you? DeMarco sighed. Rossi, don't you know the moral character and loyalty of the soldiers you brought with you? There are only 1,000 men in total, divided into different factions. They are all bandits and refugee peasants. They only followed you because they had no other choice. Under these circumstances, how do you know they will obey your orders? Do you think I haven't done anything in the past 10 days? DeMarco brandished his whip, pointing it at Rossi. Rossi, the bandit, has committed arson, murder, looting, and all sorts of atrocities. Lay down your weapons and surrender on your knees, and you may still have a chance to live. Resistance means certain death. Rossi laughed angrily. DeMarco, if you had come with a large army, I would have been somewhat afraid. You only have a few dozen light cavalry. How can you kill me? Who dares to kill me? I dare to kill you. Riccardo roared, pulled a crossbow from his sleeve, and shot Rossi through the throat. Suppress the bandits. Kill them. On July 30th, 1460, Riccardo, the captain of the La Spezia city defense squad who had received advance notice, used the excuse of a troop rotation to clash with the Genoese army. Taking advantage of the chaos, he opened a side gate and led his army into the city. That night, more than 3,000 soldiers stormed into the port of La Spezia, while the main force turned south and swiftly captured the Genoese naval port, leaving the fleet adrift at sea completely isolated. With their retreat cut off and the Eastern Roman Mediterranean fleet poised in battle ahead, the Genoese commander, realizing the tide had turned, announced a halt to resistance and surrendered to the Eastern Roman Empire. Meanwhile, DeMarco allowed bandits to enter the northern city, wiping out several rival noble families and using them to eliminate local power in La Spezia. DeMarco then led his army to the northern city, and with the help of his well-prepared informant Riccardo, killed the bandit leader Rossi on the spot. His army entered the city and quelled the unrest. After a night of mopping up operations and negotiations, the remaining bandits and fleeing peasants were largely subdued and surrendered to DeMarco. The next morning, Isaac, having incorporated the Genoese fleet, entered the city council of La Spezia in the soft light of dawn. In the magnificent hall, Isaac met DeMarco and his men, who had been waiting there. Long live the emperor! DeMarco knelt on one knee, flanked by Legion Commander Emro and the newly appointed city defense commander Riccardo, with trembling councillors behind them. Isaac looked around at the crowd and helped DeMarco up. The Gattiuccio family has produced another hero, Isaac exclaimed. I am unworthy of such praise. The crowd rose, and DeMarco introduced the councillors to Isaac, leading him to the mayor's seat of La Spezia. Isaac patted the ornate seat but did not sit down. I had no intention of interfering in Italian affairs, but the French and Milanese have been too oppressive, wantonly bullying the Italian people, and Frederick III has turned a blind eye, leaving me with no choice. Your Majesty is highly respected and your prestige extends far and wide, certainly not comparable to Frederick III. Riccardo quickly flattered. I have come here for no other reason than to discuss a plan that can bring long-term peace and stability to La Spezia and restore order to the people. Isaac looked around at the crowd. The councillors, utterly smug, clapped their hands in a show of reverence. You all know the current situation, Isaac sighed. The French have seized Genoa, The Milanese have just captured Piacenza, and their advance is aimed at Parma. Venice was just defeated by me, and they're unlikely to take any effective action anytime soon. Naples is in turmoil, with the Angevin and Trastama factions each holding half the power, and constant friction. For the sake of the people, I cannot stand idly by. Your Majesty is right. The port of La Spezia begs for your protection. DeMarco chimed in at the opportune moment. That's right. Since Frederick II cannot provide us with effective protection, why should we acknowledge him as emperor? Only you can help us resist the French invasion, Ricardo added. The councillors were stunned, but they also understood perfectly well that the fate of La Spezia was no longer in their hands. With just a few words from the emperor and his ministers, the fate of tens of thousands of people was decided. On August 1, 1460, the La Spezia Parliament convened and decided to formally secede from the Genoese Republic and pledge allegiance to the Eastern Roman Empire. Simultaneously, due to the Genoese government's surrender, the Gattilusio and Giustiniani families refused to recognize the Parliament's authority. The Black Sea Viceroyalty, the islands of Lesbos and Chios seceded from Genoa and joined the Eastern Roman Empire. Isaac declared his support for the La Spezia Parliament's actions, formally establishing La Spezia as a free city, granting it complete military, political, and religious autonomy, and symbolically levying a 1% annual tax, while retaining only nominal sovereignty as a free city. As for Genoa's overseas colonies, Isaac had already reached compromises with the local families, establishing the Viceroyalty of Asoph and the Viceroyalty of the Eastern Aegean, with the Gattilusio and Giustiniani families converting to Orthodoxy and becoming hereditary governors. On that day, the Free City of La Spezia held its first meeting. DeMarco, from the Gattilusio family, was elected mayor, and Ricardo, from the Snopia family, was appointed commander of the city's defenses. Furthermore, Isaac incorporated the remnants of the Genoese fleet, adding a caravel, 4 large galleons in good condition, and some smaller warships to his Mediterranean fleet. The remaining ships were given as gifts to the Free City of La Spezia. The following day, the Duke of Bourbon in Genoa learned of the establishment of the Free City of La Spezia and the fall of the Genoese fleet. Enraged, he began to gather a large army in Genoa. A week later, Domine Doria, who had tirelessly worked for Genoa's independence cause, addressed the port of Ajaccio in Corsica, declaring that he would not recognize the Genoese parliament, which had become a puppet of France, nor the Free City of La Spezia, which was loyal to the Eastern Empire. He announced the formation of a Genoese government in exile to fight the invaders to the end. Thus, the situation in northern Italy became even more unpredictable. The Kingdom of France, the Duchy of Milan, and the Byzantine Empire each rallied their own forces, assembling armies and fleets, but none dared to make a move. Venice, which should have been actively involved in the political struggle, was defeated by Isaac and forced to remain at home to lick its wounds. On August 20, 1460, the 1st and 3rd Praetorian Guards, ordered to reinforce the city, arrived at the port of La Spezia. Their banners fluttered, their armor gleaming, intimidating the city's inhabitants. The following day, General Daniel, commander of the 3rd Praetorian Guard, led 1,000 regular soldiers and 1,800 Berber auxiliary troops to reinforce Parma, which was besieged by the Duke of Milan. John Ivy was overjoyed at the arrival of the reinforcements, and the morale of the defenders soared. That night, realizing the situation was hopeless, Sforza withdrew his troops and returned home, heading to Pavia for a brief rest. With 3 forces converged in northern Italy, the surrounding smaller states watched in fear, praying the disaster of war would not reach them. An eerie calm prevailed. War? Or peace? Where would the situation in northern Italy lead? No one could predict. Chapter 182 Shadow Kingdom. In the Vienna Basin, in the heart of Vienna, at the Hofburg Palace, Holy Roman Emperor, King of Germany, Archduke of Austria, Frederick III of the Habsburg family paced back and forth in the corridor, his brow furrowed with deep worry. In recent years, the European continent had been far from peaceful, with wars erupting one after another, and political struggles raging beneath the surface, all of which troubled Frederick III. Your Majesty, new intelligence has arrived, concerning the changes in Bohemia and Italy, his chief intelligence officer approached to report, only to be met with a fierce glare from Frederick III. Can't you see I'm busy? My wife is suffering. I cannot discuss state affairs now. The chief intelligence officer retreated helplessly, wading quietly to the side. Why? A long cry shattered the palace's tranquility. In the corridor outside the delivery room, the 45-year-old Frederick III, hearing the cry, shifted his somewhat plump body and rushed towards the delivery room. The midwife peeked out, holding a baby. "Your Majesty, mother and child are safe. Congratulations, it's a boy." Frederick II's worry vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. He joyfully cradled his eldest son, as if supporting the hope of his family. He carried the infant into the delivery room, approaching the Queen. "Teresa, this is our son." Frederick III excitedly placed his son beside his wife, gently wiping the remaining blood from the newborn's face. The Queen's name was Teresa, from the Wittelsbach family of the Duchy of Bavaria, one of the most prestigious noble families in continental Europe, a descendant of Holy Roman Emperor Louis IV. This family had produced dukes, kings, and emperors, with countless members of the lower and middle classes. Family members had held a series of important positions, including Holy Roman Emperor, King of Germany, King of Denmark, King of Norway, King of Sweden, Duke of Bavaria, Count of the Rhine Palace, Count of the Netherlands, and Count of Eindhoven, their fame spreading far and wide. In terms of lineage alone, the Wittelsbach family even surpassed the emerging Habsburg family. Empress Teresa looked at her son, her weak and weary eyes filled with tenderness and love. "Let's give him a name, Frederick." Frederick II thought for a moment. "Let's call him Maximilian." Maximilian, a Latin word meaning the most powerful, the greatest. Empress Teresa, quick-witted, soon understood her husband's thoughts and nodded with a smile. Frederick II smiled, holding little Maximilian, feeling somewhat at a loss as a first-time father. "The princes of the empire always say in private that I'm the laziest emperor they've ever seen, spending all day hiding in the Viennese court, sleeping soundly, and then studying a bunch of incomprehensible mystical symbols when I wake up." Frederick II laughed self-deprecatingly. "I hope this child grows up to be a king of kings, revered by all." "Frederick, they don't understand you," Teresa comforted her husband. "Who knows? Sometimes I don't understand myself either." Frederick II handed little Maximilian to the wet nurse beside him and kissed his wife's forehead. "The baptism can wait. I'll have the masters consult the stars and choose the best day." Empress Teresa knew her husband's temperament and nodded helplessly. "All right, if I don't hurry to attend to state affairs, the ministers will scold me again." After bidding farewell to his wife and child, Frederick II wiped the sweat from his brow and, led by his attendants, went to the council chamber of the Hofburg Palace. Several ministers were already waiting there. Frederick II waved them off, then nestled into a padded chair, sighed comfortably, and looked around. "Ah, Capistrano? My dear friend, you've come too." Frederick II caught sight of an unfamiliar face, recognized his old friend, and smiled happily. "Did His Holiness the Pope send you?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Bishop Capistrano returned the greeting with a smile. He was the principal leader of the Peasants' Crusade, who had led his army across the Sava River at the Battle of Belgrade, defeating Mehmed I's army. After the war, the Peasants' Crusade quickly split up due to factional issues. Cardinal Alexander the Grey led the Orthodox peasants back to the Balkans, while Capistrano was received and praised by the Pope, receiving 2 wealthy dioceses. "How have you been? My firstborn son was born today, and you happen to be here too, a truly auspicious day. It's worth celebrating." Frederick II casually summoned a maid to bring several glasses of wine and coffee. The emperor picked up a glass of wine, about to drink it, when Chancellor Felix spoke coldly. "Your Majesty, the matter we are about to discuss is very important. I think you would be better off choosing a different drink to ensure your mind remains clear." Frederick II grumbled, setting down his wine glass and picking up a cup of coffee. "The stuff the Greeks brought back from West Africa is truly awful," Frederick II said with a bitter expression. "But last year, they earned half a year's worth of your Vienna's commercial taxes from selling this stuff." All right, speak." Felix glanced at Bishop Capistrano, gesturing for him to speak first. "Your Majesty, I have come by the Holy See, firstly to congratulate the birth of the new prince, and secondly because of the chaotic situation in Italy." "Oh? How is the Holy See doing lately? Are you speaking ill of me behind my back again?" Frederick II accurately ignored the important point, turning his attention to his good friend. Capistrano was used to this. He knew Frederick II was a very peculiar person, extremely taciturn in front of others, but capable of talking endlessly with friends. "The Holy See calls you the sleeping emperor, believing it's time for you to wake up," Capistrano bluntly relayed Pius II's words. Before Frederick III could react, Capistrano continued, "As you know, the situation in northern Italy is extremely chaotic. The Kingdom of France, the Duchy of Milan, and the Eastern Empire are allied in the Northwest Pacific, and war is imminent. Just recently, Emperor Isaac of the Eastern Empire defeated the Venetian fleet and occupied the port of La Spezia, formerly part of the Republic of Genoa. The local gentry formed the Free City of La Spezia, formally pledging allegiance to the Eastern Empire. The Holy See would like to know your opinion on this matter." All eyes turned to Frederick III, who remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "The crown of Italy belongs to me. Neither Charles VI, Isaac III, nor Sforza, who is not officially recognized by me, has the right to seize my territory. So, what do you intend to do?" Capistrano awaited the emperor's reply. Frederick III was about to speak, but couldn't think of anything to do, and dejectedly swallowed his words. The Holy Roman Empire was a fragmented confederation, and Frederick III was an emperor in name only, lacking even sufficient control over the core regions, let alone Italy, which had always been detached from the outside. Schleswig and Holstein in Danish hands, Alsace and Lorraine in French hands, the Low Countries in Franche-Comté and Burgundy hands, and Brescia in Venetian hands, all were empirely territories, all seized by powerful forces. "What do you think should be done?" Capistrano had anticipated Frederick II's question, and took out a letter from Pius II, handing it to the emperor. 2 weeks ago, the Holy See received the envoy of Isaac III, who brought his promises. According to him, protecting La Spezia was purely a last resort, a response to French aggression. At the same time, Isaac III received envoys from the Republic of Lucca, the Duchy of Ferrara, and several smaller states, promising never to initiate aggression and offering generous peace guarantees to all the surrounding smaller nations. The envoys righteously declared that Emperor Isaac and his allies would firmly stand in the way of the French southward advance, preventing a repeat of the tragedy of Avignon. Frederick III, having read the letter, roughly understood Pius II's meaning and gave a light snort. The Emperor of the Eastern Empire truly knows the papacy's weakness perfectly. Capistrano ignored Frederick II's displeasure and continued. The Holy See and the cardinals mean to temporarily agree to his protection of the Free City of La Spezia, and suggest you handle this calmly. How so? Besides verbal protests, what else can you do? Frederick II thought for a moment, then sighed and nodded. But rest assured, no matter what the Free City of La Spezia and the Republic of Genoa do, the papacy will never grant legitimate rule over either city to the Kingdom of France or the Eastern Empire. It's merely a temporary compromise, waiting for the two tigers to fight it out. Very well, let's do that. Frederick II tossed the letter aside in annoyance. Let's summon the princes for a meeting to discuss this. Even if it yields no results, we must at least make a show of defending the imperial territory. Neither Charles VI nor Isaac III heeded my advice when they occupied Italian territory. They didn't even bother sending an envoy. No wonder my recent astrological readings have been consistently inauspicious. Your Majesty, if you continue to indulge in these things, not only will distant Italy be engulfed in turmoil, but even the empire itself will be thrown into chaos. Chancellor Felix chimed in. Remember the events in Prague? Frederick II paused, then his face darkened, and he made the sign of the cross. May God bless my nephew, he shouldn't have died so young. 2 years ago, Hungary was in turmoil. The Habsburg and Hunyadi families broke ties, and Count Ulrich of Kalisz and the second Grand Duke Hunyadi Laszlo of Transylvania died tragically in the political struggle, threatening the very foundation of the empire. Ladislaus, the posthumous son of the Habsburgs, killed Laszlo, the eldest son of the White Knight, and imprisoned his second son, Matthias, temporarily gaining the upper hand. However, this advantage was short-lived. Hunyadi's maternal clan, along with some nobles, launched a protest and marched on Buda. Ladislaus, with Matthias, fled in haste to his second kingdom, Bohemia, and took up residence in the palace in Prague. Just last year, the posthumous Ladislaus died a tragic and suspicious death, many attributing it to conspiracy by the Bohemian regent, Jiří Poděbrad. The death of the posthumous son altered the political landscape of Central Europe. The Albrecht branch of the Habsburgs became extinct, leaving 3 unresolved crowns. In Bohemia, Jiří Poděbrad, with his high prestige and status as a Hussite leader, gained the approval of the council and was crowned King of Bohemia. In Hungary, after discussion, the nobles, Perhaps with some nostalgia for the White Knight or simply feeling that a young monarch would be easier to control, elected Matthias Huniades, still imprisoned in Prague, as king and demanded that Jurdas release him. Jurdas personally visited Matthias in prison, forcing him to marry his daughter and reaching a series of unequal treaties before finally releasing him under pressure. In early 1460, Matthias Huniades donned the crown of St. Stephen in Buda Castle, officially being crowned King of Hungary and Croatia, becoming Matthias I of the Kingdom of Hungary. From then on, Hungary finally had a native king, and no one knew where this precocious young man would lead the country. The situation in the Duchy of Austria was even more complex. In 1379, two Habsburg brothers, Albrecht and Leopold, signed an agreement dividing the entire Habsburg territory in two, with their descendants each inheriting one branch, forming two separate branches. Albrecht's descendants inherited central and eastern Austria, including Vienna, and this region was known as Inner Austria. Leopold's descendants inherited Styria, Tyrol, and scattered territories in southwestern Germany, and this region was known as Outer Austria. Later, the Leopold branch split again, forming the Tyrolean and Styrian branches. The current Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II is from the Leopold-Styrian branch. After the death of his posthumous son Ladislaus, the Albrecht branch became extinct, and Inner Austria fell into the hands of the Leopold branch. However, the Leopold branch was not monolithic. Through negotiation and discussion, the brothers further divided Inner Austria into Lower Austria, centered on Vienna, and Upper Austria, centered on Linz. Frederick II of the Styrian branch inherited Lower Austria, took control of Vienna, and became Archduke of Austria. His younger brother, Albrecht VI, inherited Upper Austria, with Linz as its capital. Sigismund of the Tyrolean branch received no land, but gained tax revenue rights in Upper and Lower Austria, legally appropriating a significant portion of the taxes collected by Frederick II and Albrecht VI. Thus, the once prosperous Grand Duchy of Austria was divided into numerous scattered noble territories, each harboring resentment and engaging in constant infighting. Is Pogibland making another move? Frederick II scoffed. Yes, since Johanna ascended the throne, he has implemented many beneficial policies for the nation and its people. Prague is flourishing, and his own prestige is rising further. Johanna has further strengthened the Czech National Party, striving to legalize Hussites, encouraging the lower classes to attack the Catholic Church, and distributing church property to Hussite peasants. I told the cardinals long ago that Johanna is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The Greylists and Tapornians he represents are, in essence, birds of a feather. We should never have reached a peace agreement with them, Bishop Capistrano, standing nearby, added indignantly. Your Holiness has been extremely busy with this matter lately, and your hair has turned quite a bit wider, Frederick II said calmly. Is that all? Chancellor Felix glanced at the Emperor. He knew very well that Frederick II was always a family supremacist, with little interest in the affairs of the Holy Roman Empire, focusing instead on reforming domestic affairs and restoring the Habsburg family to power. If he hadn't insisted on keeping Ladislaus and his mother under house arrest in Vienna, the local power in Hungary and Bohemia wouldn't have grown so rapidly, even directly challenging the Habsburg family's rule. Erich sent us a letter saying that your brother, Albrecht VI of Linz, is recruiting mercenaries in Bohemia, and there seems to be a major operation coming soon. Frederick II was startled, spilling half his coffee. Did that brat just reach a peace treaty with me? Who gave him the audacity to trample on the dignity of the patriarch? Frederick II roared, a layer of cold sweat beading on his face. In the previous division of the empire, Albrecht VI, though receiving Upper Austria, harbored resentment and continuously plundered Frederick II's Lower Austria. He only recently ceased his plundering and reached a peace treaty with his brother. He's probably accumulating strength, Chancellor Felix said helplessly, spreading his hands. Frederick III, unable to sit still any longer, stood up and paced back and forth. Do we have any chance to persuade him to stop mobilizing for war, unless you're willing to surrender Vienna? Frederick II bit his lip, constantly pondering a strategy to defeat the enemy. Felix, send an envoy to Linz immediately. We must try, no matter what. Furthermore, increase the number of garrison troops at the border castles, inventory the treasury, and prepare for war. Your Majesty, if I may be frank, your military strength is far inferior to that of Upper Austria. Defeating the enemy in open battle is practically impossible, and holding Vienna is not a long-term solution. Frederick II's Knight Commander said. Then what do you suggest? We can only seek external help. This is an internal family feud, we can't count on the German princes. You could try borrowing troops from Hungary and Bohemia. Frederick II had a flash of inspiration. Since Irie told us about this, it means he doesn't like that Albrecht brat either. Let's borrow troops from him. Excellent, Felix nodded. Frederick II slumped into his chair, dejected. The joy of his eldest son's birth had been greatly diminished by the series of bad news. You may all leave now, go back to your duties. Frederick II waved his hand. Capistrano, stay here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Austria's Destiny. The ministers bowed and disappeared down the corridor of the council chamber. Frederick III, meanwhile, led his friend to his study. He opened a bottle of spirits and poured it into 2 ornate glasses. Do you remember? When Pius II was my court poet, he sat in the seat you sit in today. Capistrano looked at the alluring liquid, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, back then I was only fit to stand aside. Frederick III leaned closer to his friend and asked in a low voice, you once led the peasants' crusade alongside Hunyadi, you must have met Matthias, right? Honestly, what's your opinion of him? Capistrano pondered for a moment. Better than his brother, he learned the White Knight's cunning, but without arrogance. He knows how to be patient and how to manipulate power. He's a young tiger growing up. Frederick listened, then leaned back in his chair, stunned. I feel the same way. No matter how strong Yuri Pojblet is, he is ultimately a heretic, destined to be ostracized by the entire Catholic world, and can only amuse himself in Bohemia. Perhaps in the eyes of the Holy See, the Hussites are a greater threat than the Greek Church. Capistrano nodded. I have been to Constantinople. The citizens there are very hostile towards the Latin merchants, mainly Venetians, and they extend this hostility to the papacy, but the upper-class nobles on both sides have always maintained good relations. When the previous emperors of the Eastern Empire sought help from Western Europe, we treated them with great respect. The poems of Manuel II are still sung in the courts. Moreover, as you know, the current Eastern Empire, after being reshaped by Isaac III, has always adhered to a diplomatic strategy that prioritizes interests and will not be our enemy for the time being. Frederick III nodded silently. As far as I know, Matthias I established a legion of standing mercenaries, known as the Black Army. Immediately upon assuming the throne, he, in alliance with his in-laws, began to gradually consolidate central authority, his ambition for centralization becoming increasingly clear. This man, once he rises to power, will undoubtedly be a formidable enemy of the Habsburg family. He looked at the bishop. If I can prevail in Albrecht VI's rebellion, you will make a trip to Constantinople for me. The Ottoman Empire is in serious decline. The only force capable of limiting Hungary's growth in the east is Isaac III. The Italian issue is best left unresolved. It's already destined to be out of reach for the Habsburgs. Capistrano scoffed. It seems the Holy See's assessment of you is correct. You only care about your family, not the empire. Frederick III, unperturbed, laughed heartily. If the Habsburg family declines, what good is a crown? Wouldn't I still end up like today, despised by all the princes? Oh, and I brought a gift. Capistrano clapped his hands, and an attendant handed Frederick II a painting. This is a portrait of you when you went to Rome for your coronation. You were so eager to return then, and never left Austria again. I really don't understand. The thing emperors of all dynasties loved to do most was touring their empires, but you always preferred to stay at home. With such a negative attitude, don't blame the princes for not listening to you. Frederick II non-committally lifted the curtain, looking at his younger self. Years later, Frederick III faced his own portrait and recalled that distant noon when he received the Holy Roman crown in the Vatican. The emperor in the portrait was tall and handsome, with a full head of blonde hair, and eyes that seemed to hold the power of a lion. As the third Holy Roman Emperor to bear the name Frederick II's coronation sparked a wave of admiration within the empire. People, upon seeing his name, couldn't help but think of Barbarossa and Frederick II, who had brought immense glory to the empire, and held high hopes for Frederick III. When I first saw this, I could hardly believe my eyes. Is this you? It is me. Frederick II nodded. I was very thin back then. He couldn't help but recall his impetuous actions in his youth. In the Vatican Palace, as Pope Nicholas V crowned Frederick III, Frederick III suddenly felt deeply aggrieved. He took the crown from Nicholas V and placed it directly on his own head, demonstrating that the Holy Roman Emperor's sanctity did not require papal approval. However, after returning to Austria from Rome, Frederick III never left, dedicating himself to reuniting the fragmented Habsburgs. In his heart, family was always above the empire, and the fate of the Habsburgs trumped everything else. Therefore, he launched a military campaign against Switzerland early on, aiming to reclaim Algoa, the ancestral homeland of the Habsburgs, while ignoring the ongoing French invasion and allowing Alsace and Lorraine to be ravaged by the French cavalry. Of course, he was ultimately defeated by the Swiss peasants. Consequently, he maintained control over his posthumous son, Ladislaus, refusing to hand over his underage nephew to foreign nobles as a puppet, and allowing local powers in Bohemia and Hungary to grow stronger. Now, it seems his worldly affairs have been a complete failure. Nearing middle age, he has achieved nothing and is currently under attack from his own brother. Seeing his friend's somewhat somber expression, Capistrano couldn't help but offer words of comfort. Your Majesty, things haven't reached the point of no return. If you focus more on political affairs and cultivate relationships with the princes, regaining their trust is not entirely impossible. Mentioning this, he became somewhat angry again. You spend all your time indulging in mysticism and astrology, concocting a bunch of symbols that no one can understand. This is of no benefit to the empire or the family. The bishop looked up and pointed to the letters carved on the wall. You concoct all these things without telling anyone what they mean. What is the point? 5 letters were clearly carved on the wall, a motto created by Frederick III, which he often inscribed on the family coat of arms. It's destiny, Frederick III said mysteriously. What destiny? I've written many notes. When I die, my descendants will naturally know. HMPH, I advise you to think about how to solve the current predicament. Frederick III rubbed his head. I've done everything I can. Now it's up to fate. The two talked for a while, then hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor. The knight commander rushed in, clutching an urgent letter. Your Majesty, last night, your brother Albrecht VI led his army across the border and launched a full-scale invasion. This is a declaration of war. The knight commander placed the declaration on the desk, but Frederick III did not take it. Capistrano turned his head. Frederick II's expression shifted from surprise to bewilderment to anxiety, finally settling into an iron will. Are the preparations complete? Everything that can be done is done. The knight commander nodded with a troubled expression. Frederick II turned to the bishop. Capistrano, please leave here immediately. Regardless of the situation in northern Italy, Rome will always be safe. Tell the Holy See that I accept his advice and will not take any drastic action. He then sighed. I have no ability to interfere in the affairs of northern Italy. Let Charles VI and Isaac II fight it out, preferably until they are both severely weakened. Knight commander, go and wake my wife and children, and take them to a safe place to hide. Frederick's tone shifted. The knight commander saluted and left. Capistrano, watching the composed emperor, felt a pang of emotion. Your Majesty, he said, if you had been so decisive and resolute earlier, the nation wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Before you depart, there is one more crucial matter. Tell me, Capistrano replied, his smile fading as he looked at Frederick II's serious expression. Go and summon the astrologer. On September 1, 1460, Duke Albrecht Habsburg of Upper Austria brazenly broke the peace treaty with his brother and led his army across the border towards Vienna. Within a month, Frederick II's garrison was either killed or surrendered, and the fortresses at the front lines were lost one after another, leaving only Vienna standing guard. On October 2, Albrecht VI besieged Vienna, thus beginning the second siege of Vienna in the long life of Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III. That's roughly the situation. In the port of La Spezia, Isaac sat in his study, while DeMarco placed intelligence reports from Central Europe beside him, awaiting the emperor's reply. Let's wait and see. Frederick III isn't so easily defeated. Even if he does lose Vienna and flee Austria, it won't be a complete loss. After all, Albrecht has no heirs. Once he dies, the territories will still belong to Frederick III. Austria is too far off. It's not our concern for now. Isaac took the intelligence report, glanced at it, and tossed it aside. At this time, Austria was far from the future British Empire. Internally, nobles were vying for power, and externally, powerful nations were eyeing it covetously. Frederick III was also an unlucky man, surrounded by ambitious and capable rulers, and his subordinates were full of ambitious individuals, whom he repeatedly defeated. The capital fell 4 times, and the emperor moved 5 times. Your Majesty, regarding the French proposal, DeMarco asked in a deep voice. Isaac pulled out a letter decorated with blue irises and read it several times. In the letter, King Charles VI of France finally began to realize that their army would find it difficult to breach Isaac's heavily fortified mountain fortress, and Isaac's navy could not possibly reach Paris. He hoped for talks to resolve the conflict. Granted, if even a frail and decrepit Charles VI has such courage, why shouldn't I tell him that when he brings his army to the walls of La Spezia, we will naturally have a chance to meet. Chapter 184 The Peace of La Spezia. The army wound its way along the mountain roads of the Apennine Mountains. Charles VI Valois stroked his horse's mane, gazing silently at the towering peaks. Surrounding him were the kingdom's most important ministers, Marshal Courland and the Duke of Bourbon flanking him. Various military units carried different banners. They were vassals and allies of the Kingdom of France, Provence, Savoy, Brittany. The most striking group of cavalrymen, clad in heavy armor, their eyes peeking out from beneath their visors, were filled with unwavering loyalty to Charles VI. Behind them followed squires on horseback. This was the Imperial Order Company, the epitome of chivalry. This standing heavy knightly regiment, once numbering 8,000, had been reduced and streamlined after the 100 Years' War, yet still maintained a strength of over 5,000. Well-equipped and highly loyal, they were Charles VI's most trusted and reliable weapon. In the recent Genoese War, a company of 500 imperial knights decisively defeated a Genoese army of several thousand in open battle, shattering the Genoese council's hopes of defeating the enemy in open combat and forcing them to retreat into the city walls. Seeing Charles VI's grim expression, the captain of the guard quickly spurred his horse forward and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the mountain roads are difficult to traverse. Perhaps we should travel by carriage." Charles VI shook his head and spurred his horse. "No need. Today is different from before. We are about to face the most cunning and ruthless fox in the world. I cannot show weakness." The captain of the guard nodded and followed behind him. "How much longer?" Charles VI looked at the Duke of Bourbon beside him. "Near at all, then quicken your pace." "I can still hold on." The Duke of Bourbon and Marshal Cullen relayed the king's orders, and messengers ran through the various military formations, immediately increasing the army's speed. After crossing a small hill, they arrived at a lowland, and the port of La Spezia in the Gulf of Spezia came into view. "Your Majesty, I'll go scout ahead." Marshal Cullen spurred his horse and led several squadrons of light cavalry to the walls of La Spezia, clearing out the woods and hills where ambushes might be hidden. The French army poured out from the mountain pass, forming ranks in the open, their armor gleaming, their banners obscuring the sky. Boom! In the distant bay, fleets of warships roared, their double-headed eagle banners densely covering the sea. After the cannon fire, the main gates of La Spezia swung open, and 2 heavy infantry regiments, marching with resounding steps and shouting thunderous slogans, slowly emerged from the gates, forming ranks beneath the city walls, facing the French army. Then, a squadron of Berber light cavalry galloped out of the city, positioning themselves flanks the 2 heavy infantry formations. Boom! Another burst of cannon fire followed, and Isaac, the co-ruler of the Eastern Roman Empire, clad in silver armor, rode out of La Spezia, his knights behind him raising their family banners. Marshal Courland of France spurred his horse forward and stopped opposite Isaac, the two separated by a deep trench. "I am Philippe de Courland, Marshal of France under His Majesty Charles. I request that Isaac II come forward for a talk." Isaac raised his head, sizing up the French marshal who had distinguished himself in the 100 Years' War. "You are not worthy. Call your master," Isaac said in Latin. "In terms of rank, only Frederick II in all of Europe can rival me. Charles VI barely qualifies, and what are you?" Marshal Courland was indeed enraged, raising his whip. "A Greek false king, daring to usurp the title of emperor. If His Majesty did not bear to see the people suffer, I would have captured you today." Isaac sneered, ignoring his arrogance, and turned his gaze aside. "All right, Philippe, go back." Charles VI rode out from the French ranks, approached Marshal Courland, and said gently, "Your Majesty, this man is audacious and unconventional. Your safety could be compromised if you suddenly approach, Marshal Cullen whispered a warning. It's all right. He is, after all, an emperor. He wouldn't do something so unwise. Charles Vidai smiled, approaching the open space surrounded by his guards. Please, Emperor Isaac, come forward for a chat. Charles Vidai's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with a composure and calmness born of experience. Long live the king! A chorus of shouts erupted from the French army. Isaac rode forward and slowly stood before Charles Vidai. Long live the emperor! Cheers also erupted from the army below La Spezia, even slightly drowning out the French. Isaac and Charles Vidai stood separated by a trench, sizing each other up, neither in a hurry to speak. Charles Vidai was a somewhat hunched old man, his thin face bearing the marks of time. His features were still fairly regular, but his white hair and eyebrows were sparse, hardly handsome. His eyes were small, with drooping eyelids covering half of his eye sockets, and deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Occasionally, a glint of light would appear in his tired gaze. The open space was quiet, save for the occasional cry of birds in the sky and the distant, churning waves of the sea. Isaac could even hear Charles Vidai's heavy breathing. After a long pause, Charles Vidai spoke slowly. Your grandfathers, Manuel I and Uncle Jonas Vidai, traveled to Western Europe, and the portraits are kept in the royal palace in Paris. You don't resemble them, Isaac scoffed, remaining silent. Of course, Isaac was more than half Latin. Of course he didn't look like them. I have also seen portraits of Philip IV and Philip VI, they were both very handsome. Another silence fell between them. This is our first meeting. Before this, we have no enmity. When your ancestors came to the French court to seek help from my ancestors, we also gave them the respect befitting their status. Charles Vidai broke the silence once more. Yet, 3 years ago you spread a plague to my territory, killing tens of thousands. A year ago, you sent pirates to attack my southern territories, causing countless people to be displaced. Even now, you stand in my way in La Spezia, preventing my southward advance. I've never understood why you harbor such hostility towards me. Isaac smiled slightly. I learned through astrology that you will launch a major invasion of Italy in 1460, with my two allies bearing the brunt. If I don't contain you, my commercial interests in Italy will be difficult to protect. Charles Vidai looked puzzled, then somewhat angry. Just for a prophecy of unknown origin, you have not hesitated to kill countless people. You are unworthy to be emperor. A sneer flashed in Isaac's eyes. My principles are always the same. Treat friends with sincerity, and enemies with ruthlessness. And you? Joan of Arc defeated the English for you, presented you with a crown, and you abandoned her when she needed it most. Jacques Cole managed your finances, brought ravaged France back on track, and miraculously filled your empty coffers after years of war. Yet you drove him out of the country and coldly watched him die a tragic death in a foreign land. You are equally unworthy to be king. Upon hearing these two names, Charles Vidai turned pale instantly, but quickly recovered. Jean did not die because of me, and I always remember her contributions. I made many compromises with Charles III and exonerated her in Notre Dame Cathedral. The matter of Jacques was also unavoidable, and I gave his family the most lavish compensation. Whether I am worthy to be king is not for you to decide. The people and nobles of France know for sure. Perhaps I don't know, but your own son should know best. Otherwise he wouldn't have plotted rebellions 5 times, trying to overthrow your rule. Charles Vidai's face grew even uglier, his eyes blazing with fury. 2 years ago, he had prepared to march into Italy, but the rebellion of the Dauphin Louis disrupted his plans, forcing him to lead troops to quell the rebellion despite his illness, and the plan was shelved. Even now, Dauphin Louis is a taboo subject in Charles Vidai's court. Others tacitly keep silent about him, as if he doesn't exist. As fellow servants of God, I'll give you a suggestion, Charles Vidai said curtly. Withdraw from La Spezia, never set foot in Italy again, and I can guarantee your safe departure. Our past grievances will be forgiven. What do you think? Then, as fellow servants of God, I will offer you a proposal. Isaac reined in his horse. I will appoint you Governor-General of Gaul, and the territories of France will be inherited by the Valois family. Our past grievances will be forgiven. What do you think? Charles Vidai remained silent, staring intently into Isaac's eyes. It seems we cannot continue negotiating. I have 30,000 troops behind me, 3,000 knights, and even more in Genoa. If you insist on this, then be prepared to die here. Isaac turned his head and looked at the army behind Charles Vidai. They came through the mountains. Their formation is disorganized, Supplies are insufficient, they have no artillery, and no large siege weapons. They did bring quite a few knights, but I suppose it's mostly for intimidation. A slight smirk appeared on Isaac's lips. My army was trained specifically to defend city walls. The 1st and 5th Guards Corps are all heavily armored, and they once withstood the siege of Memdi's 200,000-strong army while besieged in an isolated city. La Spezia is surrounded by sea on 2 sides, and my fleet can transport military supplies and Berber vassals here at any time. If you wish to attack, then you may try, but I must remind you, dear king. Isaac raised his head and gazed at the northeastern sky. If you linger too long in La Spezia, the Duke of Milan will get restless. Do you think your ally, the Duke of Savoy, can withstand Sforza's advance? And domestically, as far as I know, your good son Louis has taken refuge in the Burgundian court. If you fail to conquer here, he won't miss this golden opportunity. Besides, if you're truly prepared to attack, you wouldn't have bothered writing to me and asking for a meeting. I think this pointless sarcasm can end now. It's a real waste of time. Isaac's gaze lingered on Charles Vill's thinning gray hair. I don't care, but your time is running out. Without perfectly resolving the situation in Italy, are you comfortable handing over such a kingdom to your rebellious son? Withdraw the troops, or you will die here. Charles Vill took a deep breath, his expression returning to normal. Sforza is certainly watching our meeting today. His envoy will likely come knocking soon. 10 days from now, we will hold a 3-way negotiation to decide on the division of power in northern Italy. Charles Vill briefly stated his plans, then turned and left without waiting for Isaac's agreement. The long horn sounded again, and the French army retreated in an orderly fashion, setting up camp at the foot of the mountain. Isaac also rode back to the city and went to his study, where he met with Foreign Minister Sfrancius, who had just returned from Aragon. Sfrancius, go to Parma immediately and find John IV. Sforza's envoy is there negotiating with him, insisting on swallowing Pavia and Piacenza together, refusing to budge. Isaac also felt a headache coming on when he spoke of Sforza. In recent years, under Isaac's constant attacks, the power of the Venetian Republic has greatly diminished, and its longtime rival in the eastern part of the Duchy of Milan has fallen silent. Sforza, occupying the fertile plains of the Middle Po River, has been temporarily unchallenged. Not long ago, at Isaac's invitation, Sforza sent envoys to the Carthaginian court, arguing that his war with John IV was a private matter in northern Italy, and that Isaac had no right to interfere. After the initial negotiations broke down, Sforza immediately marched on Parma, determined to exterminate John IV. However, he had not expected Isaac's resolute attitude, directly seizing the port of La Spezia, opening a passage from the Mediterranean to Parma, and sending reinforcements into the city. Only then did Sforza finally withdraw his troops and agree to restart negotiations. Tell John IV that helping him hold on to Parma is my limit. Sometimes, to continue to survive, you have to make sacrifices, Isaac quickly wrote in a short note, stamping the envelope with his seal. Charles Vill is nearing his end, Sforza is growing old, and Savoy is a bully relying on his master's power. Let's not mention him, tell him not to be discouraged by this temporary setback, we still have plenty of time. Yes, Sforza took the text message, gathered a few close followers, and raced eastward towards Parma. In October 1460, southern Italy was still engulfed in war. Because it was a war between two families vying for the right of succession, the situation was extremely unclear. Some nobles were fickle, switching between the Angevin and Trastonal factions, taking advantage of the chaos. However, as autumn approached, a strange peace emerged in northern Italy, where the previously fierce fighting had subsided. The three major powers each held their own territory, each with their own concerns, and none dared to make a rash move. On October 20, 1460, at Isaac's suggestion, Duke Sforza of Milan sent his eldest son, Galizio, with an envoy to the city of La Spezia, and the three powers officially began talks. The Peace of La Spezia was primarily led by the Kingdom of France, the Duchy of Milan, and the Byzantine Empire, with subordinate powers such as Savoy, Genoa, and Parma participating. Lucca, Venice, Florence, and the Vatican all sent envoys to observe. Compared to the Peace of Lodi a few years earlier, the progress of the Peace of La Spezia was remarkably rapid. The participating powers had no intention of engaging in disputes and only wanted to quell the storm as quickly as possible. On November 20, 1460, after a month of arguments, under the auspices of Pope Pius II, The participating parties reached a final compromise and signed the Treaty of La Spezia. The treaty stipulated that the current power structure in northern Italy would remain unchanged for 10 years, and that the signatory countries would not unilaterally send troops during this period. King Charles VI of France gained suzerainty over the Republic of Genoa and de facto control of the port of Albenga. Corsica remained an integral part of the Republic of Genoa. Duke Sforza of Milan gained control of Pavia, Piacenza, and a vast surrounding territory, but this was not recognized by Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III. John IV of the Palaiologos reserved his claim. Duke Savoy received land north of Genoa and the city of Monferrato, establishing himself as Marquess of Monferrato through maternal ties. John IV refused to recognize this and reserved his claim. Co-Emperor Isaac of the Eastern Roman Empire received suzerainty over the free city of La Spezia and all overseas territories of the Republic of Genoa. The protection of the free city of La Spezia was tacitly approved by Pius II. On November 21, the King of France and the Duke of Milan, who had signed the peace treaty, withdrew their troops, stabilizing the situation. Isaac also led his army back to Carthage, and his fleet returned to port. Thus, the situation in northern Italy was initially stabilized, and the displaced people returned to their homes to begin a new round of planting and harvesting. Shortly after the peace treaty was concluded, Louis the Dauphin of France returned to northern France from Dijon and, together with several of his allies, launched another rebellion. At the docks of Carthage's U-shaped harbor, Isaac received news of the finalization of the peace treaty and handed the letter to his overjoyed eldest son, Justinian. Great! Northern Italy is finally at peace. Now you have no reason to object to my trip to Iberia, right? He exclaimed, pressing the letter back into Isaac's hand. My son, this is not peace, just a 20-year truce. What's the difference? I'm off. Justinian eagerly boarded the large ship, stood beside his mother, and waved to Isaac. Isaac watched the ship disappear into the distant sea, clutching the envelope, and silently departed. The peace in northern Italy was extremely fragile. The Republic of Genoa would not accept prolonged oppression from outsiders. The Duke of Milan would not be bound by a mere document to halt his expansionist ambitions, and John IV was preparing his army, ready to reclaim his homeland at any moment. And then there's Venice, recovering its strength, Florence, lurking in the shadows, and Savoy, growing ever more prosperous. All of them could one day shatter the paper-thin peace. How long until then? 10 years? 20? Isaac smiled and tossed the letter into the sea. In any case, it was enough. Chapter 185 Navigation School. On the outskirts of Carthage, there stood a Roman armory and a naval school. 5 years ago, Tunis surrendered to the Eastern Roman Empire, the Hafs dynasty fell, and co-ruling Emperor Isaac moved the administrative center of his North African territories from Berinchus to Carthage. He established a Carthaginian naval shipyard, based on the former Hafsian shipyard. In the following years, the Carthaginian naval shipyard expanded continuously, with its supporting facilities increasing, gradually forming a small town centered around the shipyard to provide services. 2 years ago, renewed hostilities erupted in Italy, and a large influx of Genoese refugees migrated south. Shipbuilding and navigational talents among them were concentrated in this small town, and the vast wealth plundered flowed into the Carthaginian shipyard. Dockyards and naval tool factories sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and the town size continued to expand. In mid-1460, Isaac, co-emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, decisively defeated the Venetian armada at the Battle of Malta. Returning to Carthage, riding high on his victory, he formally established a Roman armory, modeled after the Venetian armory, thus institutionalizing and standardizing shipbuilding. The Roman armory encompassed the Carthaginian naval shipyard, the Carthaginian civilian shipyard, the naval tool factory, the timber processing plant, the naval textile mill, the navigation school, the naval hospital, and the naval orphanage. Prefabricated ship components, armaments, ropes, sails, and everything else needed were produced in the various factories, while sailors and officers trained in the academies to manufacture various types of naval warships. With sufficient external supplies, the Roman armory possessed the capacity to independently build a naval fleet. The Roman armory was centered around the Carthaginian naval shipyard, with a newly established navigation school located to its east. Early in his career, Isaac requested naval instructors from the Kingdom of Portugal, establishing small naval schools in port cities such as Sirte, Billi, and Constantinople to train personnel for the naval fleet. After the establishment of the Roman armory, all naval academies were moved to a small town near the armory, and the Eastern Roman Imperial Naval School was officially established. Initially, Isaac planned to locate the naval school in Constantinople, but its remote location on the Black Sea, far from the Atlantic and Mediterranean seas, and the lack of a strong maritime atmosphere, led him to abandon this plan. Compared to the previous academies specifically for training naval personnel, the Eastern Roman Imperial Naval School had a more comprehensive curriculum, divided into 4 colleges: the Inner Sea College, the Ocean College, the Naval War College, and the Naval Medical College. The Inner Sea College was the largest, primarily training naval officers for the Mediterranean and Black Sea fleets. Students learned naval tactics, signal semaphore, and artillery operation, and were required to be proficient in Greek and Vulgar Latin, with a choice between French and Arabic, though Greek was the primary written language. The Oceanographic Academy was the second largest, primarily training explorers for ocean exploration. Students were required to understand basic astronomical principles, the fundamental laws of sea winds and currents, the human geography and climate of the West African coast, and coping mechanisms in case of unforeseen circumstances. Requirements in naval warfare and language were less stringent. The Marine Corps Academy, nominally for the Marine Corps, actually focused primarily on raiding activities along the Mediterranean coast. Its students came from diverse backgrounds, many being children of pirates. The curriculum was less demanding, emphasizing practical training. The Naval Medical Academy had the smallest number of students, primarily training medics for various ships. Students learned surgical bandaging, the treatment of common illnesses, the use of herbal medicine, the consumption of marine life, and methods for treating scurvy. The academy also offered a psychology course, and the medics would sometimes provide counseling to sailors, alleviating the anxieties and depression brought on by the hardships of sea voyages. Inside the Eastern Roman Empire's maritime school, Christopher Columbus sat in a classroom, absent-mindedly listening to the old instructor's lengthy lecture. The classroom was beautifully laid out, with wooden walls exuding a faint fragrance. Through the windows, one could see the azure sea and smell the salty sea breeze. Above the lectern hung the double-headed eagle flag of the Eastern Roman Empire, with a line of Greek text carved below it, said to be the handwriting of Emperor Isaac. The ocean is the source of wealth. Sea power is the key to controlling the sea, and today's lesson will revolve around sea power. The old teacher's deep voice spoke haltingly. First, what is sea power? The term sea power was first coined by the famous ancient Greek scholar Thucydides. In his view, whoever knows how to conquer and utilize the sea will be granted this power by the sea. The famous consul of the Republic era, Cicero, also proposed that only by establishing a powerful navy can the sea be completely brought under control. The old teacher adjusted his glasses, glanced at Columbus intently staring out the window, and continued silently. His Majesty once said that as long as Rome controls the seas, it will never decline. Many have questioned this statement. Please share your thoughts. When I was in class at the Inner Sea Academy, I asked the same question, and Admiral Fidel's son gave a near-perfect answer. Seeing Columbus still lost in thought, the old teacher's voice suddenly rose. Columbus, your answer. Columbus was startled and quickly stood up, unaware of the teacher's question, glancing around at his classmates. Christopher Bartholomew Dias, sitting behind Columbus, nudged his leg, whispering a reminder. The teacher asks you, why did His Majesty say that as long as Rome controls the seas, it will never decline? Columbus gave Dias a grateful look, his mind racing, organizing his thoughts for an answer. First, the current Roman Empire is mainly divided into 2 major regions, the Balkans and North Africa. The territories on the Balkans are surrounded by sea on 3 sides, high in the northwest and low in the southeast. The side not bordering the sea is protected by towering, steep mountains, including the capital Constantinople. The side not facing the sea is protected by the Theodosian walls. Because of this, powerful enemies often attack the Balkans by crossing the sea. As long as these 3 sea areas can be held, the Balkans are secure. The situation in North Africa is even more unique. Most major cities are located on coastal plains. Southern Africa is protected by mountain fortresses in the Atlas Mountains, and southern Sirte and Cyrenaica are separated by the vast Sahara Desert. Attacking this region would be extremely difficult for the enemy. They only have 2 routes, either through the east-west corridor along the North African coast, or they must choose a large port city with sufficient supplies for a landing operation. The Saracen states in the east and west are currently embroiled in severe internal strife and are unlikely to launch an offensive against us in the short term. As long as we maintain our hegemony in the Mediterranean, enemies from Europe will be unable to threaten our core cities. Very good. And the second point, the old teacher nodded repeatedly. Secondly, unlike previous emperors, His Majesty's main source of funding is not agricultural taxes, but trade revenue, the most important of which is ocean trade. Relying on various islands and colonies, gold, slaves, and rare goods are transported back to Europe, concentrated in Carthage and Billy Lynch, and then transported to Constantinople. Therefore, as long as trade routes can be kept open, the Roman Empire's financial chain will not break. A country with a vast territory and a complete financial chain cannot decline. Well said. You can sit down now. The old teacher waved his hand. Your theory is not complete. It does not take into account the impact of political struggles, internal rebellions, and commodity devaluation, but it is sufficient. He looked around, scanning each student. Don't let me catch anyone daydreaming in class again. If you do it again, you'll be severely punished, no matter who you are. He sternly looked at Columbus and Diaz, the two highest-ranking and most mischievous students in the Oceanographic Academy. You can ask around. 15 years ago, Old Bell, was the first mate on the San Nicolas, one of the first to sail to the west with Emperor Isaac. This leg was broken in a storm. Old Bal raised his right leg, where a hard wooden block should have been, and banged it on the ground. Every year at the royal banquet on Nativity, the Emperor and Empress treat me with great respect. You can ask Speaker Giovanni and Dean Dinas if they'll expel me for hitting their child. After Old Bal finished speaking, all the students fell silent, burying their heads under their books. Alright, back to the main topic. Second, how to gain sea power. The lesson continued, and the students sat up straight, answering Old Bal's questions obediently. In conclusion, the ocean is the glorious road to wealth, and also the holy shield protecting Rome, keeping powerful enemies firmly on the other side. Those of you here today will all become officers on various ships. I hope my words today will have some impact on you. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang, and the students breathed a sigh of relief. That's all for today. The wind direction professor asked me to pass on a message. That paper on the windless zone in Guinea must be due tomorrow, not a day late. The assignment from the shipbuilding professor also needs to be completed quickly. The workload will only increase from now on, so everyone, stay focused. Old Bar finished speaking, glared at Diash, who was halfway up his seat, packed up his lesson plan, and limped out of the classroom. The dull knocking sounds faded into the distance in the corridor. The children cheered and ran quickly out of the classroom to the Academy's square. Two shipwrecks lay scattered across the square, the original St. Nicholas, a 3-story galley, and the Grand Duke of Morea, reduced to charred planks. These two battleships, steeped in history, lay silently on the ground, telling tales of their legendary past. Columbus stood outside the railing of the wreckage, lost in thought. Hey, Christopher, what are you thinking about now? Diaz ran over and patted him on the shoulder. I was thinking about when we'll graduate, when we'll finally own our own caravel, and explore distant lands. Diaz knew his friend was worried because of his family's disappearance, but didn't know how to comfort him. Sigh, there will be opportunities in the future. Without a solid foundation, you'll be lost on the dark seas. Diaz chuckled, pulled a bottle of liquor from his pocket, bit off the cap, and gulped it down. Sugarcane wine. Impressive, isn't it? This is a rare treat. You're only 11 years old. Isn't this inappropriate? Despite saying this, Columbus still took the bottle, took a sip, and felt the cool liquid slide down his throat, leaving a burning sensation. Drink less. This was a gift from Prince Justinian. It's said to have been stolen from His Majesty's wine cellar. Diash reluctantly took the bottle, took another small sip, and carefully sealed the cork. Have you thought about your paper yet? No rush, I'll write it tonight. Diash was always optimistic. By the way, what's the answer to the last question in the naval architecture assignment? The one from ancient Greece. Columbus thought for a moment. It's fir, a high-quality timber that grows widely in Macedonia, used to build light ships. Ancient Greek shipbuilders especially liked it. Just then, another group of students in red school uniforms walked over. The tall and handsome boy at the head of the group smiled at Diash and Columbus. All students at the Eastern Roman Empire's Naval Academy wore uniforms of the same design, created by Isaac himself, striving for luxury and eye-catching style. The 4 academies had different colors. The Inland Sea Academy wore crimson, the Ocean Academy wore azure blue, the Marine Academy wore yellow, and the Naval Medical Academy wore light green. Felix, we have things to do now, no time to argue with you, goodbye. Diaz, clearly very familiar with the boy, pulled Columbus away. Felix waved his hand, and the students of the Inland Sea Academy surrounded them, blocking their escape. Felix, what do you think you're doing? Diaz was both shocked and angry. This is the academy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're Admiral Fidel's son. I know, you two aren't exactly commoners either, one is Dindini's eldest son, and the other is Speaker Giovanni's godson. Felix tossed his handsome brown hair. Since you know this, why are you stopping us? While your Inland Sea Academy may have many students, our Ocean Academy is no pushover. The students of the Maritime School all knew that the four academies contained a large number of noble and gentry sons. Each academy represented a political faction, rife with open and covert struggles, especially the Inland Sea Academy and the Ocean Academy. The Inland Sea Academy represented traditional naval families. After the graduation of Henry's brother, the baton passed to Felix, the son of Captain Fidel. The Ocean Academy represented the emerging exploration aristocracy, implicitly led by Bartholomew, the son of Dindinus. Columbus was an exception. His godfather, Giovanni, was the president of the St. Simon Island Pirate Council and the commander of the Marine Corps, and was expected to become the leader of the Marine Corps Academy. However, he insisted on joining the Ocean Academy upon enrollment and quickly became good friends with Diaz, who shared a passion for exploration. The situation at the Marine Corps Academy was more unique. These students all had blood on their hands, rarely returned to the academy, and looked down on the children from the other three academies. As for the Naval Medical School, they had never been interested in political struggles. I'm here to see him, Felix said, pointing to Columbus. Get to the point. Felix pulled out a letter and handed it to Columbus. Your family has been found. They missed our rescue ship but miraculously survived. Dominique Doria took some people who refused to submit to the French with him when he sailed south to Corsica, and they were among them. His Majesty hasn't forgotten you and has been sending people to search for you. When the spies reported back, my father was in the council chamber and wrote to me. Columbus took the letter, stunned, speechless. They should be arriving at Carthage soon. Go and meet them. Thank you, Columbus said softly, then strode off, running quickly towards the school gates. Hey! Let me copy your paper, it's in the dormitory. Go back and find it yourself, Columbus shouted, tears streaming down his face, streaking in the wind. Chapter 186 Establishing Sea Power. Clang. Clang. In the palace gardens, Isaac and Grandmaster Conti stood side by side, watching their second son, Alexius, and son-in-law, Carlo Tocco, engage in a sword duel. Both were children, each wielding a dull wooden sword, their movements chaotic yet disciplined. Children's stamina is limited, and soon both were exhausted, panting heavily. Your Majesty, the prince and son-in-law's swordsmanship has improved by leaps and bounds recently. If this continues, they will certainly become quite skilled swordsmen within 10 years, Grandmaster Conti said with satisfaction, looking at his two apprentices. Indeed, quite good, but for a military commander, swordsmanship is merely the most insignificant skill. Isaac nodded with a smile. Later, if you have time, you can also teach them horsemanship. On the battlefield, they may not know how to fight, but they cannot be unable to escape. They like you, you know that, of course. Conti sighed. He knew his emperor was always so straightforward with those close to him. How is Helena? I heard she just gave birth to a boy. Blessed by God, all is well, mother and child are safe. Conti made the sign of the cross. What's the little one's name? Helena and I discussed it and decided to name him Theutisius. Theutisius was a childhood friend of Alexius the Great of the Comnenus dynasty in the Eastern Roman Empire, and a famous general. Isaac understood Conti's meaning. A good name. Has he been baptized? Not yet. Then let's choose a good day, and I'll be his godfather. Thank you, Your Majesty. Conti was overjoyed. This meant that the newborn Theutisius had already obtained a ticket to the highest power center of the Eastern Roman Empire. Nephew and godson at the same time, the emperor would surely treat him well. Isaac chatted with Conti for a few moments, encouraging the two children eager for recognition, and gave them 2 Andalusian as a reward, before returning to his study. Before he could finish processing a stack of official documents, the knocking on the door sounded again. Come in. Chancellor Iserta and Minister of Works Lancelot arrived together, claiming they had important matters to discuss. Isaac sighed, put down his pen, and ordered a maid to bring 3 cups of coffee. Speak quickly. The two exchanged a glance, and the Chancellor spoke first. First, Anderson reports that the Aragon matter has been completely resolved. Juan II was eager to wage civil war, and after Pius II intervened, he readily agreed to our peace treaty. Oh? What was the final outcome? Isaac took a sip of coffee, his spirits lifting. Juan II acknowledges King Ferdinand as his brother's biological son, but still refuses to acknowledge him as the legitimate king of Naples. Let him be, a heartless old man, Isaac cursed viciously. Juan II agreed to sell us the Maltese archipelago, including Malta, Gozo, Pantelleria, and Lampedusa, for 1,000 ducats. Isaac spat out his coffee. Old man, you really dare to speak? Send him a grossing silver coin. If he's not satisfied, he can come and get it. Secondly, after learning of your peace negotiations with the Kingdom of France and the Kingdom of Aragon, some pirates expressed dissatisfaction and approached Speaker Giovanni, wanting to continue plundering, arrest the most troublemakers, confiscate all the property and ships, and exile them to New Thrace. Isaac snorted. The Mediterranean is not like the Atlantic. It's just a big bathtub. Where can they run off to? Furthermore, inform them not to provoke the French for the time being. Aragon can do as they please. There are still so many Saracen countries, we won't lack for loot. Draw their attention to the eastern Mediterranean as much as possible, the Ottomans, the Mamluks, even Venice. They are all our enemies, and their territories are far richer than a half-crippled southern coast of France. Tell them not to oppress the rescued Greek Orthodox, Armenian, and Coptic Orthodox people. They can be handed over to the government, and we will exchange them for Berber slaves. Yes, Isolde nodded and took notes. Third, the captured Venetian warships and surrendered Genoese warships have been largely repaired. What are your plans? Both large warships will be added to the Mediterranean fleet. The Venetian one will be renamed the Emperor Zeno, and the Genoese surrendered ship will be renamed the Doge of Ravenna. Furthermore, I have spoken with Badaroma, and he has agreed to sell the Grand Duke of Genoa to us, which will also be added to the Mediterranean fleet. Of the remaining smaller ships, select a few in good condition to join the Black Sea fleet. The rest will be sold. Those that cannot be sold will be stored in warehouses. Isaac stood up, calculating the number of his ships. After several naval battles and acquisitions, Isaac now possessed 5 large warships, 2 of which displaced over 1,000 tons, temporarily surpassing the Venetian fleet and making him a true king of the Mediterranean. Alright, let's divide the Mediterranean fleet into 2 branches, east and west, with Carthage and Constantinople as their respective home ports, and Admiral Fidel and Admiral Henry as fleet commanders. As for the specific ship assignments, go and discuss them with the 2 of them, and remember to submit your results. The Prime Minister closed the document, and the Minister of Works, Lancelot, continued. Your Majesty, I've come mainly to discuss the construction plan for the Malta Fortress complex. What's wrong? Is the funding insufficient? Lancelot shook his head. On the contrary, I think you're investing too much in the Malta Fortress complex. 3,000 ducats on a deserted island, isn't that a bit too much? Lancelot looked puzzled. The project is divided into 3 years, 1,000 ducats per year. It's not particularly excessive. At worst, I'll make fewer clothes, and Leonor will host fewer banquets. Isaac looked at Lancelot with dissatisfaction. That's not what I meant. I meant you could invest this money elsewhere, such as roads in the Balkans, Lancelot quickly explained. Roads must be built, and fortresses must be built. I won't be fighting any more wars, the funds are sufficient. Isaac shook his head. The geographical location of the Maltese archipelago is too important, controlling the entire Mediterranean's commercial shipping lanes. My goal is to transform it into a maritime fortress, firmly controlling the Straits of Tunis and the Strait of Malta. Once the facilities on these islands are complete, my fleet will be able to use the island chain as a base to dominate the entire Golden Waterway, dividing the Mediterranean in 2. Just wait and see. Once the plan is complete, the transit fees from Valletta alone will be plentiful. There are only 2 waterways between the eastern and western Mediterranean, the Strait of Messina and the Strait of Tunis. The Strait of Messina has turbulent currents, with the Hilla Reef and the Calibus Whirlpool, making it a perilous route for trade since ancient times. The Strait of Tunis is wider and deeper. If given a choice, merchants would prefer the latter. The naval port and fortress complex in Malta must be completed as soon as possible. You'd better keep a close eye on them for me. Isaac did not change his mind. Seeing Chancellor Isolde hesitate, Isaac raised an eyebrow. Speak your mind. We've known each other for over a decade. There's no need for pretense. Your Majesty, I believe you've invested far too much effort in the Navy. With a fleet expansion this year, naval spending has exceeded 40,000 ducats, accounting for half of the total military expenditure. This is truly unprecedented." The Chancellor looked puzzled. Isaac stood up, looking at the map carved on the wall. On the map, the land was iron black, the Eastern Roman Empire's territory was tinged with a deep purple, and the vast ocean was a brilliant gold. "Remember my words today, the next few centuries will be the age of the sea, and the Navy's importance will only grow stronger. I am the first monarch to place such importance on the Navy, but I will certainly not be the last. I can say with absolute certainty that the Navy I value will bring immeasurable rewards to the Empire in the near future." Isaac observed the expressions on their faces, knowing they hadn't been convinced by his few words. "All right, all of you, go back now. I will issue a decree soon, and you just need to cooperate in its implementation." On January 31, 1461, Isaac, the co-ruling emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, summoned his ministers and promulgated the decree on sea power. The decree stipulated that, in order to protect the vast sea frontier, the total strength of the Eastern Roman Empire's navy must be the strongest in the entire Mediterranean, and must exceed the combined strength of the fleets of the second and third-ranked nations. With this, the Eastern Roman Empire's naval endeavors had a guiding principle, and the entire territory united to accelerate shipbuilding. With continuous financial injections and policy encouragement, the Roman armory located on the outskirts of Carthage expanded rapidly, and on March 2, 1461, it successfully launched its first large car wreck for sale, selling it to Pope Pius II. From then on, the Carthaginian naval shipyard finally turned a profit and no longer needed Isaac's subsidies. Spurred by this, within just 2 months, Isaac approved the construction of 3 more large and medium-sized shipyards in the Balkans: the Constantinople shipyard, the Thessalonian shipyard, and the Athens shipyard. These were all semi-military, semi-civilian in nature. Macedonia possessed abundant for timber, sufficient for building small warships and commercial vessels. The Eastern Roman Empire's laws on sea power and the ensuing shipbuilding frenzy quickly alarmed the Republic of Venice. The Great Council swiftly enacted a new shipbuilding plan, initiating an arms race with the Eastern Empire. They were well aware that the Eastern Roman Emperor was a profit-driven man, and his navy was a pack of hungry sharks, always ready to swarm the lucrative trade routes. They also knew that the Republic of Venice's national strength could not withstand a second Battle of Malta, if they failed to win the arms race. The prosperous trade routes of the Eastern Mediterranean would be utterly jeopardized. When they learned that Isaac was focusing his efforts on the navy, his land enemies breathed a sigh of relief. King Charles VI of France withdrew some of his troops from Genoa to quell the rebellion in the north, and Mehmed of Bulgaria returned to Sofia to stabilize the internal situation. Isaac, of course, was more than happy with this. Let others fight for land territories, you, blessed Roman Empire, go and control the seas. What Gaia, the goddess of the earth, gives to others, Poseidon, the god of the sea, will also bestow upon you. Chapter 187 The Platinum Empire. In the Eastern Roman Empire, on the west coast of Africa, in a small harbor, a middle-aged man with a goatee, carrying account books, emerged from a brothel with a stern expression. "Mr. Robin, you've come all this way, why not enjoy yourself?" The brothel owner chased after him, seemingly eager to keep him there. Robin turned around, his impeccably tailored clothes, adorned with a finely crafted badge, and his neatly combed hair stood out starkly against the surrounding filthy and decadent environment. The owner glanced at the gleaming badge, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Robin adjusted the badge, the silver double-headed eagle on it shimmered in the sunlight. "Macedonis, a Balinchi, your father was a tax collector in the former Mamluk Sultanate, and your mother was a local slave. You were baptized in 1449, the same year you married a Coptic woman, and you now have 2 daughters and a son." Robin opened the account book and began to read casually. 3 years ago, you lost the date processing factory your father left you through gambling. Hearing that you could make a fortune in faraway West Africa, you fled across the ocean to escape your creditors and moved your whole family to Balkan Island in the governorate of Byzantium, where you took over a brothel. Robin continued reading, and Macedonis's face gradually turned pale. Just a few months later, you lost the brothel again due to gambling. Your wife was completely disappointed in you and left you forever with your eldest daughter, leaving your younger daughter and son behind. 2 years ago, you walked into the Guinea branch of the company on Balkan Island and asked the staff for a loan. Yes, then, you first came to Port Queen, but soon found that the local sex industry had been monopolized by big businessmen. Unable to afford the high prices, you moved again, first to Porto Duarte in Portugal and then to Nugalata in Genoa, but couldn't stay. At the beginning of last year, you came to this emerging port east of Port Queen. The rapidly developing plantation economy there boosted the sex industry. You took out a loan and opened this brothel. Just now, I came to see you, but your employees said you went to the casino. Robin pointed to the dilapidated shack behind the boss. Inside the shack, a group of scantily clad women were huddled together, their unrestrained gazes wandering over Robin's fair face through the dirty glass, whispering and giggling. Robin frowned, unwilling to linger, and pulled several documents from his pocket. I am an employee of the Roman Empire's Guinea Company, here on orders from my superiors to inform you, esteemed sir. Robin shook one of the papers. It's time to pay the debt. Macedas' eyes reddened at the sight of the debt notice. He reached out to snatch it, but was frightened back by the sharp dagger in Robin's hand, nervously wringing his hands. Macedas, don't underestimate anyone who dares to collect debts. They may not be as weak as they appear, Robin said slowly, sheathing the dagger at his waist. Yes, esteemed Mr. Robin, as you know, business has been bad lately. There are more customers, but the emperor's taxes and the protection fees from the thugs have also increased. Could you, perhaps grant me another month? Robin gently shook his head. I regret to inform you, Macedas, that your credit has run out. He pulled out another document, bearing the seal of the port sheriff. I've already informed the port sheriff. From today onwards, the security team will be under close protection for you and your children until the debt is paid off. As for whether you have the money, that's not our concern. Robin glanced at the disheveled Macedas and smiled mockingly. I'll be staying in this port for another 2 weeks. If I don't see the money within 2 weeks, your whole family's safety will be at risk. You, a weak and feeble gambler, are worthless. In the market of Billinge, you'd probably only fetch a few ducats at most. But your daughter and son are good-looking. I'm sure someone will want them, you bastard. Try touching them, Macedas roared, grabbing Robin by the collar, but Robin shoved him away, sending him sprawling to the ground. The gambler struggled to his feet, his eyes dim. Within 2 weeks, 53 ducats will be repaid in full. Interest for these 2 weeks will also be calculated, making it 53 ducats and 81 grossens in total. Robin tossed out these words, boarded the carriage parked by the roadside, and drove away. Inside the carriage, Robin opened a ledger and underlined Macedas's name with a wavy line. One more left, driver. To the outskirts of town, the carriage turned and headed north. The port was small, the thatched buildings gradually thinned out, revealing vast stretches of barren wasteland. Small animals occasionally leaped from the dirt roadside, screeching and running away. Soon, the carriage stopped outside a manor surrounded by vast plantations. Black slaves, shackled, toiled under the scorching sun, while overseers stood in the shade, whips in hand, their eyes scanning the surroundings menacingly. Who goes there? Stop. The manor owner was wealthy and kept many guards. Seeing the carriage approach, the guards raised their muskets and crossbows, aiming at the uninvited guests. I come from Baltan Island. I am an employee of the Guinea Company. I request an audience with your master. Robin threw his short sword to the ground, raised his hands, and shouted. Wait. We'll inform the master. A short while later, Robin appeared in the manor lord's study. The study was luxuriously decorated, entirely in the Constantinople style. Robin felt as if he had returned to his long-lost homeland. Here to collect a debt, the manor lord's name was Yana, a Constantinople merchant who had come to West Africa 2 years ago and borrowed a large sum from the Guinea Company. Yes, sit down. Yana gestured to the velvet-covered seat opposite him. Coffee? Wine? Whatever you like. Robin had no interest in enjoying himself and pulled out Yana's debt certificate. Mr. Yana, your debt is due soon. I'm here on the company's orders to inform you. Yana flashed the signature smile of a wealthy businessman, pulled a Bible from the bookshelf behind him, opened it, and took out a piece of gold from a hollowed-out hole, slapping it on the table. Is that enough? More than enough. Robin was about to reach for the gold when Yana's short, thick fingers suddenly covered it. Mr. Yana. Robin became wary, secretly reaching for the dagger hidden in his trouser leg. You should know that I am insignificant, but behind me stand the Guinea Company and Emperor Isaac. If anything happens to me, the next force to come will be Count Kasha's army. Yana's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. I have no intention of opposing the company, on the contrary. I'm ready to discuss a big deal with you. What deal? Yana didn't answer directly, taking a sip of the coffee brought by the maid and pointing out a window. What do you see? Cotton fields. Yes, cotton fields. Yana put down his coffee cup and picked up a plump cotton ball from the table. Do you know the origin of this port? Seeing that Robin didn't answer, Yana continued speaking to himself. In 1454, His Majesty Isaac signed an agreement with friendly nations such as Aragon, Genoa, and Portugal, publishing a nautical chart from the Viceroyalty of La Palma to Porto Queen, allowing them to establish trading ports near Porto Queen and join the West African trading system. As a result, merchants from these countries flocked to the Gold Coast, establishing their own trading ports along the coast. This port was once the territory of Aragonese merchants. 3 years ago, King Afonso V of Aragon died, and his brother I succeeded to the throne, growing increasingly closer to the French, leading to rapid deterioration in relations between the two countries. 2 years ago, in light of King I's various misdeeds, the emperor dispatched a fleet to reclaim the port, sending back Aragonese merchants who did not wish to remain, and Roman merchants came here. What exactly are you trying to say? Robin asked, somewhat annoyed. At that time, the Mamluks were in turmoil. Sultan Mansur requested mercenaries and cheap slaves from the emperor, who agreed, but not without conditions. One of the conditions was that the Eastern Roman Empire was permitted to recruit cotton farmers in Egypt and Syria to learn techniques and purchase high-quality seeds. The emperor's delegation came here and concluded that the port and its inland lands had ideal sunlight and water conditions for growing Egyptian cotton, and began large-scale promotion. When the first batch of cotton was planted, everyone was skeptical and casually cleared a few cotton fields to try it out. When the second batch of cotton was planted, the plantation owners who had made a fortune in the previous harvest began to establish large plantations along the coast and rivers, using black slaves as the main labor force. By the third batch, a cotton-growing craze had swept through the port. Waves of natives were driven inland, and their vacant lands were reclaimed as cotton fields, with cotton plantations of all sizes springing up everywhere. Yana leaned against the window, looking at the vibrant cotton fields, his eyes filled with an almost tangible greed. This is the fourth batch. The sunshine and heat here are plentiful, allowing for 2 harvests a year. Spurred by the cotton boom, this former transshipment port has become increasingly prosperous, with its supporting facilities gradually becoming more abundant, even showing signs of rivaling Port Queen. All sorts of people come here, pursuing their dreams of wealth. So, at the beginning of this year, His Majesty Isaac placed this port under the direct jurisdiction of the colonial administration and gave it a nicer name, Platinum Harbor. A very touching story, but unfortunately, everyone knows it. Robin looked at Yana, still not understanding his meaning. However, with a continuous increase in population, the coastal land suitable for development into plantations is becoming increasingly scarce, and there are terrible diseases inland. Now, this port is approaching its development limit. Yana sat back down at his desk. Do you have a way to solve this problem? Yes, this problem is actually not difficult to solve. Similar ideas have been proposed before. Yana opened a map and found Platinum Harbor and the Byzantine Islands on it. Platinum Harbor isn't the only place suitable for cotton cultivation. In fact, similar high-quality land can be found throughout West Africa, north of the St. William Islands, on the West African mainland east of the Byzantine Islands. Plantation owners have also established many cotton plantations, but their area is covered by rainforest, and there's very little coastal land suitable for cultivation. One plantation owner suggested training a group of black natives loyal to the empire to establish plantations in the higher inland areas, and then transport the harvested cotton to the port. Loyalty is a problem, isn't it? The natives' abilities are also a major issue. Robin became interested. Indeed, that's the idea I propose to solve this problem. Please speak. I think we might try a different approach. We could reach an agreement directly with the tribal chiefs in the interior, teach them cotton seeds and cultivation methods, let them plant it, and would be responsible for purchasing it. The natives have no loyalty to speak of, but they will definitely pursue profit. They may lack ability and have low output per unit, but this problem can be solved by sheer numbers. Yana was clearly quite pleased with his discovery, taking out several documents from the side, each bearing a handprint. Last year, I signed purchase agreements with the chiefs of several small tribes in the north, instructing them to burn their millet fields and convert them to cotton, which I would then sell. Just recently, several chiefs who tried growing cotton sent cotton balls to my estate, receiving far more in return than they would from growing grain. They're all clamoring to go back and plant cotton on all their cultivated land. They're no longer growing grain, they can only buy from other tribes. This method of converting grain to cotton will spread from the coast to the inland with each trade, eventually growing and expanding. My plan has succeeded. Guess what these native chiefs like to trade most? Yana smiled mysteriously. What? Glass marbles? Robin couldn't help but ask. Yana shook his head and pulled out a piece of cheap cotton cloth. This is it, cotton. As everyone knows, the empire's two major textile centers are Mistras and Tripoli. The former mainly produces silk and linen, catering to the nobility and the lowest classes, while the latter mainly produces leather and wool fabrics, catering to the middle class and nomadic regions. Just recently, His Majesty announced the establishment of a cotton textile guild in Carthage, importing many simple machines and cotton textile talents from Florence, and investing a large amount of capital. This is the lowest grade of cotton produced by the Carthaginian cotton mill. It's more of a cotton-linen blend than cotton, woven from scraps of high-grade cotton and linen, specifically for trade with the natives of West Africa. Isn't that amazing? Yana looked at Robin with pride. They painstakingly grow cotton. But we've made all the wealth. I'm going to ask the company for a loan to continue promoting this method of converting grain to cotton farming in the inland areas. Robin stroked the rough cotton, momentarily stunned. Your plan is extremely valuable. I can't make the decision myself, but I will report it truthfully to the company, and they will send an inspection team to evaluate it. Robin stood up, having made up his mind. If your plan really works, its value will be immeasurable. You might even have the honor of dining with His Majesty. Please hurry. Robin nodded, forgetting even to take the gold, and got into the carriage, speeding through vast fields of cotton in full bloom towards Platinum Harbor, on the southern shore of the Mediterranean. In Carthage, at a cotton mill. Led by the managers, Isaac and his second son Alexius walked through the production workshop, listening to the factory manager's explanation. Your Majesty, please look, these are bales of cotton. They will be sent to different production workshops for processing. High-quality cotton cloth is very precious. The textile industry's trade guilds regularly send people to collect it, and they connect with chambers of commerce in various countries to sell it to nobles and wealthy merchants everywhere. The market for second-grade cotton cloth is even broader, targeting the lower and middle-class nobles and gentry. The lowest grade of cotton cloth has always been the equivalent exchange in colonial trade. Isaac nodded, giving the other party an encouraging smile. Cotton, a magical plant. Its cotton balls can be used for spinning, and its seeds can be pressed for oil. High-quality cotton cloth has always been a precious commodity in high demand throughout Europe, known as white gold. Nowadays, cotton is mainly divided into two types: tree cotton, which originated in India, and grass cotton, which originated in Arabia and Egypt. In terms of quality, tree cotton is the worst and has been basically eliminated in the 21st century. In fact, the two types of cotton known in the world are of very average quality and are called coarse cotton. The best cotton on earth is long staple cotton and fine staple cotton. The former is the finest but expensive, while the latter is relatively coarse but easy to grow. Unfortunately, both are crops native to the Americas. Before cotton was introduced to Europe by the Arabs, the European textile industry mainly relied on silk, wool, linen, and leather, which were either too expensive or of too coarse quality. Compared to these fabrics, cotton was white and delicate, and quickly gained popularity among Europeans. Cotton itself had a high yield, and its economic benefits far outweighed those of wool and linen textiles. However, Europe's high latitude meant insufficient sunlight and heat, making it unsuitable for cotton cultivation. The most suitable places for cotton growth along the entire Mediterranean coast were Egypt and the Levant. Egypt had a long history of cotton production, and its subtropical desert climate provided ample sunlight and heat, while the Nile River offered abundant water resources. After the failure of the Crusades, trade between the Christian world and the East was monopolized by Muslim merchants, and cotton remained one of Europe's important raw materials imported from the Muslim world. Despite losing its source of raw materials, Europeans' desire for cotton did not diminish. As early as a century ago, a relatively complete cotton textile industry had been established in Italy, with Florence being particularly prominent. Not long ago, Isaac had successfully cultivated Egyptian cotton along the West African coast, leading to the prosperity of Port Platinum, which supplied over 90% of the empire's cotton. Isaac was not surprised. He knew perfectly well that Port Platinum would later become Lomé, the capital of the Republic of Togo, and that nearly 30% of the population in this small country was engaged in cotton cultivation and related industries. Togo has a tropical savanna climate with abundant sunshine year-round, and its high altitude makes the previously difficult to cultivate rainforests even sparser, ideal for cotton cultivation. Besides Togo, Mali, Benin, and Burkina Faso are also major cotton producers, possessing exceptional resources. The textile industry is the beginning of industry. Silk, wool, leather, hemp, and cotton have all held important positions in world trade. Leather was a major commodity in the Baltic and Black Sea trades, and the wool industry was a pillar of the economies of the Netherlands and England, its rise and fall even indirectly contributing to the protracted 100 Years' War between England and France. Cotton has played an even more significant role in human history. Early British capitalism and the Industrial Revolution revolved around it. Gold mines will eventually run out, the slave trade will eventually decline, and sugar and coffee will eventually become cheap, but as long as humanity exists, the textile industry will never disappear completely, it will only flourish. Ultimately, human life is about having enough to eat and wear. To fundamentally revitalize the Roman Empire, it was essential to invest limited labor in more advanced industries and develop industry. The textile industry was one that Isaac intended to strongly support. Years earlier, Isaac had set different development goals for his two territories. The Balkans would focus on silk, while Africa and Cyrenaica would focus on wool. Through a powerful navy, they would continuously expand their markets, selling the products to every corner of the world and concentrating wealth in the Roman Empire. What? You won't buy my goods? Then don't buy anything at all. To this end, Isaac specifically sent people to South Africa to import Boer goats and to Aragon to bring back merino sheep. These two breeds would provide meat and wool respectively, gradually replacing the original North African breeds and increasing production efficiency. Boer goats and merino sheep were highly valuable, far more profitable than the traditional camel and horse breeding in North Africa. One day, when profit-driven herders began to abandon camels and horses used for war and raise goats and sheep instead, the martial tradition among the Berber people would gradually fade, and their ability to resist would gradually disappear. This was the only way to truly ensure long-term stability in the North African territories. Leaving the cotton mill, Isaac, leading Alexius, was filled with emotion. Perhaps one day in the future, Isaac will travel to the New World, bringing American cotton to Egypt and West Africa for cultivation. At that time, the cotton textile industry will experience another leap forward. Only then will the White Gold Empire's territory be truly complete. Chapter 188 The Navigator's Funeral. Betalha Monastery, Belém Province, United Kingdom of Portugal and the Algarve. This magnificent Gothic monastery was founded in 1385 by King João I of Portugal, founder of the House of Avignon, to commemorate the Battle of Aljuba that year. In that same year, the Portuguese people united and defeated the invading Castilians, further consolidating Portugal's national independence. Also in that year, João I established the House of Avignon, vigorously introducing advanced technology, encouraging scientific innovation and cultural creation, and subsequently establishing a diplomatic strategy of alliance with England against the Castilians and an expansionist policy of overseas exploration. In 1386, the Treaty of Windsor was signed between England and Portugal, formally establishing the permanent Anglo-Portuguese alliance. For the next 600 years, despite numerous dynastic changes and regime shifts, the alliance remained unbroken and ever-strengthening. Having resolved the threats on land, the Kingdom of Portugal, which had risen to prominence during the Reconquista, turned its attention to the vast ocean, leveraging its advantages to become the first European nation to develop ocean-going navigation. Against this backdrop, outstanding talents emerged within Portugal, and the royal family maintained a remarkably high level of competence. Several of John I's children were exceptionally talented, widely praised throughout Europe, and known as a distinguished generation. Prince Henry the Navigator was one of the most outstanding among them. This prince, dedicated to overseas exploration, was devout in his faith but not pedantic. He highly valued talent cultivation and technological development, widely applying advanced technologies from the Far East to navigation. Under his impetus, nautical instruments such as the compass, quadrant, and davit were continuously improved, and disciplines such as astronomy, mathematics, and wind direction flourished. In 1440, with Prince Henry the Navigator's sponsorship, the first caravel designed specifically for Atlantic navigation was launched at the Lisbon shipyard, eliminating the last technological barrier for Europeans exploring the seas. In the decades that followed, the fleet supported by Prince Henry the Navigator discovered the Azores and Madeira, crossed Cape Bojador, and found the green lands spoken of by North African Muslims. They established trading ports along the West African coast, using deceptive trade to acquire gold, ivory, and slaves from the natives. They also established sugarcane plantations in the Portuguese Azores and Madeira, initially breaking the Venetian monopoly on sugar through Crete's sugarcane plantations and acquiring substantial wealth. From then on, this small country, nestled in a corner of the Iberian Peninsula, embarked on a path of ocean exploration. While successive kings sometimes temporarily shelved their expeditions based on changing circumstances, the overall strategy remained consistent. When Prince Henry the Navigator was born, Portugal was merely a small Western European nation that had just gained independence from the Reconquista. It was weak and impoverished, with a population of no more than 1 million and an army of only a few thousand. When Prince Henry the Navigator died, Portugal had become a newly emerging and wealthy nation, possessing a powerful fleet, a well-developed shipbuilding industry, and a comprehensive talent cultivation system. Rising to prominence in the mid-15th century when the Christian world was generally in decline. In 1460, the remarkable Don Henry the Navigator passed away, unmarried and childless, dedicating himself entirely to God and his country. In fact, more than a decade earlier, due to internal struggles in Portugal, the maritime faction led by Regent Pedro suffered a severe blow from the traditional landed nobility. After Regent Pedro's defeat and death, Prince Henry was also viewed with suspicion. The new King Alfonso V strongly opposed his renowned uncle continuing to lead expeditions, fearing he would threaten his rule. Prince Henry's last decade or so was wealthy and comfortable, but also painful and agonizing. For a truly ambitious person, being marginalized in politics was tantamount to exile. After his death, merchants who had benefited from his kindness, his former political enemies, and even unrelated nobles from various European countries lamented his passing. Alfonso V abandoned his North African campaigns and, in accordance with his wishes, held a grand yet simple funeral for his uncle at the Batalha Monastery, a symbol of the Portuguese spirit. The funeral was extremely solemn, with a constant stream of guests. Almost every European noble family sent their envoys to witness the ascension of a courageous soul. Compared to the Castilian royal wedding held a few years earlier, Prince Henry's funeral far surpassed it in both scale and number of attendees. The common people whose lives had been changed by him and the Moors he had promoted spontaneously held processions in major cities. These people were not acting out of self-interest, but out of genuine compassion. The people's eyes are discerning. True greatness needs no flowery words or extravagant hospitality. At the Batalha Monastery, in the open space beside the tomb, Justinian, dressed in dark clothes, stood beside his mother. The encoffining and farewell rites had concluded, and the archbishop was sprinkling holy water into the grave, murmuring prayers. Emissaries from the Vatican stood on either side, carrying incense burners and holy water bottles. At the head of the funeral procession stood Prince Henry's relatives, led by King Alfonso V, then King of the United Kingdom of Portugal and the Algarve. Behind him stood his two children, Princess Joanna and Prince João. Alfonso V's wife, Isabella of Coimbra, daughter of Regent Pedro, had passed away 6 years prior. The couple had a harmonious relationship and 3 children, apart from their eldest son, Joanna. Their second son, João, had grown up healthy. Crown Prince João followed closely behind his father. Compared to his tearful sister, the 6-year-old displayed a composure beyond his years, quietly observing everything unfolding. If all went according to plan, this child would be the second king of Portugal's Avonua dynasty to bear the name João, carrying the hopes of his family and people. Behind Alfonso and his family stood Prince Henry's other close relatives, including Empress Leonor of the Eastern Roman Empire, Queen Joanna of Castile, Duke Fernando of Viseu, and Princess Catarina of Portugal, who was living in seclusion in a monastery. Further away stood distant relatives of the Portuguese royal family, including the Lancaster family of England, the Valois family of Burgundy, and the Tristram family of Aragon, followed by envoys from other countries. After the prayers, the simple coffin was placed in the tomb. And Alfonso V shoveled the first shovelful of earth, sprinkling it on the wooden coffin. The tomb was quickly filled in, and another tombstone was added to the royal cemetery within the Batalha Monastery. Lord, grant him eternal rest, the archbishop proclaimed. And let his eternal light shine upon him, the crowd chanted in unison. The funeral was completed, and the guests departed one by one. The sea breeze from the Atlantic Ocean gently rustled through the flowers, trees, and shrubs of the monastery, soothing the departed spirit. The funeral was over, but the envoys from various countries were in no hurry to leave. Every grand ceremony was a good opportunity to conduct diplomatic activities. Inside the Lisbon royal palace, a group of noble children huddled together, intently watching the chessboard on the table. The chessboard was crafted from fine wood, and the pieces were exquisitely carved from ivory. Lifelike queens, bishops, castles, and knights moved across the board, giving the impression of leading troops into battle. Checkmate. The Black Queen suddenly appeared from the side, precisely positioned in front of the White King, blocking all his escape routes from 3 directions. Black's victory was assured. "Well done, your highness is mighty," the crowd cheered. The young nobleman, holding the black piece, stood up, looking around smugly. His opponent, his face grim, looked at the young nobleman with resentment and left without a word. He knew perfectly well that the boy opposite him was of noble birth, someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Anyone else want to try?" the boy called out loudly. Fernando Trastamara, the second son of Juan I of Aragon, heir to the kingdoms of Aragon, Valencia, Majorca, Sicily, and Sardinia, was one of the most esteemed nobles in the entire Christian world. "Your Highness, your chess skills are becoming increasingly refined. We are no match for you, of course. Your Highness is exceptionally intelligent and will surely become a great and wise ruler in the future." Fernando waved his hand dismissively, his smile growing ever wider. Suddenly, he caught sight of a pair of hostile eyes amidst the sycophantic crowd, and upon seeing the purple robes the man wore, his face darkened. "Prince from Greece, would you like a game?" Where Fernando's gaze fell, the children immediately scattered, revealing Justinian on the periphery. Justinian slowly stepped forward. "First, I am a Roman prince, not a Greek prince. Please watch your words. Second, are you sure you really want to play a game with me?" Justinian's expression was strange. "What, scared? It's not me who should be scared, it's you. I have a bad temper and terrible sportsmanship. I want to hit people when I lose a game." Justinian revealed an innocent smile, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "My father isn't here either. Even if you were, he's always protective of his own outside and wouldn't blame me." Seeing Justinian getting closer, Fernando became somewhat intimidated and said sharply, "I am the Prince of Aragon. How dare you hit me? This isn't Aragon. The King of Lisbon is my uncle, and the recently deceased Prince Henry left me a large fortune. The Avish family won't help you. Besides, even if it causes a diplomatic incident, you can't do anything to me." Justinian put his hands on his hips and held his head high. "If it weren't for the Holy See, your father wouldn't have been able to keep the Sicilian and Sardinian crowns." Fernando's face was pale. "Greek barbarian," he muttered. Seeing the other party's weakness, Justinian lost all interest and waved his hand. "Forget it, I have no interest in arguing with a coward." "Who are you talking about?" Fernando shouted. "What? As a prince, instead of making progress in a country in turmoil, you have the leisure to come here to play chess." "This is my father." Fernando's face turned red. "I know, your father is afraid that his heir will meet with misfortune, so he specially sent you here to avoid a storm, which is understandable. But in my opinion, my dear Uncle Juan has really lost his mind. A 9-year-old child, there is absolutely no need for this. Who knows, he might die one day." "You?" Fernando was furious and was about to rush forward, but was held back tightly by the children around him. Some of the children, seeing that things were not going well, quickly ran to find the adults. "Justinian, over here." Outside the window of the lounge, Justinian's friend Gonzalo Cordoba poked his little head out and waved to Justinian. Justinian waved to him, then looked at Fernando with a mocking expression. "Fine, though you're weak, you're still my cousin, so I'll let you off this time. From now on, in the Mediterranean, when you see me, Justinian, bow your head." The adult's footsteps grew closer. Justinian quickly ran out of the lounge, found Gonzalo, and the two raced to the carriage outside the palace. "Justinian, you've caused trouble again." Gonzalo was out of breath, but laughed heartily. "Here in Spencer, only you dare to embarrass Fernando in public." Justinian took a bottle of wine from Gonzalo, took a few gulps, and snorted coldly. "That's a long way off. When I grow up, I'll knock all the crowns off his head. When that time comes, I'll appoint you Duke of Sardinia and Grand Marshal of the Empire. What do you say?" Gonzalo was clearly startled and quickly waved his hands. "I'm not of noble birth, the earldom will belong to my brother." If I haven't accomplished anything, you won't be able to convince those officials, will you? It doesn't matter. I'll be emperor, no one will dare question me." Justinian imagined the future, somewhat excited, and took several sips of wine. "Besides, I trust my judgment. When you're older, come find me in Carthage. In Castile, you'll be a baron at best, maybe not even that." Gonzalo's eyes gleamed, then a hint of worry crept in. "That way, my brother probably won't let me spend his money." "You need money? No problem. Just ask me." Justinian took a big gulp of wine, let out a hearty sigh, and held the bottle to Gonzalo's lips. "Your Highness, I'm rich now. My uncle Henry left me over 1,000 ducats. Here. This is a reward for you." Justinian generously untied his purse, tossed it around, and stuffed it into Gonzalo's hands. Then, he looked mysteriously at his friend, who was staring blankly at his money pouch. "Is everything ready?" "Don't worry, it's all ready. We're on our way." Gonzalo patted his chest. "But your mother seems to be there too." "Never mind. Just go." Justinian, slightly drunk, laughed loudly. The carriage stopped beside a manor, the royal banner of Castile flying high above it. Another carriage was parked outside the manor, its emblem a proud double-headed eagle. The two alighted, instructing the driver to drive away carefully, and approached the sentry post. Gonzalo pulled out a ring, and the guards quickly let them through. "Whose ring is this? It's so useful." Gonzalo mysteriously put the ring away, chuckling. "It's the ring of the Knight of Bertrand. He's a nobody, his only redeeming quality is his good looks. Your Aunt Joanna is young and vibrant, how could she possibly spend her whole life with a childless Henry IV?" Justinian understood. "You mean, Queen Joanna is pregnant, and the father of the child is very likely to be." All right, I understand." Justinian interrupted Gonzalo, pulling him aside to avoid the patrolling guards. "Where?" "In the innermost tower. Queen Joanna won't let her live in her own residence." "What about the things?" "I've scouted the place, everything is there." The two quietly made their way through the flower beds into the depths of the manor. There were still many guards outside the tower, but Gonzalo once again pulled out the Knight of Bertrand's ring, and the two slipped past them. Gonzalo led Justinian to a flower bed, retrieved several treasures he had hidden beforehand, and handed Justinian a bottle of mead. "Drink less. Otherwise, you'll talk nonsense again." Justinian nodded, took a small sip, took a bouquet of flowers from Gonzalo, and mustered his courage to approach the tower. The night was perfect. Lisbon's midsummer night was tranquil and serene, a bright full moon hanging in the sky, casting amber light. Inside the tower, a young girl sat by the window, intently writing a letter. Justinian tiptoed closer to see, watching the beautiful words taking shape between her slender fingers, a faint fragrance lingering in the air. "My dear Justinian, I'm so happy." Justinian was about to read on with delight when he met the girl's half-joking, half-scolding smile. "It's not chivalrous to peek at a princess's letter, Your Highness. Besides, drinking before an appointment isn't a good habit." Isabella put down her pen, leaned against the window, cupped her face in her hands, and smiled into Justinian's eyes. The atmosphere froze for a moment, neither of them spoke. Not far away, on a tree trunk, Gonzalo picked up a lute and gestured to Justinian. Beautiful music filled the summer night as Justinian took out flowers from behind his back and presented them to Isabella. "May your life be as beautiful as these flowers, dear lady." "Thank you, Sir Knight." Isabella accepted the flowers, gently inhaling their fragrance. "Before leaving Carthage, I kept wondering if King Henry the Navigator would send you to Lisbon. Perhaps Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, received my prayers and sent you as an angel to ease my grief over the loss of my loved ones." Isabella rolled her eyes at Justinian. "Don't let the priests hear that, they'll be very angry." "Of course, I only truly open my heart to those closest to me, but I'm really curious, did your brother actually let you go?" Justinian chuckled. "I heard that this fool Henry the Navigator hasn't been having an easy time lately. The nobles in the country are calling for an early heir." Isabella placed the bouquet on the table and lazily stretched. "Yes, it was because of the nobles' opposition that Henry was forced to improve the treatment of my mother and me. Of course he's still wary, but if he's targeting anyone, it'll be my poor brother." Isabella sighed. "I'm not the heir. And Henry has always wanted to marry me off to a remote place to completely put his mind at ease." "Is your brother's health improving?" "A little better, but he's still often sick. As he grows older, I'm really afraid Henry will poison him." Justinian nodded. "No nobles are willing to support you." "Many nobles support my brother." Isabella shook her head. What can I do? I'm a girl. If there's a male heir, they won't consider girls. Girls are good, Justinian chuckled. Good for what? Isabella glared at him. Just good. Isabella knew Justinian had been drinking, so she ignored him and smoothed her hair. Justinian gently inhaled the girl's fragrance and suddenly remembered something. You just said that Henry wanted to marry you off to a remote place. Yes, actually I was already engaged once when I was young. When Henry first ascended the throne, in order to consolidate his power, he wanted to marry me off to Prince Fernando of Aragon. Justinian raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. I just saw that wimp. He lost a game of chess with me, and in his anger, he was about to beat me up. He's no good. It's said that he was saved by one eye through a heretical ritual using the blood of his eldest son and daughter, so he was destined to be childless. Isabella looked at Justinian with a half smile, seeing his agitation. It's a pity that Henry later felt that marrying me off to Aragon would threaten his position, so he broke off the engagement. Alice, she shook her head with feigned regret. That old man finally did something decent, Justinian muttered under his breath. What did you say? I said you're right. After that, he planned to marry me off to Carlos, the rebellious Prince of Aragon, who posed no threat to him. Oh, Justinian showed no reaction this time, because Carlos was already dead. After that, he kept in touch with several distant nobles, England, Burgundy. In short, he didn't want me to stay in Castile, nor did he want to see me marry a prince who was too powerful. Remember the Italian war not long ago? Aragon was treated so badly by you that he wanted to bring up the marriage proposal again, but Henry the Navigator directly refused. He was afraid. I was afraid too. Isabella's eyes dimmed. The day my brother grows up will be the day we face each other on the battlefield. I might die. Isabella smiled bitterly. Justinian thought for a moment, then took the princess's fair hand. Don't be afraid, I will always support you. In terms of status, Enrique is no match for me. In terms of strength, he is barely passable. Not all nobles will support him. When that day comes, I will bring a large army to pick you up. The atmosphere fell silent again. The two stared into each other's eyes, letting the gentle moonlight bathe them. Justinian. Someone has brought news. The music stopped abruptly, and Gonzalo shouted. Your mother is on her way. Justinian felt a headache coming on. Wait for me, I'll come another day. Justinian was about to leave when his hand was tightly grasped. Turning his head, he received a gentle kiss in return. There's no time. Leonor's shouts grew closer. Justinian looked at Isabella reluctantly, took a step, ran into the bushes, found Gonzalo, and the two climbed over the wall. The carriage was already waiting outside the wall. The coachman gave a jolt, and the horse neighed. Isabella watched the carriage disappear into the night, closed the window, blew out the candle, laid down on the bed, looked at the bright moon. The faint blush on her face had not yet faded, and a bright smile rose on her lips. Chapter 189 The Sugar War. Crete, the second largest island in the eastern Mediterranean, has been a prosperous land since ancient times. It boasts abundant water and sunshine, a vast area of arable land, and ample forestry and mineral resources, enabling it to be self-sufficient. It's more like a small continent than an island. Crete is one of the cradles of ancient Greek civilization. Its people are known for their bravery and fierceness, and it was famous for its short bowmen, making it the most renowned archery region of the ancient Roman Empire. After the catastrophe of 1204, Latin colonists gained control of Crete. The Venetians purchased the island from the Crusader lords at a very low price, defeated the Genoese who had already seized it, and formally incorporated Crete into the Venetian Council, establishing the Kingdom of Candia. Although Candia was a kingdom title, the Venetian Council appointed a governor to the island, known as the Duke of Candia, who had limited autonomy, with the council firmly controlling personnel appointments. The island's excellent soil and advantageous geographical location quickly made it the most important overseas territory of the Venetian Republic. Italian nobles came here, establishing vineyards, olive groves, and palm plantations, reaping wealth from the Cretan people. After the failure of the Crusades, the Venetian Republic lost most of its territories in the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and Crete's importance rose even higher. With a Muslim trade monopoly, the price of a precious commodity from India soared, forcing Europeans to seek new industrial bases. This commodity was sugar. Sugar cane, a tropical and subtropical plant, was inherently valuable, which quickly spread to surrounding civilizations, and India became the world's most important sugar export base. Around the 7th century AD, Arab merchants brought sugarcane to the Mediterranean region, and the clean, sweet sugar quickly became a favorite condiment of European nobles. However, due to the high latitude of the European continent, the light and heat conditions were insufficient to support sugarcane growth, and the few scattered sugarcane-producing areas in southern Europe could not meet the ever-increasing demand for sugar. The first large sugarcane-producing region acquired by Europeans was the Levant. In the Kingdom of Jerusalem at the time, sugarcane was cultivated in almost every household. However, the local small-scale farming economy severely hampered the development of the sugarcane industry. Deficient natural conditions and outdated production techniques also meant that Levantine sugar was inferior to Indian sugar in both quality and quantity. Therefore, Venetian merchants began purchasing white slaves from the Black Sea to establish sugarcane plantations in the Levant, thus achieving an initial monopoly on sugar in Europe. After the loss of the Levant, the Venetians urgently needed to find another sugarcane growing region to maintain their sugar hegemony. They turned their attention to Crete and Cyprus, islands close to the Levant. The political situation on Cyprus was more complex. The traditional French landed aristocracy and the established Genoese were obstacles to the Venetian plantations, and the nearby Muslim influence made most merchants hesitant. Under these circumstances, the Venetians were never able to completely incorporate the island into their fold. Meanwhile, the Venetians' sugarcane experiments on Crete were a resounding success, with Venetian colonists establishing more and more sugarcane plantations and forcing a growing number of Orthodox Christians into arduous labor. However, due to the unique nature of a commercial republic, the Italian nobles who migrated to Crete failed to assimilate the local population. Instead, many nobles became increasingly Hellenized and Orthodoxized, developing a stronger sense of identity with Crete. Later, with changes in the international situation, the Venetian government announced tax increases, and the discontent of some Hellenized Italian nobles on Crete reached its peak. They joined forces with the lower-class Orthodox Christians to launch the massive revolt of St. Titus, at one point occupying half of Crete. Unfortunately, the Eastern Roman Empire, beset by internal and external troubles, could not provide any real assistance to the Cretan rebels. The Venetians employed scorched earth tactics, advancing step by step, gradually shrinking the rebels' base and driving them into the mountains. The Venetian council also used psychological warfare, agreeing to reduce Crete's taxes and granting some religious autonomy, shaking the rebels' ideological foundation. In 1368, the last rebels, led by Venier and Palaiologos, marched to the southwestern frontier, only to be betrayed by the local people and all perished. It's worth noting that Venier was entirely Italian, and Palaiologos also had significant Latin ancestry. Their tireless efforts for the freedom of Crete were ultimately met with betrayal from the local Greek Orthodox Christians. Through a combination of persuasion and coercion by the Venetians, the St. Titus uprising failed, and the Eastern Roman Empire missed its best opportunity to reclaim the island. Later, the Venetian Republic gradually immigrated to Crete, building numerous fortifications and employing a series of measures to suppress dissent. Crete never experienced another large-scale uprising. However, with another shift in the international landscape, the once peaceful island of Crete was forced into the storm. In a sugarcane plantation east of Rhesimon, Cassim stood in the shade of a tree, whip in hand, anxiously watching the people working in the fields. The sun was blazing, the summer heat baking the earth. The nearest stream had dried up completely, forcing the serfs to fetch water from a distant river for irrigation. Sweet, fresh water was right before their eyes, but the overseer's whips prevented them from drinking it. They could only look up at the setting sun, hoping it would quickly disappear below the horizon. It was the hottest part of the afternoon, and serfs frequently collapsed from heat stroke. Whenever this happened, the Italian overseers would curse and emerge from the shade, brandishing their barbed whips and leaving bloody welts on the serfs' backs. Some would be jolted awake by the pain and continue their arduous labor, but many more, once they collapsed, never to rise again. Thump! An elderly serf suddenly collapsed in front of Cassim, the wooden bucket breaking open, fresh water gushing out, only to be immediately swallowed by the parched earth. Despair flashed across the old man's face. Ignoring his chapped lips, he lunged at the wooden tub, desperately trying to plug the cracks with his bony fingers, but to no avail. Watching the water slowly leak out, the old man seemed to see his own life slipping away. The colonists couldn't bear to kill their own laborers, to destroy the producers. They would either pay huge compensation or impose even more labor. For this impoverished old man, this was tantamount to death. His lips trembled, The long hours of labor under the scorching sun had left him on the verge of death. He struggled to support himself, but couldn't get up. Kasim glanced back at his colleagues chatting idly in the shade. Seeing they hadn't noticed what was happening, he hesitated for a moment, then untied the water pouch from his waist and poured it into the old man's mouth. The old man greedily sucked on it, then looked up and saw his savior. He recognized him and sighed. "Thank you, young master," Kasim said with a self-deprecating smile, helping the old man to his feet. "I'm no longer a young master, but we all still remember the kindness you and your father showed me." Kasim's eyes dimmed, and he silently walked to the side. What happened here? The plantation foreman saw the old man stop and led several overseers over, immediately noticing the leaking bucket. "Greek swine!" Slacking off again, one of the overseers brandished his whip, but then saw Kasim beside him. His eyes narrowed, and he lowered his arm. The foreman frowned and walked up to Kasim. "Overseer Kasim, what happened here? I tripped him while walking, and the bucket broke. All the damages from this incident will be deducted from my wages." "I'm very sorry, foreman," Kasim replied blankly. The foreman, unable to find a loophole, put on a smiling face. "Since you've said so, I'll believe you for now. The lost property will be deducted from your wages." "Who told you to be our young master just a few months ago?" Seeing Kasim still looking so meek, the steward felt a pang of disappointment. However, he turned to the old man kneeling on the ground. "You have to bear the consequences of your mistakes." 50 lashes. Kasim's eyes narrowed, and he was about to step forward when the steward blocked his view. "The Greeks are despicable, but the Venetians who sympathize with the Greeks are even more despicable." "I understand, but, do you want to follow in your father's footsteps?" Upon hearing this, Kasim opened his mouth, his face pale, took a half step back, and bowed his head deeply. This manor, located east of Rezim, was built by his grandfather, a Venetian merchant who met his grandmother, a noble woman, while doing business in Albania. The two fell in love at first sight, took their belongings, and fled to Crete, where they bought property and started a family. His grandfather was a Roman Catholic, while his grandmother was a devout Albanian Orthodox. This religious difference did not affect their relationship, and they had 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. Because of his grandmother, Kasim's father treated the local Cretan Orthodox people with great kindness and compassion. He never forced people to work for him, employing over a dozen long-term laborers to cultivate the wheat, sugarcane, and vineyards. During the busy farming season, he would also hire short-term laborers from nearby villages, providing room and board and ensuring their weekly wages were never short. Because of this, the villagers always liked Kasim's father very much and worked extra hard for him. Later, Kasim's father married the daughter of a local nobleman, a Greek Orthodox. This was during Venice's heyday, and the social atmosphere was different from today. The Great Council encouraged intermarriage between Venetian and Greek nobles. And the marriage of Kasim's parents was heavily publicized by the government as a symbol of wicked goodwill. Kasim's mother was also a devout Orthodox Christian who frequently donated to the Church of St. Titus and even built an Orthodox church next to the estate, allowing villagers to attend services. This further enhanced the Kasim family's prestige in the area. When Kasim was born, his father invited all the villagers from 3 nearby villages to a banquet. Everyone was overjoyed, their faces beaming with happiness. 10 years ago, his mother passed away, and the villagers who had benefited from her spontaneously escorted her coffin to the church, countless people lining the streets weeping. However, just when Kasim thought these carefree days would continue, tragedy struck. The powerful rise of the Eastern Roman Empire changed the fate of countless people. Venice's successive defeats in the Eastern Mediterranean fueled the Great Council's growing hatred and distrust of Greek Orthodox Christians. Persecutions against Greek Orthodox Christians erupted one after another in major cities, and the Duke of Candia's spies began operating, ostensibly to arrest rebels, but in reality, to plunder indiscriminately. 3 years ago, a group of Venetian rioters stormed the estate and burned down the church my mother had built. This incident thoroughly enraged my usually mild-mannered father. Ignoring the objections of his attendants, he went to Rezim to see the Lord and lay bare his opinion. In his view, the lower-class Greek Orthodox Christians had not rebelled for many years and only held a distant memory of the Eastern Empire. They wouldn't take up arms for such a reason. The people did indeed dislike most of the Venetians, but they didn't necessarily harbor much goodwill towards the Eastern Empire, which had repeatedly abandoned them. My father believed that this persecution had actually disrupted the hard-won peace on Crete, pushing the lower-class Greek Orthodox Christians towards the Eastern Empire. However, the Lord berated my father, accusing him of betraying Venice, having fathered an illegitimate child with a Greek woman, and harboring malicious intentions. Yet, at my father's wedding years ago, the Lord had served as my parents' witness, smiling and addressing the guests. Caught off guard by his former friend's dramatic change, the father returned home dejectedly, spending entire days gazing at the ruins of the church. If it were only like this, life could still be endured, but the tide of history swept in once more, ultimately transforming into a mighty, surging wave. Venice's sugar monopoly was coming to an end. Decades earlier, under Prince Henry the Navigator's influence, the Portuguese had successfully cultivated sugar cane in the Azores and Madeira, but their sugar primarily targeted the English and the Hanseatic League, posing little immediate threat to Venice's sugar dominance. However, when the first sugarcane fleet from West Africa arrived in Pilinci, Venetian sugarcane merchants finally felt a sense of dread. Due to differences in heat and sunlight, Crete's sugar was completely outclassed by West African sugar in both quality and quantity. Large quantities of West African sugar quickly dominated the Western Mediterranean and North African markets, gradually penetrating into Italy. Not long ago, the Venetian armada suffered a crushing defeat near Malta, and the emperor returned to Italy. Seizing the port of La Spezia on the Ligurian coast, he finally opened a breach in the most prosperous trading region of northern Italy. After the establishment of the free city of La Spezia, the emperor's sugar no longer needed to pay hefty taxes to the Genoese authorities to enter the Italian market. Trade barriers in neighboring countries crumbled under the lure of enormous profits, and officials and smugglers colluded, gradually infiltrating from the coast to the interior. The abundant funds generated by the sugar trade made La Spezia's merchants incredibly wealthy, providing them with ample funds to bribe neighboring countries and use real money to create a vast market. In early 1461, the mayor of the free city of La Spezia, De Marco, joined forces with the Republic of Lucca, the Duchy of Parma, the Duchy of Ferrara, and several surrounding small city-states to form a sugar customs union, advocating for a unified sugar tariff to win through sheer volume. 2 months later, smugglers overwhelmed Florence, and 3 months later, the Duchy of Milan also joined the sugar union. Large quantities of inexpensive, high-quality West African sugar entered northern Italy through the port of La Spezia, and were then transported via various trade routes to the Holy Roman Empire. For the free city of La Spezia, the sugar trade was a golden opportunity. They could make a fortune. For the other northern Italian states, it was also good news. They no longer had to buy expensive sugar from the Venetians and could even act as middlemen, earning a small profit. For the Venetian Republic, they lost another highly profitable commodity, but they could still bear it. At least, the emperor's hand hadn't yet reached for spices and cotton. But for Crete, this was tantamount to annihilation. Sugar was Crete's most valuable commodity and their most competitive asset. Without the profits from sugar, Cretan landowners began to go bankrupt en masse. Their disappointment and dissatisfaction with the Venetian government grew daily, and hatred towards Greek Orthodox Christians surged again. To stabilize the situation on Crete, the Venetian council sent spies to West Africa to conduct on-site investigations of sugarcane plantations on the St. William Islands. They arrived at a subjective conclusion that completely ignored natural geographical conditions. West Africa used enslaved Africans for farming at extremely low costs, far exceeding the traditional manners on Crete. Consequently, the Cretan lords began to emulate the West African plantations, purchasing white slaves from the Black Sea and North Africa, subjecting their serfs to even more brutal exploitation. However, the emperor's second move followed quickly. On May 1, 1461, Isaac, the co-emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, signed an embargo against the Republic of Venice and Carthage, strictly prohibiting the export of any goods, including slaves, to the Republic of Venice. Of course, where there is a law, there will be transgressors. Smugglers could still obtain slaves, but at a significantly higher price. Enraged and desperate to control their wealth, the Cretan landowners decided to directly employ Orthodox Christians as laborers on their plantations. Casim's father, unwilling to accept this arrangement, summoned the villagers and announced the closure of the sugarcane plantation, switching to grape cultivation, with reduced labor and wages, hoping for their understanding. This news spread like wildfire, and Casim's father was immediately condemned by the plantation owners, labeled a traitor. 2 weeks prior, the town of Rezim sent officials to investigate, placing the father under house arrest and seizing all the property. In their ruthlessness, They forced 3 neighboring villages to plant sugarcane on their fields, regardless of suitability. Through the intervention of Qasim's uncle, his father's life was temporarily spared, and Qasim was allowed to remain on the plantation as a foreman. A piercing scream rang in his ears, pulling Qasim back to reality from his painful memories. Strike after strike lashed the old man's back, the sound echoing through the plantation and resonating in the hearts of the onlookers. After 50 lashes, the old man's emaciated body had become a mangled, bloody corpse. "This is what happens when you slack off," the steward roared, cracking his whip in a loud thud. Some serfs looked sorrowful, others their eyes blazing with anger. "Don't blame us. Blame your Greek emperor. If it weren't for him, you'd still be living comfortably like you did a few years ago." No one answered. The serfs stared silently at the steward, a chill running down their spines. "That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow." The foreman tossed out a few words and hurried away, secretly deciding to add a few more overseers. Qasim, dazed, removed his overseer's gear and began his journey home. Many corpses hung from the trees along the roadside. They were all guerrilla fighters resisting the government, some Cretans, some Italians. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. The Venetian government's brutality on Crete had angered many of the lower classes and Hellenized Italian immigrants, who rose up in various places. However, without a unified leadership, they were divided and defeated one by one. Due to conflicting interests, the rebels split into several factions. The moderates advocated reaching a compromise with the government through various means, forcing them to change their policies. Of course, this was impossible. In the eyes of the ruling class, they were also rebels and had to be suppressed. The hardliners hoped to overthrow the Venetian Republic, but their demands were also different. Some advocated independence and autonomy, establishing the Republic of Santitas, just like in the last great uprising. These people were mostly Italians. Others advocated requesting aid from the Eastern Empire and returning to its embrace. These were mostly truly destitute people from the lowest rungs of society, desperately hoping to gain a place in the new political order. Qasim shook his head, unwilling to look at the unseeing corpses of the guerrillas, and quickened his pace. Returning to a thatched hut, the guards at the door maintained basic respect for their former master and didn't make things difficult for him. Inside, his father, shackled, sat by the window, watching the setting sun. "You're back?" his father asked blankly. "I don't want to do it anymore," Qasim said bluntly. His father glared at him and pointed out the window. "As long as they exist, we will never have peace," Qasim said, switching to Albanian. "What do you plan to do? Unite the people, kill them, and rescue you?" Qasim said menacingly. "And then what? Wait to be wiped out by the arriving army?" Qasim fell silent. He hadn't thought that far ahead. "Son, since you don't want to stay here anymore, go to the mountains and find the guerrillas." The father sighed. "What about you? What will you do?" Qasim asked. "If you become strong enough, you can naturally rescue me. If you continue to stay here, our fate will be even worse. Persecution." "What about the family land? Are we just going to let the Venetians occupy it?" Qasim said unwillingly. "That's the inheritance left by my grandfather." The father was silent for a moment. "Son, there are only 2 things in the world worth pursuing for a lifetime, land and freedom. But when land becomes a constraint on freedom, it loses its value. Go hide in the mountains." Qasim looked up and met his father's gentle gaze. "This is the Venetians' last act of madness. Whether for profit or emotion, the emperor of the Eastern Empire will not stand idly by on Crete. Your uncle sent word that several Orthodox nobles have also begun secret activities. St. Titus' spirit is immortal, and the descendants of the Palaiologos family are still alive. I am a dying man. You don't need to waste your time." His father sighed. "I will get you out," Qasim said firmly. "I've grown up. These past few days haven't been entirely fruitless. Just wait and see. One day, I will make them pay in blood." Qasim said this, walked out of the cell, greeted the guards, and walked onto the village path. Moonlight shone down on the earth. The bodies of the guerrillas still hung in the trees. Qasim mustered his courage and scanned the corpses. Somehow, their originally ferocious faces became kind, as if they were smiling encouragingly. Qasim took out the cross his mother had left him, kissed it gently, turned, and disappeared into the jungle, running deeper into the forest. He knew that in that clearing in the woods, a group of equally passionate young people were waiting for him to appear. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190: The Great Rebellion of St. Titus. The Balkan Peninsula, the Thessalian Basin, and the Larissa Plain. Greece is mountainous, with limited arable plains, primarily located along the coast and in intermontane basins. The Thracian Plain, situated between the Black Sea, the Sea of Marmara, and the Aegean Sea, was the most important grain-producing region of the Eastern Roman Empire. Adrianople, located at the junction of the Balkan and Rhodope mountain ranges, bisects the Thracian Plain. The Merich River and mountain rainfall irrigate vast tracts of fertile land, supporting Constantinople, the city of world desire, which at its peak had a population of 500,000. The Macedonian Plain, located east of the Pindus Mountains and north of the Aegean Sea, was also an important grain-producing region. 3 rivers flow through it, giving rise to Thessalonica, the second largest city in the Eastern Roman Empire. The southern part of the peninsula is warmer, with a stronger subtropical high-pressure system in summer. Increased sunlight and heat make the southern plains more suitable for cash crops rather than staple foods, making wine and olive oil important exports. The Thessalian Basin was the third largest agricultural region of the Eastern Roman Empire in the Balkans. The Pinus River deposited 2 intermontane plains, the Larissa Plain, centered on the city of Larissa, and the Trichala Plain, centered on the city of Trichala, both excellent for agriculture and animal husbandry. Thessalian Basin is bordered by the Pindus Mountains to the west, the Aegean Sea to the east, the famous Olympus Mountains to the north, and a narrow corridor connecting it to the Attica Peninsula to the south, making it a relatively independent and unique geographical unit. Compared to the Thracian and Macedonian plains to the north, the Thessalian Basin is somewhat smaller and less naturally endowed, unable to develop into a major coastal city like Constantinople or Thessalonica. However, this valley floor is not without its unique advantages. It is ideal for raising horses. Thessalonians were a renowned livestock base and horse breeding center in ancient Greece, and the famous Thessalian cavalry distinguished themselves on various battlefields, achieving immortal feats. After losing the Levant and the Anatolian plateau, the Thessaly Basin became the only remaining horse breeding center of the Eastern Roman Empire, and with proper development, it still held great potential. Unfortunately, later Eastern Roman emperors were preoccupied with internal strife and lacked both the energy and the desire to systematically develop the Thessaly Basin. This allowed Latin colonists to occupy it almost effortlessly, forcefully dividing it into family territories using Western European feudalism, leading to the continued decline of southern Greece. North of Larissa lies the Thessaly Horse Ranch. Lush green grass, a mighty river, and herds of strong horses gallop across the plains. Nearby are the ranch's fences and buildings, and in the distance, the snow-capped Mount Olympus. The scenery of Olympus is breathtaking. Isaac's entourage couldn't help but gaze at the distant snow-capped peaks, marveling at the wonders of nature. After reclaiming the Balkan territories, Isaac, consulting with various experts, formulated detailed development goals for each region, tailored to local conditions and with different focuses. The Thrace-controlled region focused on agriculture, with a lower Thrace plain supplying the capital, Constantinople. The upper Thrace plain, located north of the Merich River and the Rhodope Mountains, served as the first line of defense in the north of the empire and was placed under the jurisdiction of the Kurgeri military district. The South Macedonial region followed a similar approach, utilizing the agricultural output of the Macedonian plain to support Thessalonica, which in turn used its industrial and commercial output to support agriculture. The Morea region primarily developed economic agriculture and its supporting textile industry, aiming to make Mistras the largest silk-producing center in the Balkans. Attica had the smallest population. Euboea, inheriting the legacy of Venetian colonists, was developing relatively well, while the restoration of Athens continued slowly. Unfortunately, Athens' geographical location was too awkward. Its wealth was entirely absorbed by Thessalonians and Constantinople to the north, and it lacked any notable local specialties. While its wine, anise liquor, and olive oil were all decent, production was limited, and they failed to gain widespread recognition. Athens actually had the potential to develop into a large or medium-sized city, but the Latin colonists sparsely populated it. Although it has recovered somewhat in recent years, its population is still only slightly over 10,000. Without a sufficient population, there is no surplus labor. The Athenian shipyard, which Isaac invested heavily in, can only build small fishing boats and merchant ships, and the perfume industry, which has been encouraged, has failed to expand. Thessaly faced a similar situation to Attica, with a sparse population after years of war, only recently showing signs of improvement. Objectively speaking, Thessaly's commercial value was even lower than Attica's. Thessalonians and Constantinople to the north absorbed most of the maritime merchants, leaving it without even a proper transshipment port. Its only notable industry was probably animal husbandry. Your Majesty, Leonidas, the governor of Thessaly, reported to Isaac, our Thessalian horse ranch currently has 800 war horses and over 3,000 civilian steeds, divided into 4 herds. The allocated pastures are plentiful, but as you know, horse breeding takes time. Leonidas, from the Comnenus family residing in Constantinople, had previously served as a mid-level tax collector there. His promotion was the result of negotiations between the 2 major administrative centers of Carthage and Constantinople. Isaac knew perfectly well that Leonidas possessed no extraordinary talent, but he was diligent and had worked hard these past few years, striving to achieve something significant. And what about the breeds of horses? Isaac inquired. Mainly Turkish ponies originating from the Anatolian plateau. Their appearance is average, but they excel in their hard work and endurance. There are also some Andalusian horses and Achaemenid horses, mainly for sale to nobles. Horses are animals that originally lived in semi-arid grasslands and arid deserts. Some particularly harsh natural environments are actually home to many famous horses, such as the renowned Achaemenid and Arabian horses. Western European countries only began systematic horse breeding much later. Before that, war horses and noble horses were mainly imported, while local horses, pampered in temperate regions, could only perform menial tasks. 2 years ago, I ordered you to allocate 500 ducats annually for horse breeding. How is it going now? Isaac asked. The time is too short, Your Majesty. The breakthroughs are limited. The first batch of hybrid offspring of North African barb horses and Anatolian horses have not yet reached sexual maturity. Their endurance and speed have improved, but the improvement is truly limited. Leonidas wiped the sweat from the corner of his eye. As you know, horse breeding requires a long time and a lot of effort. Isaac nodded. Besides Larissa stud, I also established a larger stud near Sfax a few years ago. Their main breeds are barb and Arabian horses. The barb is a native North African breed. Although not as intelligent as Arabian horses, it is just as brave and hard-working, making it an excellent breeding breed. The Andalusian horse is a crossbreed of the barb and Spanish horses. Its potential is immeasurable. The Andalusian horse beneath him, seeing the lush green stables, seemed eager to try. Isaac smiled, dismounted, and herded it into the stables. Isaac was well aware of the important role the barb played in the history of horse breeding worldwide. The Andalusian horse, the first noble horse of antiquity, and the thoroughbred, the first racehorse of modern times, are both crossbred descendants of the barb. Of course, the thoroughbred and Andalusian horses were later introduced by the Dutch, and after years of crossbreeding with German and French horses, the Dutch warmblood, known for its gentle temperament and ease of training, was developed, making it extremely valuable. For a great power, horse management is essential. Good horses not only improve the efficiency of civilian production and daily life, but also give cavalry a competitive edge on the battlefield. In the original timeline, the Russian Tsarist Empire suffered greatly in this regard, as their diverse breeds of purebred horses were completely overwhelmed by the systematically bred French war horses. Remember to keep the pedigree registers accurate. Don't mix good and bad horses together as before. Select the best of the best. I will heed Your Majesty's teachings. Horse breeding must be targeted. Use docile but short-lived horses for pulling carts, strong and hard-working horses for fighting, and continue breeding strong but unruly horses until their wildness is completely extinguished. Seeing Leonidas sweating profusely, Isaac smiled slightly. Don't think I'm being long-winded. I promise I won't say a word once your horse farm becomes profitable from selling horses. Alright, that's enough about the horse administration. Let's go back inside and discuss things in detail. There are still many things I need to tell you. Isaac turned his head, only to meet the longing gaze of little Alexius. Little Carlo beside him was also gazing at the herds of horses on the grassland, his face full of anticipation. Leonidas, send a few horse grooms to take my son and son-in-law to choose a foal. They've been following me for so long, they deserve some fresh air. The children cheered and ran off. Isaac then pulled Leonidas to the horse farm's office. The conditions are simple, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'll get straight to the point. Isaac opened a map and got straight to the point. Please speak. Leonidas took out his notebook. The 3-year tax exemption period in Thessaly is almost over. I'd like to hear your insights on taxation. Leonidas considered for a moment. Your Majesty, after the purge, the remnants of Western European feudalism in Thessaly are now largely negligible. The people are engaged in agricultural and pastoral production centered around their villages, making tax collection much easier. I plan to organize tax officials to conduct on-site inspections of various settlements, measuring land, counting population, and training the elders and priests of each village to assist our personnel in tax collection. To minimize corruption, I intend to disperse the tax officials across administrative districts for cross-taxation. That's a good idea, but it still needs improvement. Isaac nodded slightly. Which taxes? What taxes? Have you considered these questions, or will you continue as before, doing whatever is convenient? Leonidas hesitated, clearly unsure. The autumn harvest is approaching, and tax collection is a huge undertaking. If done well, it can allow the limited population and land to create greater value. If done poorly, it can cause public resentment to boil over. We can't be careless, let me tell you. If anyone tries to meet certain targets to boost their political achievements and causes the people to curse me behind my back, then I'll make sure they taste the bitterness of being cursed too. Yes, you say so. I will definitely improve. Isaac took a sip of coffee and recounted his previous conversation with the governor of Attica. I plan to improve the tax laws of the Eastern Empire, aiming to reduce the burden on the people and increase the population as quickly as possible. First, abolish all exorbitant taxes such as poll taxes, marriage taxes, and taxes on new births, and unify the collection of land taxes. Simply put, the better the land, and the more land one owns, the more tax one pays, thus reducing the burden on farmers with little land. Of course, the tax rate should not be the same for people engaged in different industries. The tax on wheat should be set at the lowest, followed by fishing, animal husbandry, and forestry, with cash crops at the highest. Commercial taxes are not your concern. The power to levy taxes belongs to the imperial central government. Second, the people do not possess much precious metal, so a mixed taxation model will be adopted, with a portion in gold and silver and a portion in goods. The ratio of gold and silver to goods will be determined based on the actual situation. The central treasury will compile statistics and issue annual quotas to you. Third, local governments will retain a portion of the collected taxes, while the bulk will be given to the central government. When funds are needed, they will be requested from the central government. But, Leonidas hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Don't tell me we don't have enough tax officials. Back when the Balkans were liberated, I instructed you to train tax officials. If you haven't accomplished anything in 3 years, I think we should find someone more capable. Don't worry, even if I personally take charge, I will definitely complete the task. Leonidas gritted his teeth. And then there's the road. I did a brief survey on my way here, and you did a good job on that. Larissa is the southern terminus of the Balkan first-class national highways. Anything further south will have to wait. The renovation of the Balkan national highways has been underway for over 2 years, still following the old practice of classifying national highways into 3 categories. First-class national highways are in the best condition and are directly funded by the central government. The Balkan first-class national highways start from Constantinople and have 2 routes, one westward and one southward. The western route is shorter, connecting Adrianople and Kirjali, primarily serving military purposes, allowing the garrison in Constantinople to advance more quickly to the Kirjali military district at the front lines. The southern national highway is quite long, running along the coastline through the city of Thessalonians, where it splits into 2 branches, one heading northwest to Skopje in the North Macedonian military district, and the other southwest to Larissa in the Thessaly region. These roads are ancient routes, their value proven by merchants throughout history. Although some sections are severely damaged, their restoration to prosperity is only a matter of time. Isaac originally planned to extend the first-class national highway all the way to Athens and Mistras, but after reviewing the reports, he ultimately decided to downgrade it to second class. This wasn't because Isaac lacked funds. The cost of road renovation wasn't high, and using slaves and convicts as labor wouldn't disrupt the normal lives of the people. The problem was that both the Attica and Morea peninsulas are surrounded by sea on 3 sides, with abundant natural harbors. The cost of transporting bulk goods by sea was much lower than by land, and the customs revenue from the first-class national highway didn't even cover the maintenance costs. As for military use, the second-class national highway was sufficient. The first phase of the national highway renovation project has been successfully completed in Larissa, but there are still many shortcomings. The second and third-class national highways are funded by local governments. If you have time recently, please put together a plan and submit applications directly if needed. As for the Western National Highway plan you proposed last time, I've thought about it, and it's not very realistic. Not long ago, Leonidas submitted a plan advocating starting from Larissa, crossing the Pindus Mountains to the west, connecting the Ioannina military district and the Epirus Principality. The first-class national highway in the west should be built, but it cannot start from Larissa. Crossing the Pindus Mountains would consume too many resources. I plan to start from Orange City, connecting the Ioannina city and Alta city to the south, serving the several military districts in the west. I will obey your orders. Leonidas nodded with some regret. One last thing, Isaac said, after the Balkan taxes are collected, I plan to establish 3 new legions, the 5th Legion of the Purple Guard, and the 10th and 11th Legions of the Imperial Guard. The 2 Imperial Guard legions will be light cavalry legions, stationed in Larissa and Tripoli respectively, serving as rapid reaction forces. The officer corps of the 10th Imperial Guard Legion is already established, and the soldiers will be recruited from the Thessalonians. Their banner will be a crowned centaur. And their codename will be Thessalonian Crown. This legion will be active year-round in the border region between the Thessalonian Basin and the North Macedonian military district. You must prepare for their recruitment, replenishment, and supplies. I understand. Isaac finished his coffee, waved, and prepared to leave. Your Majesty, establishing 3 legions at once, is it another war? Leonidas asked. Yes, time waits for no one. I wish I could develop for a few more years, but the enemy won't give me that time. Reaching the door, Isaac paused, then stopped. I might as well tell you, something's happened on Crete, and there's new progress in the battle for Karaman. The army has been idle for years. It's time to get moving. May His Majesty have good fortune in battle. For the 2 territories of the Eastern Roman Empire, the autumn of 1461 was peaceful. The raging Italian wars failed to affect land-based production in the Balkans and Africa. Profits from overseas trade quickly propelled several major cities onto a path of rapid development, and the policy of light taxes and levies also led to rapid population growth in the Balkans. With the Black Sea trade routes reopened, Constantinople and Thessalonians experienced a revival, their influence on surrounding areas constantly increasing. Many merchants who had amassed fortunes overseas settled in these 2 cities, and even Berber merchants from North Africa yearned for the famous Constantinople. Against this backdrop, Constantinople's population continued to grow, officially surpassing the 120,000 mark, with the new Romans, mainly Berbers, Armenians, and Coptics, reaching 30,000. Luxury homes in the city were extremely rare. According to financial statements, the Constantinople government earned a staggering 4,000 ducats solely from land revenue in the past year. Meanwhile, the maritime rivalry between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Republic of Venice intensified, with their fleets and affiliated pirates constantly clashing in the eastern Mediterranean, plundering merchant ships, disrupting trade routes, and suffering losses on both sides. The maritime struggle stimulated a shipbuilding market, with the Eastern Roman Empire's major shipyards receiving a flood of orders, and downstream industries such as textiles and logging also flourishing. On September 3, 1461, dozens of cadets from the Naval Academy of Naval Studies captured a Venetian merchant fleet near the Cyprus coast, laden with precious Indian spices. When they overcame the escorting ships and steered the fleet back to Billinge, the entire port was abuzz with excitement. The news spread far and wide, and the cadets were received by Isaac, who praised them for their high moral character, devout faith, loyalty, and courage. To encourage the naval attacks against Venice, Isaac personally funded the construction of a fully armed 3-masted sailing ship for them, hoping they would continue their efforts. The naval conflict quickly spilled over onto land. The Aulon military district, closest to Venetian territory, was unsurprisingly attacked again, and hundreds of civilians were captured and enslaved. The Eastern Roman Empire retaliated in quick succession, with Speaker Giovanni personally leading an attack on Venetian Dalmatia, plundering the territory before returning with a vengeance. Coincidentally, one of the illegitimate sons of the Venetian Doge Maripello was doing business there. The poor boy was dragged from a brothel by the pirates and taken directly to the Golden Gate of Constantinople to be hanged. These small-scale conflicts continued for a long time until one day, News spread wildly throughout the Mediterranean, completely igniting a full-scale war between the two nations. The Cretan revolt had begun. On November 1, 1461, after numerous setbacks, the Cretan people, unwilling to endure oppression, finally realized the importance of unity. To conceal their actions, several rebel leaders held a meeting on a fishing boat, determining their future strategy for the uprising. The following day, an uprising broke out around Riziminon. The rebels quickly captured several fortresses outside the city and, with the help of the city's inhabitants, stormed the city. The local lord hastily dispatched troops, but more than a third of the army defected, and another two-thirds quickly collapsed. The diehards were all executed, and the rest joined the rebels. That night, the rebels occupied the lower city, but struggled to breach the well-defended upper city. The rebel leader rallied the people of the lower city, killed captured Venetian officials in the square, and delivered a speech, calling on the people to unite and break free from their chains. The next day, Venetian troops, having received news, rushed towards Riziminon from all directions. To avoid unnecessary losses, the rebels were forced to leave the city and retreat into the mountains of central Crete. Encouraged by the Riziminon uprising, the rebels raised the banner of rebellion in various regions, forcing the Venetian army to travel back and forth to quell the uprisings. On November 5, 1461, Nicolia Calergius, a descendant of the Calergius family, launched an uprising in the small town of Syria in southwestern Crete. A century later, the banner of St. Titus was raised once more. However, the Venetians had long established themselves on Crete, and the fortifications of their major cities were extremely sophisticated. Apart from Riziminon, where they initially captured the city, the rebels failed to conquer any major cities and could only operate in the more populous countryside. On November 10, 1461, the Venetian council declared St. Titus's uprising illegal and conscripted mercenaries from around the world to suppress the rebellion on Crete. On the same day, the two emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire addressed the citizens of Constantinople, declaring their support for St. Titus's uprising and vowing to do everything in their power to save their compatriots in distress. Meanwhile, Isaac listed 10 major crimes of the Venetian Republic, demonstrating his unwavering stance of non-compromise. From this day forward, the Senate and the people of Rome will no longer recognize the legitimacy of the Venetian Republic. All land and property of the Venetian puppet government belong to the Roman Empire. From this day forward, the Senate and the people of Rome will sever all diplomatic relations with the Venetian puppet government until they reaffirm their suzerainty to the Roman Empire. From this day forward, all imperial fleets will launch unrestricted attacks against the Venetian puppet government. All ships flying the Venetian flag are targets. On November 12, 1461, the 3 imperial fleets and 5,000 troops assembled at the port of Byzantium, ready to land on Crete. The War of Santitus had officially begun. Chapter 191 The Palaiologos family. Byzantium, the Black Castle. 5 years ago, the Hafs dynasty collapsed, and the administrative center of the Eastern Roman Empire in North Africa moved from Byzantium in Cyrenaica to the more favorable city of Carthage. The old capital was placed under the jurisdiction of the governor of the Byzantium region. Having lost its status as a political center, Byzantium, like the former port of Sirte, experienced a significant slowdown in its development, with nearly 20,000 military personnel and government officials' families moving to Carthage. Later, with the reconquest of the Balkans and the revival of Black Sea trade, Constantinople once again became a coveted city. Wealthy merchants and gentry from Cyrenaica began migrating north, and water-intensive industries such as textiles, iron smelting, and shipbuilding also moved to regions with better natural conditions. However, after more than a decade of immigration and assimilation, the Hellenization of the Green Mountains region deepened, and many rural residents migrated north. The population of Byzantium and its surrounding areas fluctuated, eventually settling at around 50,000. Carthage, a vital hub for trade in the eastern and western Mediterranean, saw its commercial development stagnate as ocean-going fleets, which brought enormous revenue to the empire, no longer considered Byzantium their first stop. However, Byzantium remained valuable. It was not only the most important agricultural and pastoral center between Tripoli and Cairo, but also a crucial bridge connecting the Eastern Roman Empire's North African and Balkan territories, serving as a trade transit point. Sailing north from Byzantium, with favorable winds, one could reach the Morea Peninsula in just 2 days. Leveraging its unique geographical advantages, Byzantium quickly recovered from its temporary decline and developed its own distinctive industry, slavery. Years of turmoil in the Balkans, Severe population loss in Cyrenaica, the ongoing Mamluk civil war, and the raging Ottoman-Karaman wars led to a severe shortage of able-bodied labor in the eastern Mediterranean. In contrast, a large number of Berbers were forced to flee deep into the Atlas Mountains. The habitable land there could not support such a large population, leading to frequent conflicts between tribes. The victors often took everything from the losers, including their right to life and freedom. Consequently, many slave-hunting groups and settlers ventured into the Atlas Mountains. Most of the time, they traded with specific Shek tribes, exchanging weapons, provisions, and handicrafts from major cities for Berber slaves, only personally engaging in slave trading in rare circumstances. This influx of labor quickly stimulated the North African slave market. Due to the backwardness of their production methods, the serf farms in Africa soon reached saturation, and surplus slaves were loaded onto large ships and transported eastward. Simultaneously, the Black Sea trade reopened, and large numbers of Orthodox Slavic and Circassian slaves began to migrate south, their two bloody trade routes converging at the port of Billinch. Based on this, the Eastern Roman Empire government returned to its familiar path, initiating a new round of population exchange. The Eastern Roman Empire quickly enacted new slave laws to macro-control the flow of various slaves. Orthodox Slavic and Circassian slaves were strictly prohibited from being exported. The government funded their resettlement in Cyrenaica, Sirte, and Africa. Due to their shared faith, they automatically became Roman citizens after learning Greek, serving as tenants on government-owned lands. They could repay their debts through labor, purchase land, and become free citizens. Sunni Berbers were partly transported to the Balkans and distributed cheaply to villages, partly exported, and partly used in human trade with the Mamluks and Karamans, their primary source of income. The benefits of this system were obvious. It could rapidly change the religious landscape of North Africa, essentially Christianizing it. "I cannot change your heart, but I firmly control your body." Stubborn Sunni believers were forced to leave North Africa. Although deeply dissatisfied, they couldn't make much of a splash in the unfamiliar, predominantly Orthodox Balkans. Through long periods of labor, their edges were smoothed out, and they were assimilated by the locals. Black Sea Orthodox Christians who learned Greek filled the void left by the Roman Empire. These liberated New Romans may not necessarily be grateful to Isaac, but they naturally gravitated towards the Eastern Roman rulers who shared their faith and language, while excluding other Muslims. This formed the cornerstone of the Eastern Roman Empire's deep-rooted rule in North Africa. Slavs and Circassians lacked a well-developed concept of nationhood. Throughout their lives, religious identity was far stronger than ethnic identity, and many were completely unaware of their own ethnicity. The Roman nation was the only fully developed nation in the Mediterranean world at that time. Its concept of national identity was very simple, disregarding race, bloodline, and origin. Simply put, if you believed in Eastern Orthodoxy and spoke Greek, you were a true Roman. Therefore, whether Coptic, Armenian, Georgian, Spanish, or Arab, they were accepted by the Roman Empire while embracing Roman national identity, enjoying the same treatment as other Romans, and could serve as priests, officials, or even basileus. Emperor Marcus Aurelius was of Spanish descent, Emperor Philip of Arab descent, Emperor Severus of North Africa, and even Isaac Palaiologos family originated from Cilician Armenia. This explains why a true Constantinople might consider a converted, Greek-speaking Turk a fellow countryman, while speaking ill of Sunni Greeks, regardless of their surname, Komnen or Cantacuzene. It also explains why Slavs and Circassians who settled in North Africa could quickly integrate into the Roman family, forgetting their origins within a generation. What? You don't know who you are? No problem, from now on you're Roman. This population exchange, of course, had its drawbacks, less money earned in the short term. However, with West Africa as a crucial source of raw materials and a dumping ground, Isaac's funds were temporarily plentiful. Against this backdrop, the slave trade in Byzantium, as a transshipment hub, flourished rapidly. Large numbers of Orthodox slaves arrived from the Black Sea, passing through the Rynchus to travel south or west to Cyrenaica and Africa to cultivate wastelands, while large numbers of Berber slaves came from the Atlas Mountains and were sold throughout the Mediterranean. By this time, Byzantium had become the largest slave trading port in the entire Mediterranean world, its products sold far and wide, with trade relations with the Mamluks, the Ottomans, the Karamans, the Free City of La Spezia, and even the Hanseatic League. The thriving slave trade naturally brought security problems. Isaac specifically stationed the 4th Legion of the Guard and a Slavic 1,000-man unit there to crack down on tax evasion and deter criminals. As long as Isaac's wars and plundering continued, the slave trade in Byzantium would continue to prosper. When expansion ceased, it would decline. The Eastern Roman Empire, after many twists and turns, had ultimately followed the same path of its ancestors' rise to power. Inside the council chamber of Castle Black, Isaac put down the financial statements of the city of Byzantium for the past few years, picked up a letter with the family crest of a green ram on a white background. Seeing Isaac begin to read, the envoys below finally breathed a sigh of relief, ending their anxious wait, and stepped forward. Your Majesty, my name is Isaac Palaiologos, from the Palaiologos family of Crete, the current Earl of Palaiologos, Nicopolis. I don't recall the late emperor ever bestowing the title of Earl upon the Palaiologos family, Isaac said slowly as he read the letter. I am the cousin of the current consul of Palaiologos. Yanis wiped a bead of sweat and immediately corrected himself. I remember that the male members of the Palaiologos family were wiped out in the last uprising of St. Titus. You must only be descendants on the maternal side. Yes, Yanis could only answer truthfully. My cousin Nicopolis and I are both the great-nephews of the former Earl of Palaiologos, he continued, seeing Isaac's silence. Currently, the rebels on Crete are making rapid progress. 4 large rebel armies have annihilated over 10,000 enemy soldiers, victoriously retreating into the mountains and joining forces at Mount Ija. The Venetian garrison on the island is negligible. As long as you... Oh? Is that so? Isaac put down the letter requesting aid, looking at Giannis with a playful expression. That's excellent. My army isn't fully prepared yet. It would be best if you could drive out the Venetians yourselves. Giannis sensed something was wrong but could only grit his teeth and continue. Your Majesty, the Venetians' defenses on the island are very strong. We alone have no chance of driving them out. We must rely on your reinforcements. In that case, do you acknowledge that Crete is part of the Roman Empire? Do you acknowledge my and my father's absolute sovereignty over this island? Of course we do. Giannis vaguely understood the reason for the emperor's anger and broke out in a cold sweat. If that's the case, why does your cousin's letter to me sometimes refer to the Duchy of St. Titus and sometimes the Republic of St. Titus, without mentioning the Senate or the Roman people? Do you still think the Eastern Empire is as weak as it was 100 years ago, and are thinking of establishing your own independent state? Isaac stood up and slammed a letter of appeal in front of Giannis. This, I can tell you very clearly, regardless of whether you revoke or not, regardless of whether you accept it or not, Crete has always been part of the Roman Empire, and its people are Roman people, not citizens of the Republic of St. Titus. As for the Venetians, they are certainly my enemies, and the recapture of Crete is certainly part of my plan, but I will only protect my own people, Isaac said calmly. Go back and think carefully. Are you going to appeal for help in the name of the Roman people? Or are you going to fight against a royal army in the name of the Republic of St. Titus? Seeing that Isaac was about to kick him out, Giannis finally couldn't stand it anymore. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This was all done by my elder brother alone. Instigated by some Italians, he insisted on writing this letter as a so-called test. But the rest of us are your loyal subjects. Giannis knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. The first batch of Venetian mercenaries has arrived in Heraklion. They are all Bohemian heavy infantry. It is said that many French and Ottomans have also been hired by the Venetian government. We are no match for them. If you do not intervene, the rebels will only face death. Oh, Isaac turned around and looked at Giannis with a smile. So, you are different from your cousin, and you are loyal to the Roman Empire. Absolutely. In that case, Isaac drew his sword. Given Giannis Palaiologos, Giannis was taken aback, but the sword was already on his shoulder. Your Majesty, are you willing to pledge allegiance to me, Isaac I of the House of Palaiologos, to guard my crown and support my offspring? I am willing. Are you willing to treat the people kindly, to be just in your heart, to help the weak, and to defend justice? I am willing. Are you willing to learn martial arts, to train soldiers, and to conquer the barbarians with my sword? I am willing. Giannis vaguely understood something, his expression changing from initial confusion and unease to excitement and agitation, his voice growing louder and louder. In the name of the Senate and the people of Rome, I hereby bestow upon you the title of Baron Calypsis, and grant you the Calypsis family castle. Isaac placed the sword in Giannis's slightly trembling hands, extended his right hand, and let him kiss the family ring. All right, Baron Palaiologos, go back to your quarters and wait. I will not stand idly by while my people are bullied by the Venetians. My army is everywhere, my fleet fills the seas. From this day forward, you are the rightful baron of the Roman Empire. Do not forget your oath today." "Yes." Giannis, dazed, clutched his sword and walked out of the council chamber. Things had happened too fast, he hadn't quite recovered yet. "Speak, all of you. What are your views on the War of Santitus?" After seeing Giannis off, Isaac returned to his throne, his expression returning to normal. "Your Majesty, the uprising on Crete was truly unexpected. Their unauthorized actions have directly put us in the eye of the storm," said Army Minister Mikhail with a wry smile. "Crete is a self-sufficient independent entity, Venice's most important overseas territory, surpassing all other territories combined. The Venetian Grand Council has always treated Crete as its homeland, relocating a tenth of its population there. Venetians have managed the island for centuries. The defenses of its major cities are extremely sophisticated, riddled with fortifications and strongholds. The Italian hardliners mainly reside in these cities, making them very difficult to deal with. Moreover, due to a repeated abandonment of them, the Orthodox inhabitants of Crete are not very loyal to the empire. During the Great Uprising of St. Titus 100 years ago, the rebels primarily sought to overthrow the Venetian government and establish an independent republic, rather than returning to the Eastern Empire. Therefore, even if we land on the island and establish a foothold, it is impossible to completely eliminate Venetian influence there in a short time. Instead, it will hinder our expansion." Isaac remained silent, stroking his beard. Crete was indeed a tough nut to crack. The Venetians cherished it and would never willingly withdraw. For the Venetians, Crete's value lay not only in its fertile land and abundant minerals, but also in its crucial role as a vital hub controlling trade routes in the eastern Mediterranean, a key element in the Venetian Republic's commercial hegemony in the region. If it were easy to conquer, Isaac would have acted long ago in the previous Marian War, instead of waiting until now. In the original timeline, after the Ottoman Empire reached its zenith, both its army and navy far surpassed those of the Venetians. They first used their navy to blockade Crete, then deployed a massive army of 100,000, gradually dismantling the various fortresses with the aid of heavy weaponry. Despite this, the city of Candia held out against the Ottoman army for a full 21 years. I cannot agree with Marcus Mikhail's words," said Admiral Fidel, the Minister of the Navy and commander of the Eastern Mediterranean Fleet, stepping forward and bowing respectfully. "First, Crete has been Roman territory since ancient times. Although the people of the island are extremely disappointed with the previous emperors of the Eastern Empire, they will never join the Venetians because of this. But, Mikhail, I am a Cretan. If you continue to question the loyalty of the Cretan people, then let's meet in the dueling arena," Fidel roared angrily. "Fine. I'd like to see what kind of talent His Majesty has cultivated with all that military funding he gives you every year," Mikhail also roared angrily, his right hand already on his waist. "Enough. If you make another sound, get out." Two high-ranking officials of the empire, going to the dueling arena for such a trivial matter, "Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Isaac roared, and the officials all lowered their heads, not daring to make a scene. Fidel, continue. "Secondly, we actually have a considerable advantage in attacking Crete. The rebels on the island can provide support, the vast countryside can supply us, and the people in the city are not entirely loyal to the Venetians. Furthermore, Byzantium is the closest major port to Crete, giving us a natural advantage in troop deployment. Thirdly, you have already declared in Constantinople that you will support the Cretan rebels and will never compromise with the Venetians. If you stand by and watch the rebels be wiped out by the Venetians, the empire's prestige will suffer a severe blow." Fidel glanced at Isaac and continued. "I understand that the Cretan uprising has indeed disrupted your plans, but this is our best, and last, opportunity to reclaim the island. If we abandon them again this time, the Cretans' last hope for the empire will vanish. Therefore, Crete must be attacked, and sooner rather than later." Fidel glared at Mikhail and ended his speech. Yes, compared to the Ottomans in the original timeline, Isaac had two important advantages: terrain and popular support. The Ottoman invasion of Crete required drawing troops from distant ports, and on the island itself, they faced combined resistance from the Venetians and Cretans, thus progressing slowly. Moreover, as Fidel had said, for the sake of prestige and reputation, Isaac, even if it meant forcing himself, had to give an explanation to the Senate and the Roman people. Fidel, yes, sir, you will lead the Eastern Mediterranean fleet to patrol the southern coast of Crete, and for now, avoid direct confrontation with the Venetian fleet. You need to establish contact with the local militias and try to win them over to our side, supporting forces loyal to the empire. I don't want anyone, like Nicopolis Palaiologos, to bring up the old story of the Republic of Santitas after we land on the island. Yes, sir. Admiral Fidel accepted the order and left. Mikhail, present, assemble the army, prepare for a tough battle. Isaac bid farewell to his ministers and returned alone to his study, sketching on a map. The Cretan campaign was destined to be a protracted war. Both Venice and the Eastern Roman Empire would place heavy bets there, a contest of national strength and, more importantly, luck. It is definitely not feasible to rely solely on the army to push forward. Our own army strength is already somewhat lacking, and the land that needs to be defended is vast. If the war drags on, hostile foreign forces will take the opportunity to invade our borders. Isaac repeatedly worked out the plans on the drawing board, and a bold scheme gradually took shape. He hastily scribbled a few names on the paper. He rang the bell, and his servants quickly arrived. Go and summon all of these people. Chapter 192 Catching a Turtle in a Jar. In the Balkans, at the Oran military district, in the city of Oran, soldiers of the 1st Infantry Regiment of the Oran Military District Border Guard entered the fishing village, now reduced to ruins, bathed in the soft light of dawn. The village had just been ravaged. The villagers, having received advance warning, had fled inland. The Venetian pirates, finding nothing, burned the deserted village to the ground. The villagers returned home, scavenging through the ruins for anything usable. The cries of women and children filled the air, while men squatted helplessly before their charred homes, pounding the ground in despair. The village elder, standing atop the ruins, rallied the villagers, gathering resources to rebuild their home. Vittorio, commander of the 1st Regiment of the Oran Military District Border Guard, rode up to the elder. The elder glanced at the black bear emblem on Vittorio's chest, smiled bitterly, and vowed. My lord, you are too late. This place has been destroyed. I apologize, the distance was too far, and the Venetians arrived too quickly. We were powerless to help. Vittorio dismounted, beckoned, and his adjutant handed him a document and a money bag. By order of Count Maruna, commander of the Oran military district of the Eastern Roman Empire, the village of Cavea is exempt from taxes for 2 quarters. This is the tax you paid a few days ago, now returned to you for rebuilding your homes. Thank you. The elder quickly knelt on one knee and accepted the money bag from Vittorio. For the villagers who had lost their homes, this was, of course, a drop in the ocean, but it was better than nothing. In addition, according to the decree issued by His Excellency Maurice, the military governor, villagers who lost their homes during the Venetian plunder can go to Oran and the imperial castle of Isaac to participate in the reconstruction of civilian projects and can join the Oran military district's border guards. The personnel department will give them preferential treatment. This is the latest policy of the imperial central government, using work for relief assistance for villagers who have suffered from natural disasters and man-made calamities. This approach can make full use of surplus labor and prevent them from resorting to extreme measures. There are still many vacant positions in Oran. The naval shipyard needs to be rebuilt, the border guards are being expanded, and the Catalan and Navarre mercenary groups fighting in Egypt are also recruiting. The strong young men in the village can give it a try. A year ago, the Venetian Republic's invincible fleet attacked the Oran military district, and Venetian mercenary Marshal Coligny stormed Oran and advanced on the imperial castle of Isaac. Later, the Venetian invincible fleet suffered a major defeat in the Battle of Malta, and Coligny was forced to withdraw his troops, looting the area around Oran before leaving. Against this backdrop, hatred towards the Venetians among the people of the Oran military district reached its peak, and the desire to enlist surged, quickly filling all the available border guard positions. The Albanian mountain people, renowned for their bravery and fighting prowess, were an excellent source of soldiers, and many mercenary groups also came to recruit mercenaries. Thank you, sir, we will consider it, the elder said after a moment's thought. Sir, would you like to stay for a meal? Before the Venetians arrived, we had already taken away our grain and valuables, and we still have plenty of food, Vittorio explained, knowing the elder wanted to exchange the surplus grain for cash. These disaster-stricken villages often attracted scavengers, unscrupulous merchants who would buy upland and grain at extremely low prices, even luring landless farmers into slavery, causing large numbers of farmers to go bankrupt and flee. The border guards were different. They had their own land and the emperor's stipends, and although not as high as the central army, they could still live very comfortably. Moreover, The Oran military district has one seat each in the three-tiered council and the city council. They are not under the control of the military district. If the border guards oppress the villagers and cause public resentment, the councillors can relay the news directly to the emperor. The current political environment is relatively peaceful, and the emperor's prestige is at its peak. No one dares to directly offend his authority. Alright, we are different from other armies. We will pay for our meals. We trust you, the elder said with a smile, instructing the villagers to set up their pots and cook. Sir, I haven't had a chance to ask your name yet. By the fire, the elder handed Vittorio a cup of cloudy wine, curiously pointing to the black bear emblem embroidered on his chest. My name is Vittorio, the younger brother of Count Maruna, the military district commander. I studied at the Royal Knights Academy before coming here last year to serve as the commander of the 1st Border Regiment. Vittorio took the wine and drank it all in one gulp. To be honest, the main reason I led this team to several villages in the north was to survey the terrain. The military district is planning to build a new fortress on the northern coastal plain as a supply depot for the army's advance, and your village is one of the candidates. Upon hearing this, the elder's eagerness intensified, but at the same time, there was some worry. Are we preparing for war? That's none of your concern. However, you can probably guess that we won't let the Venetians run rampant. We will definitely take action. But, isn't the North Grand Duke Lex territory? The elder asked, somewhat puzzled. By the way, speaking of which, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Vittorio shifted his gaze from the distant mountains back to the nearby area. Are most of the villagers Albanians? Yes, 353 Albanians, 15 Serbs, 35 Greeks, and more than 30 Berber slaves, but we are all Romans now, the elder quickly added. And what do you think of His Excellency Giorgio Castigliotti? If only he weren't a Catholic, the elder pondered for a moment, then sighed. Vittorio smiled but remained silent. With the expansion of the Eastern Roman Empire in the Balkans, the surrounding smaller powers were on edge. They certainly disliked the domineering Ottomans, but they didn't necessarily reciprocate the Eastern Roman Empire's feelings about driving them out. Skanderbeg, who occupied Albania, was one of them. This unparalleled general had spent half his life fighting, always pursuing Albanian national liberation and independence, hoping to free this long-suffering nation from the interference of foreign powers. Thus, after the Eastern Roman Empire's reconquest of the Balkans, the good relations between the two countries began to crack. Skanderbeg repeatedly demanded the return of the leased city of Oran, but these demands were always met with excuses. Not long ago, the Venetian Republic invaded the Oran military district. The district commander, Maruna, requested assistance from Skanderbeg, but was refused on the spot. Moreover, Skanderbeg attempted to seize Oran after the Venetians withdrew, but due to internal leaks, the plan failed. According to inside sources, Skanderbeg repeatedly declared that even if Venice was powerful, it was ultimately a trading republic, only able to occupy coastal ports and unable to threaten the core Albanian territory. In his view, as long as the Eastern Roman Empire continued to develop, the sparsely populated and internally conflicted Albanian Union would have no chance of survival. Indeed, as he said, since the establishment of the Oran military district, the Eastern Roman Empire's infiltration of Albania had never ceased, with targeted attempts to sow discord. The Albanian Union was ultimately a loose confederation, riddled with internal factions, and almost entirely controlled by Skanderbeg's personal prestige. However, besides his advancing age, Skanderbeg had another fatal weakness: he was a Catholic. Apart from Skanderbeg and some of his loyal followers, the rest of the Albanian populace and nobility were Orthodox Christians. Encouraged by the Eastern Empire, large numbers of Orthodox monks began entering the Albanian mountains, inciting religious antagonism, sowing discord, and urging the populace to move south to avoid religious oppression. Skanderbeg was powerless against these tactics. Expel them? The monks wouldn't openly enter Skanderbeg's territory. Instead, they would hide in the rural mountains, preaching and spreading their doctrines. Arrest them? On religious matters, the people wouldn't side with the Catholic nobility. Convert back to Orthodoxy? Skanderbeg had been baptized by the Roman Catholic Church. Abandoning it would mean the end of all his efforts in the Catholic world and could very well lead to harassment from the Patriarch of Constantinople. Therefore, to maintain his current independent stance, he needed the support of the Italian states, and the more he sought support, the deeper the religious divisions in Albania would become. Ultimately, Skanderbeg's base was too small to achieve true national independence. With his death, the loose alliance would inevitably crumble. Alright, that's enough. We must move forward. Vittorio stood up and began to rally the soldiers. The imperial army has already assembled at the imperial castle of Isaac. We will avenge ourselves on the Venetians. Western Oran Military District, Imperial Castle of Isaac. After a simple lunch, the military district commander, Maruna, convened a meeting at the table. Attendees included Prince Leonardo Tocco of Epirus, who had come to provide support, Lirda, commander of the 7th Legion of the Imperial Guard, Messing, commander of the 3rd Legion of the Purple Guard, Tilin, commander of the ironclad Holy Cavalry, Afif, captain of the Slavic 1,000-man unit, Urban, captain of the Spartan Heavy Artillery Company, and most of the officers of the Oran and Ioannina border guards. This time, over 20,000 soldiers, including the Central Army, border guards, Slavic Legion, auxiliary troops, armored paladins, and artillery units, gathered at the imperial castle of Isaac, cramming the small mountain fortress to capacity. This large army was fully organized, with infantry, artillery, light cavalry, and heavy cavalry, everything one could need. My colleagues, Maruna said, I believe you have all received His Majesty's orders. This operation will be commanded by me, with Prince Leonardo and His Excellency Lirda as deputy commanders, regardless of your military affiliation, whether you are the Emperor's personal guard or a regional garrison. Once you are on the battlefield, you must obey the orders of command. His Majesty has granted me the privilege of acting first and reporting later. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to military law. Maruna glanced at the Imperial Knight Commander and the Afif Centurion, who both responded with agreement. Maruna waved his hand, and his personal guards unfurled a giant map of the Adriatic Sea, on which different political factions were marked with different colors. The Adriatic Sea is very long and narrow, bordered by Italy to the west, the Balkans to the east, the Holy Roman Empire to the north, and the Mediterranean Sea to the south via the Strait of Otranto. The Western Adriatic is a complex mix of powers: the Kingdom of Naples, the Republic of Ancona, the Papal States, and the Duchy of Ferrara. None of them pose a threat to us for the time being, and to the east lies Venetian territory. Maruna placed his finger on the black dot representing Oran, extending it northwards. Along the long coastline of the western Balkan Peninsula, the pale blue of Venetian territory encompasses almost all the harbors and islands, while the brown of the United Kingdom of Hungary and Croatia is huddled between the island chains. On the coastline of the Republic of Venice, there exists a lighter-colored area. This is the Republic of Ragusa, a trading city-state centered around the city of Ragusa, a crucial gateway connecting the Balkans and Italy. Ragusa currently maintains nominal independence, but is heavily influenced by the Republic of Venice. The two were originally competitors. To counter Venice's trade monopoly, Ragusa successively submitted to Serbia, Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire in exchange for the support of a major land power. Recently, the Ottoman Empire was defeated, leaving a large power vacuum in the Balkans. Coincidentally, Hungary, Serbia, and Bosnia are all embroiled in serious internal strife, with the Kingdom of Bosnia on the verge of disintegration. Thus, the Republic of Ragusa lost the protection of the Balkan powers, and its independence became precarious. About 5 years ago, Venice seized this opportunity, using overwhelming military force to compel the Ragusa Council to sign an agreement with them. Although nominally an alliance, Ragusa has effectively become a puppet state of Venice, a vassal state of Nice that retains considerable autonomy. It is precisely because of these interconnected excellent ports that the Venetian fleet has been able to operate so successfully in the Adriatic Sea. With these ports, the Venetian fleet can easily obtain supplies, manpower, and repairs, and their influence can extend all the way to the Mediterranean. Even His Majesty's fleet dares not venture into the depths of the Adriatic. If we truly want to defeat Venice, we must confine them within the Adriatic Sea, and our objective is to sail north along the eastern coastline of the Adriatic, dismantle their fortresses and strongholds along the coast, and seize their ports. Only in this way can His Majesty's fleet reach the core of Venice, even the city of Venice itself. After Maruna finished speaking, the generals were somewhat shocked. They had not expected the Emperor's plan to be so audacious, attempting to completely lock down the Venetian Republic through a series of means. What are the specific strategies? Leonardo asked. The first step, and the most important one, is to eliminate all Venetian strongholds in Albania, including the center of Venetian rule. Maruna drew a circle on the map. Duration. From the very beginning of the Oran military district, His Majesty ordered me to infiltrate the Albanian region, to win over the lords of the Albanian Union under the guise of being kinsmen, and we have already made considerable progress. These spies will play a crucial role in our advance into Albania. Count, will Castelliati obstruct our plans? Messing, commander of the 3rd Legion of the Purple Guard, asked. Definitely. The Castelliati family will not stand idly by. Grand Duke Castelliati knows very well that only when two tigers fight can they have the opportunity to play both sides. If we drive out the Venetians, we can gradually erode Albanian territory, something that the old Grand Duke never wants to see. Is it possible to persuade him to remain still, or even join us? Maruna slowly shook his head. Not long ago, His Majesty summoned me to Billinch and spoke emphatically about Grand Duke Castelliati, instructing me to pay close attention to this man. According to His Majesty, he is a true hero, not only exceptionally talented in military affairs but also dedicated to national independence. For this goal, he is willing to abandon everything, including personal honor in the rise and fall of his family. If it were anyone else, His Majesty could easily offer them high-ranking positions and generous rewards, recognizing the Castelliati family's hereditary title as Grand Duke of Albania in exchange for their submission. You see, this officially recognized hereditary status is exactly what the Castelliati family needs right now, but not George Castelliati. Ottoman Sultan Murad I has tried many times, each time being rejected on the spot. His Majesty has also tried to probe, but his replies always focus on Oran. Maruna helplessly shrugged. You must admit that there are some people whose will is incredibly firm and cannot be swayed by power and status. That is precisely why they are our biggest obstacle to advancing on Eurasian. Fortunately, compared to the Ottomans, we have two natural advantages, terrain and religion. Seeing the complicated expressions on the generals' faces, Maruna quickly added. Topographically, the Ottomans, moving from east to west, would face steep mountains, while we, moving from south to north, would traverse coastal plains. Religiously, when the Ottomans attacked Albania, the Orthodox populace, nobles, and clergy would unite closely around Castelliati, for they were waging a holy war to defend their faith. But we are different. We are waging a just liberation war in the name of the Orthodox Emperor, aiming to liberate them from the oppression of heresy. Furthermore, according to His Majesty's orders, we will not enter the Albanian mountains for the time being. We only need a passage to the heart of Venice. Therefore, we must start from within the Albanian Confederation. Keeping Castelliati preoccupied, if we do encounter Castelliati's forces, do not be afraid. On the plains, they are no match for us. What is there to be afraid of? We have fought alongside His Majesty for 16 years, weathering even the most perilous times. We have won and lost, but we have never been afraid, Leard scoffed. Of course, I'm saying this to prepare you mentally. His Majesty's diplomats have already begun their operations. You just need to focus on the battle. The Emperor's ambitions this time are vast. He intends to completely crush Venice. In this grand scheme, we are merely one piece in the puzzle. Maruna's face was solemn. I'm giving you 1 week. In 1 week, the entire army will advance, with the target being Eurasian. At the end of 1461, the Eastern Roman Empire began a large-scale military mobilization in its Balkan territories, with troops, laborers, provisions, and weapons continuously converging on the Oran military district. On January 10, 1462, the Eastern Roman Empire assembled 20,000 soldiers and 30,000 laborers in the Oran military district, claiming an army of 100,000. Led by Count Maruna, they crossed the northern border of the Oran military district in a mighty march northward. Chapter 193 Cairo Trade Treaty. On the banks of the Nile, in Cairo, the Mamluk Sultanate's civil war had been raging for a long time. With the intervention of foreign powers, this political vortex, initially confined to Cairo, gradually spread, plunging the entire country into war. Generally speaking, the nominal Mamluk Sultan Mansur initially held a significant disadvantage. Even with the support of the Catalan and Navarre mercenary groups, he couldn't turn the tide. Mansur's field army suffered repeated defeats, and Cairo was besieged multiple times. During the two most severe sieges, the rebels even approached Saladin's citadel. In 1457, Ashraf, who had declared himself Sultan of Egypt and Syria, personally led an army of 80,000, easily defeating the small force sent by Mansur to block his advance and completely besieging Cairo. Outnumbered, the Catalan and Navarre mercenary groups even prepared to kidnap Sultan Mansur and flee. However, just as Ashraf was preparing to attack Saladin's citadel, smallpox broke out. For a megacity like Cairo with a population of 380,000, the impact of the plague was devastating, plunging the entire city into temporary paralysis. While Cairo had always been a hotspot for smallpox, many of its inhabitants possessed antibodies, resulting in fewer direct deaths. However, the fear instilled by the plague caused the soldiers' pent-up resentment from years of warfare to erupt, forcing Ashraf to withdraw his troops, leaving them helpless. The chain reaction of this prolonged civil war quickly swept across Egypt, with local lords vying for independence and establishing their own territories, maneuvering between Mansur and Ashraf, taking advantage of the chaos. Both possessed considerable military strength and could disregard central orders. In 1459, Ashraf married his daughter to a black chieftain in Upper Egypt, receiving substantial Nubian military support. He then defeated Mansur's forces again on the southern outskirts of Cairo, effectively besieging the city for the second time. However, at the crucial moment of the siege, the Abyssinians to the south of the Nubian chieftain seized the opportunity to invade. Ignoring Ashraf's desperate pleas, the Nubian army insisted on withdrawing to reinforce the city, looting the southern suburbs of Cairo before leaving. After this failed siege, Ashraf was deeply depressed, fell ill, and soon passed away. After Ashraf's death, his eldest son and nephew occupied Upper Egypt and the Matra region respectively, posing no real threat to Cairo. In contrast, Sultan Mansur began to gradually consolidate his territory in Lower Egypt, promising benefits to the various lords in exchange for their loyalty. By the end of 1459, Mansur had initially unified the entire Lower Egypt region, occupying the most fertile Nile Delta, and the situation had reversed. Just as Sultan Mansur was brimming with confidence and preparing to reclaim lost territory, an unexpected event occurred. The Catalan and Navarre mercenary groups not only declined Mansur's request for military assistance, citing insufficient supplies, but also secretly contacted one of Mansur's cousins, urging him to oppose his cousin's rule. In early 1460, Mansur's cousin, Emmanuel, left Cairo under the pretext of a pilgrimage, killed his entourage in Port Said, married the daughter of a local powerful figure, and declared himself Sultan of Egypt. Enraged, Mansur demanded that the Catalan and Navarre mercenary groups send troops to punish him, but the two leaders refused, claiming they did not want to disrupt family unity. Mansur, confident in his own abilities, believed he needed no outside assistance. He ordered his eldest son to lead a portion of the army to keep an eye on the two mercenary groups, while he himself led an army of 20,000 to advance on Port Said. However, he was betrayed by his subordinates and suffered a crushing defeat. Back in Cairo, Mansur grew increasingly furious, blaming the two mercenary groups for the defeat and secretly mobilizing troops, preparing to discard them after they had served their purpose. However, the two mercenary groups, having survived 6 years of civil war, were no longer what they once were. They had not only expanded significantly in size but had also gradually gained control of scattered castles and several districts within Cairo from Mansur, and had established connections with high-ranking officials. Mansur, true to his reputation as a fool, possessed an infancy in his understanding of the wickedness of human nature. Each time he was deceived, he would reflect for a period, swearing in his diary never to repeat the mistake, only to continue to trust others and be deceived. Of the 5 people who learned of the conspiracy, 3 informed the two mercenary groups. Thus, just as Mansur was enthusiastically promising the soldiers involved in the conspiracy riches, the two mercenary groups joined forces, stormed Saladin's castle, slaughtered the soldiers, and presented Sultan Mansur with a scathing critique of the consequences. Following this event, Sultan Mansur's prestige declined further. The two major mercenary groups and the officials who informed them gained considerable privileges, and Mansur's ambitions gradually faded after repeated defeats. Egypt was thus divided into 4 parts. The Matra region belonged to Ashraf's nephew, Masud. The vast Upper Egypt was occupied by Ashraf's eldest son, Arafat, and the wealthiest Lower Egypt was divided into 2 parts, with the Nile River as the boundary. The area west of the Nile, including Cairo, belonged to Mansur, and the area east belonged to Emmanuel. Numerous local powers remained in these 4 territories, showing no interest in expansion and only willing to unite and obey the monarch's commands when defending their own territories. Of course, the Mamluks' overall strength and population were simply too great, still a terrifying number exceeding 10 million. Even the weakest of the 4 separatist forces in Egypt, the Emir of Matra, Masud, could barely muster an army of 40,000 under duress. Sultan Arafat of Upper Egypt, with the largest territory, was the most powerful. Although he lost the channel for purchasing slaves from the Black Sea, he quickly began to use Nubian slave soldiers extensively, marrying the daughters of 3 black chieftains at once and obtaining a sufficient army from them. Mansur, who controlled most of Lower Egypt and the capital Cairo, had the largest population, but due to the disruption of the Black Sea slave trade, his elite royal Mamluks could not be replenished, and their numbers began to decline rapidly, forcing him to rely on mercenaries from Europe. The monarchs did consider peace talks, but whenever they started negotiations, their military leaders would tacitly invade each other's borders to prevent the negotiations from continuing. Cattle and mercenary groups would coincidentally find the military supply depots of Upper Egypt the day before, and the Nubian mercenaries could cross the defenses unimpeded the next day and plunder Cairo. In this way, the civil war continued intermittently for several more years. In a heavily guarded fortress in the western part of Cairo, Alberto, the leader of the cattle and mercenary group, awaited his guests. "Nerio, long time no see, how have you been?" Alberto poured them a bottle of fine Bordeaux wine. "Don't give me that, Alberto, we just met yesterday," Nerio said irritably, plopping down. "When I came in, I ran into Mansur's prime minister. He's here to see you again." "Yes, the same old story, trying to persuade me to betray the emperor and officially move headquarters to Cairo." Alberto shook his head dismissively. Since the plan to wipe out the 2 major mercenary groups had completely failed, several high-ranking officials of Mansur and the Mamluks had changed their approach, attempting to win over the mercenary groups and localize them. Frankly, the 2 mercenary leaders had considered this as well, but quickly abandoned the idea. The biggest difficulty in localization lay in manpower. While the 2 major mercenary groups still retain their former names, Catalonia and Navarre, their members are now almost entirely devoid of genuine Spaniards. Due to historical reasons, the cattle and mercenary group is primarily composed of Neapolitan and Greek mercenaries, with Orthodox Christians comprising 3/4 of the total membership. Their high-ranking officers have long since been baptized by the Patriarch of Constantinople. The Navarre mercenary group is even more orthodox, having severed ties with Western Europe decades ago. Its members mainly come from Attica and Morea, with a significant number also being Albanian mercenaries. In addition, both groups have recruited some Coptic servants in Egypt, but these servants are physically weak and lack fighting spirit, only suitable for logistical and combat support roles. The emperor tightly controls the source of their mercenaries. If any dare to betray them, even if the members do not object, they will find it difficult to obtain mercenary reinforcements from Europe, forcing them to recruit large numbers of locals, ultimately resulting in the complete loss of their fighting capacity and independence. The emperor has been on guard against this all along. I heard that Nathan and Lupo have both accepted baronial titles and own several territories in North Africa and the Balkans. Their families are all in Carthage, and their sons are studying at the Royal Knights Academy. Is that true? Yes, especially Nathan. He's a close confidant of the emperor and even helped burn Galata with his majesty. If I dared to suggest independence, he'd probably be the first to object. Alberto took a sip of his drink. I'm old and have no children. My only sister is married to the second son of Governor Andre. I really don't want to get involved in the future. The emperor has made us counts, and the taxes from our territories are paid in full. We also receive a large reward every Christmas. I don't want any more trouble. Alberto looked at Nerlio. Don't worry. Even if His Majesty marches into Egypt one day, the large population and complex political environment here will force him to rely on us. He won't do something as foolish as Mansur, abandoning us after we've served him, marching into Egypt. Easier said than done, Nerlio sighed. Don't be fooled by their current fighting spirit. If anyone really wanted to cause trouble, the lords in various regions could easily muster tens of thousands of troops to protect themselves. Without an army of 100,000, don't even think about marching into Egypt. Without an army of 200,000, don't even think about bringing Egypt under your direct control. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get down to business. Alberto pulled a letter from his pocket, a double-headed eagle with outstretched wings on it. I'm sure you've heard about the Cretan uprising, and the emperor and the Venetians are at war again. A month ago, Nathan went to Billinge, received instructions from the emperor, and brought back this letter. Nerio opened the letter and read it several times. His Majesty means that this campaign against the Venetians is comprehensive, aiming to completely destroy Venice's hegemony in the eastern Mediterranean. As everyone knows, the Venetians are middlemen, monopolizing the acquisition of eastern goods through a large number of merchant ships. They own numerous ports and trading posts on the eastern and southeastern coasts of the Mediterranean. Caravans from the inland sell their goods to these trading posts, which then collect and transport them back to the Italian peninsula. Due to the vastness of the sea, His Majesty's fleet cannot completely cut off the Venetian shipping routes, and the pirates may not strictly adhere to His Majesty's order for unrestricted attacks. Therefore, there is only one way to completely cut off Venice's source of revenue. Alberto spread out a map, densely marked with the Venetian Republic's trading hubs in Egypt and the Levant. Attack their trading posts, eradicate them completely. Nerio put down the letter, understanding dawning on him. What are your plans? The Venetian merchants' power is mainly concentrated in major cities and large coastal ports. Cairo, Alexandria, Port Said, and Dermot are all our targets. Cairo and Alexandria are under Mansar's control, while Dermot and Port Said belong to his cousin, Emmanuel. Understood. Leave Emmanuel to me. Nerio nodded. 2 years ago, with the support of two major mercenary groups, Emmanuel established a stronghold east of the Nile, using Port Said as his main base. To suppress local power, Emmanuel, like his cousin, chose to bring in mercenary groups as external support. The Navarre mercenary group has branches in both Dermot and Port Said. The cattle and mercenary group mainly operates in Alexandria, owning 3 castles, several manors, and a considerable number of serfs outside the port. We will jointly carry out the cleanup operation in Cairo, and divide the work among the other ports. Alberto then explained the previous plan to Nerio. Nathan is currently in Alexandria, and Lupo is negotiating with several local strongmen in Cairo. The ports of Damad and Sed are yours to handle. Be extremely careful and aim for a swift and decisive victory. I understand, but even if we act first and report later, driving the Venetian merchants out of Egypt, won't the Mamluks unite against us because of the reduced trade profits? Nerio asked worriedly. Don't worry. After we complete our mission, His Majesty will send diplomats and a delegation of merchants to Cairo to buy up the stockpiled goods at the same or even higher prices. They won't be at a disadvantage. For centuries, Venetian merchants have monopolized trade with their powerful navy, driving down prices and creating a great deal of resentment among the Mamluk merchants. As long as we fill the pockets of the merchants and officials, their short-sightedness will prevent them from becoming our enemies. Alberto finished his drink and stood up. As for the Levant, our reach won't extend there for now. His Majesty has his own plans. Southern Mediterranean coast, Alexandria. This famous port was once the seat of the Patriarchate of Alexandria, the seat of the Eastern Church, and was once the most prosperous city in all Egypt. After the Arab invasion, Egypt quickly fell, and Alexandria's political status was squeezed by Cairo, but it still had a large population and thriving commerce. 100 years ago, Peter I, the most famous king of the Kingdom of Cyprus and the most talented descendant of the Lusignan family, with his ambitious ambition, gathered an army of over 10,000 men through extremely skillful diplomacy. He then launched a surprise attack on the almost undefended port of Alexandria through perfect strategic deception, burning, killing, and looting, almost destroying this historic city. In the following century, Alexandria began a slow revival. Venetian merchants came here, established trading posts and settlements, collected rare goods, and transported them to Italy. Night deepened, the desert night was peaceful and tranquil, the sky was very clear, the crescent moon shone brightly, and the Milky Way was dazzling. The Venetian expatriate district remained ablaze with lights and revelry, the most bustling area in the entire port of Alexandria, a hub of goods and wealth, exuding an atmosphere of extravagance and decadence. Atop a high building in the city, Nathan, the vice-captain of the cattle and mercenary group and commander of the Alexandria branch, gazed at the brightly lit Venetian expatriate district, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Is everything ready? From the shadows, several mercenary captains responded with greedy smiles. His Majesty has ordered the complete annihilation of all Venetian trading posts in Egypt. All wealth acquired shall belong to the mercenary group. Merchants from other Italian city-states remain in the expatriate district. Eliminate them all, except for the free city of La Spezia. Don't worry about trouble. If anything goes wrong, the Emperor will take responsibility. Thank you, Your Majesty, the captains exclaimed joyfully. Try to persuade their merchant ships to surrender if possible, otherwise, burn them down. Just then, a mercenary rushed in to report. Commander, a letter from Cairo. We can move out. Good. Gather the troops. Nathan went to the stables, let out his mount, and mounted. The mercenaries had been waiting for a long time, each one eager for a fierce battle. For the emperor, for wealth, and for yourselves, follow me. Slaughter the enemy. Nathan spurred his horse and galloped away. Behind him, the mercenaries, mounted on their war horses, dressed in black, their hearts brimming with a burning desire for wealth, their faces contorted with rage. The cavalry transformed into a whirlwind, charging straight towards the Venetian expatriate quarter. On February 1, 1462, Nathan, the vice-commander of the cattle and mercenary group, assembled his troops in Alexandria, leading 500 mercenaries and 500 auxiliary soldiers in a surprise attack on the Venetian expatriate quarter of Alexandria. They easily defeated the expatriate guards and cornered Venetian officials in a brothel. 2,000 soldiers stormed into the expatriate district, burning, killing, looting, and pillaging. They burned trading posts, seized warehouses, and divided the wealth among themselves. The mercenaries quickly occupied the most important docks, setting several merchant ships that refused to surrender ablaze and sinking them along with their cargo of Indian spices. Simultaneously, in Cairo, the ports of Dermody and Sed, Venetian trading posts were also attacked by a combined force of the two major mercenary groups. The mercenaries brutally rejected the Venetian merchants' offer of peace and insisted on plundering all their wealth. Furthermore, under the command of Alberto, the cattle and mercenary leader, Lupo, a former pirate and military commander, led a large number of Cairo street thugs into the Venetian embassy, massacring the Venetian ambassador and his entire family. The actions of the two mercenary groups quickly triggered a chain reaction, with many bandits and local lords joining the fight for Venetian property. Within a week, trading posts that the Venetian Republic had operated in Egypt for centuries were reduced to ruins one after another, and the trade network was paralyzed. On March 1, 1462, a large fleet of merchant ships flying the double-headed eagle flag arrived at Alexandria under the escort of a regular fleet. They bought up all the goods stockpiled by Mamluk merchants at higher prices, establishing the first trading post of the Eastern Roman Empire in Egypt on the site of the former Venetian expatriate quarter. On March 4, Foreign Minister Francis, escorted by two major mercenary groups, entered Cairo to meet with Sultan Mansur, hoping to sign a mutually beneficial trade agreement. After a week of heated debate, Mansur finally relented under pressure and inducement, and the two sides signed the Cairo Treaty of Commerce. The treaty stipulated that the Egyptian government would allow merchants from the Eastern Roman Empire to trade in Egypt and inherit trading posts, formerly belonging to the Republic of Venice. In return, the Eastern Roman merchants would increase the original Venetian purchase price by 20%, to cover the military expenses of the two major mercenary groups and the welfare salaries of Mamluk officials. With this, the Venetian Republic's trade monopoly in Egypt officially collapsed. Local lords, of course, maintained considerable contact with Venetian merchants, but as the Eastern Roman merchants raised prices, profit-driven individuals naturally abandoned them, and the Venetian Republic's trade territory in Egypt gradually shrank. According to the highest directive of the Eastern Roman Empire's Central Trade Office, merchants traveling to Egypt could enjoy preferential tax policies to compensate for losses caused by the price increases. What? You want to raise prices too? Then come on in. I can forego profits, I can lose money, but as long as you suffer heavy losses, my plan is a success. On March 15, the Eastern Roman merchant fleet returned, having sold out its cargo of sugar, slaves, textiles, glass, and ironware within 2 weeks. They then loaded up with pepper, frankincense, and myrrh from the east and headed towards Bilalange along the coastline. From this point on, the Eastern Empire finally gained its first major market for its products, further advancing its colonial economic development. Chapter 194: A Secret Maneuver. In central Crete lies Mount Ity. The highest mountain on Crete, Mount Ity is lush and green in summer and snow-capped in winter. Its streams flow gently, and the mountain is rich in resources. Villagers cultivate wheat and graze cattle and sheep on its slopes. Primarily composed of limestone, Mount Ity is rich in caves and underground basalts, making it a major cradle of a Minoan civilization. In peacetime, Mount Ity provided excellent hiding places for smugglers and criminals, who stockpiled goods and supplies in caves hidden deep within the forests to evade pursuit from the civilized world. Now, however, Mount Ity has become a major base for the Cretan rebels. Using mountain villages and large caves as strongholds, they wage guerrilla warfare, repeatedly thwarting joint Venetian sieges and occasionally raiding Venetian supply lines, causing them considerable anxiety. However, with the arrival of Venetian mercenaries, the Cretan rebels faced increasing hardship. Experienced mercenary captains relentlessly pursued them, employing a scorched earth strategy to gradually erode their base and cut off their communication with the outside world. Deprived of external supplies, the rebels suffered severe shortages. Fresh water was plentiful, and food was temporarily sufficient, but the most crucial weapons and armor were completely exhausted. Many rebels were forced to fight the elite Bohemian heavy infantry with hunting bows and wooden spears, painstakingly reaching them but unable to pierce their armor. To make matters worse, the shortage of supplies intensified factional infighting within the rebel ranks, leading many to lose heart and even offer to surrender to the Venetian government. It was foreseeable that, without external intervention, this great uprising of St. Titus would soon be swiftly and decisively suppressed by the overwhelmingly superior Venetian government. Outside a large cave, Cassim walked along a dirt road with several companions. This was the headquarters of the St. Titus rebellion, garrisoned by over 800 rebel fighters. 3 surrounding villages provided them with supplies, mountain outposts alerted them to enemy attacks, and steep cliffs, dense forests, and surrounding streams offered them excellent protection. Even before entering the stronghold, Cassim could faintly hear arguing inside. Nicpoli is a St. Titus supporter. The Palaiologos family has always been the leaders of the cause of freedom on Crete, a voice with an Italian accent rang out. Nonsense. Count Palaiologos himself requested aid from the Emperor of the Eastern Empire, expressing his willingness to return to the empire's embrace. Nicopolis recently sent envoys to meet Emperor Isaac, and he publicly promised not to abandon the Roman remnants of Crete. His army and fleet should already be on their way. The Palaiologos family is clearly imperialist, HMPH. 100 years ago, we pleaded with the emperor for help with high hopes, and what did they do then? In my opinion, we shouldn't have trusted them. That was then. The Eastern Empire has now risen from the ashes. Whether for sentiment or for interests, the emperor will not allow us to be exploited and oppressed by the Venetians. A Cretan guerrilla fighter, his face flushed, argued loudly. In any case, our uprising is not about overthrowing a despotic government and welcoming another despotic monarch. Our goal is to establish an independent and autonomous Republic of St. Titus, another guerrilla fighter shouted. Oh? Then what do you suggest? Without the emperor's support, we have no chance of driving out a Venetian government. In my opinion, it's better to accept the government's incorporation and fight for our rights through non-violent means. Nonsense. You're a spy sent by the Venetians, you? Cassim listened to the guerrilla's arguments and shook his head. The military setbacks had exacerbated the internal conflicts within the rebel army, leaving the guerrillas terrified and bewildered. Captain, what do you think of the St. Titus faction and the imperial faction? A young guerrilla beside Cassim asked. Instead of discussing such pointless questions, let's think about how to overcome the current difficulties. My father always said that land and freedom are worth pursuing for a lifetime, but both come at a price. According to what I've learned, the Venetian Republic is on the verge of collapse. The Great Council will not grant us the preferential treatment we once had. It will only exploit us even more for its own benefit. Emperor Isaac has always been known for his kindness and benevolence. He will not oppress the people to amass wealth. If I had to choose, I would certainly prefer to live under his rule. Cassim showed the guards a letter from the rebel leader Nicopolis and entered the stronghold smoothly. But aren't you of Italian descent? Won't the emperor discriminate against you for that? The team member asked again. The emperor only cares about a person's loyalty, not their origin. Besides, His Majesty himself is also of Italian descent. He has more than half Italian blood, while I only have a quarter. In any case, we desperately need his help now, for land, for freedom, but more importantly, for survival, Cassim said heavily. Nicopoli has summoned all the rebel captains. There must be something important to announce, most likely regarding the emperor's reinforcements. You all go and rest. The team members nodded and walked towards the stewpot in the open space, while Cassim went straight to the tent bearing the banner of the Palaiologos family. Pushing open the tent flap, the rebel captains were already in place. Nicopoli Palaiologos smiled and nodded at Cassim upon his arrival. Beside him stood a young man also wearing the Palaiologos family crest. Yanis, this is Cassim, a brave and sincere young man. You've been in Billinge, so you may not have met him. He was one of the first guerrillas to rise up, not only uniting the people with his influence in the village, killing the local Venetian governor and rescuing his father, but also participating in the attack on Rizimnon. Over the months, this young man gradually matured into a steadfast warrior, sustaining multiple wounds in Rhizimnon and even saving Chief Carleton's life. Nicapoli gestured to a chair beside him, and Casim nodded his thanks. Chief Carleton was mortally wounded during the evacuation of Rhizimnon. Before his death, he appointed Casim as the leader of the Rhizimnon rebels, hoping he would lead his brothers to continue the fight, and so, Casim took on this heavy responsibility, evading the Venetian army's pursuit and leading the rebels to Mount Idj. It's a pleasure to see you, dear brother Casim. My name is Yanis Palaiologos, and I have been granted the title of Baron Palaiologos by the grace of Emperor Isaac. Casim nodded in greeting to Yanis. Alright, everyone is here. I've gathered you all here today to announce some important news. Nicapoli resumed his serious demeanor. As everyone knows, a few days ago I sent Giannis to Bilingi to meet the emperor and request his aid, and significant progress has been made. The emperor not only agreed to provide us with aid, but also bestowed upon Giannis the title of Baron Palaiologos, and upon me the title of Baron Celia, ordering us to reorganize the rebel army into the 12th Legion of the Imperial Guard, personally bestowing upon us the codename, the Banner of St. Titus. Nicapolis unfurled a roll of banners, the very banner of St. Titus that the rebels had always used. Initially, he did indeed harbor his own ambitions, attempting to leverage the Palaiologos family's prestige on Crete to carve out a territory, or at least negotiate with the emperor. However, the Venetian counterattack quickly extinguished his ambitions, and the news of his cousin Giannis's baronial appointment made him feel uneasy. Therefore, when Giannis arrived with the emperor's orders and investiture documents, Nicapolis immediately made his decision. In other words, from today onwards, we are all part of the Roman Imperial Guard, enjoying the same privileges as the guards. The captains present looked surprised and began to whisper among themselves. They knew, of course, that establishing an army and designation wouldn't provide any real help to the beleaguered rebels, but it proved something important: the emperor wouldn't abandon them. This is the first pay the empire has given us. It was with these funds that Giannis bribed a mercenary captain, allowing him to return to the mountain. Nicapolis pulled a piece of gold from his pouch, the gold gleaming alluringly in the candlelight. Of course, due to the blockade by Venetian mercenaries, the emperor is temporarily unable to transport weapons and provisions into the mountains. However, the emperor's army has already assembled in Billington, with banners in full order and ships filing the river. Therefore, after this meeting, the term Republic of St. Titus is forbidden in official documents within the rebel army. All will be referred to as the Cretan region of the Roman Empire. Baron, more than that, what we want to know is when His Majesty will send troops. A rebel leader spread his hands. After all, we are almost at our breaking point. Nicapolis did not answer directly, but instead produced a document bearing the emblem of a double-headed eagle. Because the Venetians have long established themselves on Crete and their defenses are well developed, His Majesty's army will face numerous difficulties upon landing. Several major cities in the north, including Hania, Heraklion, and Rhizimnon, are unsuitable as landing sites. His Majesty advocates placing the landing point in the relatively weaker south. Nicapolis drew a circle on the spread-out earthen map. Horasifa is His Majesty's designated target. This is a weak point in Venetian rule, very close to North Africa. If we can capture this port, His Majesty's army can continuously pour onto Crete. The Emperor's mission for us is to harass the Venetian army's supply lines and slow down the main force's southward advance. This is the first major battle since the founding of our 12th Guards Legion. You must all give it your all. Nicapolis spoke with conviction. The generals all agreed. The rebel leaders left one after another, but Casim remained. Casim, why haven't you gone to prepare? Commander, I have some questions. Speak freely. Casim leaned closer to Nicapolis and whispered. As far as I know, the rebels don't entirely agree on pledging allegiance to the emperor. They might even resist it. Furthermore, our previous activities were somehow discovered in advance by the Venetian army. I have reason to suspect there are spies within the rebels, secretly colluding with the Venetian government to betray us for their own advancement. Casim poured out all his doubts. Telling them the emperor's military plans directly is unwise. Nonsense. Nicapoli frowned. Our rebels have been tested by war and have forged deep friendships. Even if we disagree, we would never betray our comrades. Go back. Don't mention these things again. Casim sighed and left. Night enveloped the land. In a secluded valley nestled in the mountains, a man walked to a large tree, the leaves rustling beneath his feet. What is it? A hoarse voice rang out from the treetops. The man was startled, then looked around to make sure no one was nearby before leaning against a large tree trunk. Nicapoli has completely sided with the Eastern Empire. I know, the hoarse voice spoke again. According to him, the Greek emperor is preparing to land at the port of Arasfa. Is the news true? You have more than just me as your spies on Mount Ig. You also have spies in the port of Billinch. Why don't you investigate yourself? The man sneered. In any case, your subordinates in the south definitely need strengthening. Being careful won't hurt. I will report the truth to my superiors. After it's done, I will send your son to Florence. The money for you is in the Florentine bank. You can start your lives again there. Thank you. The man's tone was weary, uneasy, and tinged with relief. The hoarse voice glanced at the man contemptuously, leaped to another large tree, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. In the Billinch naval port, a magnificent fleet was weighing anchor and setting sail. To ensure the smooth execution of the plan, the three major fleets of the empire converged on Billy, with all sorts of ships filling the nearby sea. There were caravels, three-masted galleons, pirate ships, requisition transport ships, scattered about, totaling over 230 vessels. The 3 legions of the Imperial Guard, the 3,000-man squadrons of the Slavist Legion, and some Berber auxiliary troops had all been loaded, totaling over 12,000 men. On the dock, Isaac was giving his final instructions to Admiral Fidel, who was in charge of the naval battle, and Marcus Mikhail, who was in charge of the land battle. That old codger Isult absolutely refused to let me command personally, even going so far as to bring in the pregnant Leonor. You are both people I trust most. This mission is entirely entrusted to you. Isaac smiled. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will certainly deliver the Duke of Gandia's head to your desk as a congratulatory gift for the birth of the new prince. Mikhail laughed heartily. While I'm still able to fight, I'll conquer some more territory for you. Fidel glanced helplessly at Mikhail. This old Marcus was good in every way, except he couldn't speak properly. I don't care what grudges you may have, but always remember that in times of war, the nation comes first. And all personal feelings must be put aside. Absolutely, the two nodded. I have already informed the various legions in the Balkans that they will launch feint attacks on Corfu and the Naxos Islands to distract the Venetian fleet. Count Maruna is also leading a large army north. The Venetians have too many ports to protect, and they cannot possibly gather all their ships. You shouldn't encounter the large Venetian fleet this time, but you must not be careless because of that. You will definitely encounter various difficulties during the landing operation, which requires you to work together to overcome them. Isaac thought for a moment, but couldn't find anything else to say, so he could only pat the two on the shoulder. Compared to large-scale land battles, amphibious operations are far more difficult, with the defending side having the advantage of rest and preparation. In amphibious operations, the environment has a significant impact. Besides strength, luck is also a crucial factor. Even the most powerful fleet and army are no match for nature. All Isaac could do, besides trying to disrupt the enemy's forces as much as possible, was pray to God. The preparations are complete, and the words have been spoken. Then, may you all have good fortune in battle. On March 25, 1462, the combined fleet of the Eastern Roman Empire, carrying 12,000 troops, swore an oath at the port of Billinch to launch their northern expedition, disappearing into the vast sea. Chapter 195 Shattered Albania. Zakris, Eastern Crete. Zakris is one of the oldest cities on Crete, once serving as the administrative center of the Minoan civilization in Eastern Crete. Later, due to the development of Mediterranean trade routes and the rise of agricultural plantations, several large cities in northern Crete developed rapidly, while Zakris missed out on this boom and remained relatively undeveloped. Nevertheless, Zakris remains the largest port in Eastern Crete, with a population of several thousand, primarily engaged in agriculture, animal husbandry, and marine fishing. March 27, 1462, clear, calm, on a country road outside Zakris, a Venetian cavalry unit conducts its daily coastal patrol. The cavalry captain puts his fingers in his mouth, feeling the direction of the sea breeze. After the outbreak of the revolt of St. Titus, the war between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Republic of Venice intensified. The Eastern Roman Empire, with its overwhelming power, launched attacks on all sides, while Venice was caught in a difficult situation. Egyptian trading posts were attacked, Durajan was besieged, Balkan armies were gathering, and Corfu and the Naxos Islands were in grave danger. In previous wars, the Republic of Venice had already lost many secondary ports, and its trade network in the eastern Mediterranean had become extremely weak. Every remaining island was crucial and had to be defended. The Republic of Venice had also launched several retaliatory attacks on the coastal towns of the Eastern Roman Empire, but the latter paid no heed, retaliating with bloodshed and wounds. 2 days ago, a large Eastern Empire fleet appeared outside the southwestern port of Hagia Sophia. Fortunately, the Venetian government received advance warning and reinforced the defenses of Hagia Sophia, thwarting the Eastern Empire's landing plan. Despite this, the Eastern Empire fleet lingered in the waters south of Hagia Sophia, launching small-scale landings from time to time, seemingly determined to continue. Left with no other option, the Venetian government had to transfer troops from other towns to Hagia Sophia to prevent a full-scale assault by the Eastern Empire's army. These troops encountered fierce resistance from the rebels of St. Titus as they passed Mount Ig. The rebels' relentless offensive, disregarding casualties, confirmed the Venetian High Command's suspicions, making them even more certain that the Eastern Empire would use the port of Araspis as a landing point. "Captain, when will our fleet arrive?" a Venetian cavalryman asked his captain. "According to my intelligence, those guys in the Great Council are panicking now. They fear that after the Greek emperor takes over the ports on the eastern coast of Adriatic, he will lead his fleet directly to Venice. Therefore, these gentlemen certainly won't send their entire fleet to support us," the captain sneered. "They know perfectly well that if Corfu and Terratian fall, they'll truly be trapped in the Adriatic, but, relying solely on ourselves, it's difficult to stop the Eastern Empire's offensive. Crete is surrounded by the sea and is close to Morea and Cyrenaica. If the Eastern Empire is patient and willing to wage a protracted war, we ultimately won't be able to hold out. The Eastern Empire has many enemies as well. There are rumors that the Great Council has clearly realized that Venice's overall national strength has been completely crushed by the Eastern Empire. And the only way to stop their further development is to seek help from neighboring countries," the captain sighed. "We're relatively lucky here. Several ports in the south, west, and north have been attacked by Eastern Empire pirates. If it weren't for the foresight of our noble lords in building impenetrable defenses, Crete would have been riddled with holes long ago." The captain looked again at the calm sea and the sun-kissed golden sands. "Don't meddle in things you shouldn't. It's a miracle you weren't sent to fight. Everywhere else is in chaos, but here we are, still God's backyard. Yes, otherwise our commander wouldn't dare go to Gandia to celebrate his wife's birthday," one soldier exaggerated, eliciting laughter. The sound of hooves rang out again, the cavalry disappearing at the end of the road. The sun still shone on the beach, and the sea breeze gently rippled the surface. However, not far from the port of Zachrys, a fleet flying a double-headed eagle flag slowly advanced. Marcus Michael, the minister of war of the Eastern Roman Empire, stood on the watchtower, quietly watching the distant port. This landing plan was personally devised by the emperor, and months of preparations had been underway, aimed at disrupting the Venetian army's intelligence and creating confusion. First, the emperor summoned several trusted ministers and naval and land commanders, revealing the plan to attack Hagia Sophia to them. Fidel and Mikhail, in a drunken stupor, then feigned an accident leak, making the information widely known. Second, the emperor informed the rebels on Crete, using informants among them to further mislead the Venetian government's decision. Finally, and most crucially, after leaving the port of Biringe, the naval and land forces indeed went directly to Hagia Sophia, continuously exerting pressure and further deepening the Venetians' suspicions. Furthermore, due to the dispersed Venetian fleet, the Mediterranean fleet and its affiliated pirates were able to continuously harass the ports along the Cretan coast, making it difficult for them to determine the main attack direction. However, apart from Isaac himself, only Fidel and Mikhail knew the true plan of action. The ministers, including the prime minister, and all the soldiers, including the rebels of St. Titus, were completely unaware of it. "My lord, ahead lies Zachrys, a medium-sized port in eastern Crete. To the northeast of the port lies the Carpathos Islands, occupied by the Knights Hospitaller of St. John. According to intelligence, Zachrys is the Cretan port furthest from North Africa and the Balkans, and has remained untouched by the fleet. Its garrison is small, and the commander recently left his post to celebrate his wife's birthday in Heraklion. Our main fleet remains patrolling outside Hagia Sophia. The few Venetian ships on Crete are scattered in several northern ports. There are no Venetian warships here, and even merchant ships are scarce." Marcus Mikhail nodded, his smile impossible to conceal. It seemed the Eastern Roman Empire's previous tactics before the landing on Crete had taken effect. Marena's northern expedition and the movements of the Balkan armies had successfully alarmed the Venetian Grand Council, forcing them to withdraw their large fleet from Crete to defend their nearby ports. If Crete were lost, Venice would still have the chance to retake it. But if the Eastern Empire established a foothold on the eastern coast of the Adriatic, they would truly be confined to a corner of the northwestern Adriatic Sea, with no hope of ever venturing out of the Mediterranean again. Therefore, this operation was both a conspiracy and a calculated move. Ultimately, after several defeats, the Venetians no longer possessed sufficient national strength to defend this island far to the south of the eastern Mediterranean, and could only watch helplessly as it was attacked by its archenemy. Crete was too far from Venice and too close to the Eastern Roman Empire, allowing the Eastern Empire's naval fleet to continuously circle Crete, searching for any possible defensive vulnerabilities. Crete was now like a rabbit that had inadvertently fallen into a wolf's den, trembling under the watchful eyes of the pack. If Haraspus didn't work, they would try Zachris. If Zachris didn't work, they would try something else. The previous strategic maneuvers were merely to minimize casualties for subsequent actions. Marcus Mikhail looked at the peaceful little port and the few fishing boats on the nearby waters and laughed heartily. His Majesty commands, all soldiers, obey my command. Advance. Target, Zachris. This time, we will capture this port and establish a solid base for reinforcements, in the name of God and the Emperor, liberate our compatriots. On March 27, 1462, after long planning, the Eastern Roman Empire's landing force finally bared its fangs and officially launched the landing operation, codenamed Operation Overlord. Contrary to the Venetian government's expectations, Marcus Michael did not attack the nearby southern port, but instead led a surprise attack on the poorly defended Zachris. With the cooperation of the local populace, he defeated a small enemy force and gradually liberated the surrounding villages and towns, awaiting the arrival of the remaining troops. 3 days later, the Eastern Roman Empire's Cretan army, totaling over 15,000 men, claimed to be an army of 50,000, had all landed at Zachris. A week later, the Cretan army launched separate attacks, capturing the cities of Siscia and Gelapatra, encouraging the local populace to resist Venetian rule, and the army's size increased rather than decreased. The resounding success of Operation Overlord completely ignited the flames of war from the sea to the land, shattering the Cretan defenders' wishful thinking of keeping the enemy out of their gates. After the fall of Gelapatra, Marcus Mikhail formulated a south-first, then north strategic policy, leaving a portion of his troops to guard the liberated areas while he personally led the main force westward along the southern coast, preparing to liberate the entire southern Crete in one fell swoop. The Balkan Peninsula, Albania, Croi Castle. This formidable fortress, nestled in a steep mountain peak, was the ancestral castle of the Castigliati family. Built against a mountainside, it was incredibly sturdy and had once withstood the onslaught of the 100,000-strong army of Ottoman Sultan Murad II. However, although the Albanian Union, under the leadership of the renowned General Skanderbeg, defeated the repeated invasions of the Ottoman army, the protracted war brought profound disaster to all Albania. The Ottoman army, with its numerical superiority, trapped the Albanian army in castles. They then dispatched small groups of light cavalry to loot Albanian settlements, taking everything they could and burning what they couldn't. This further sparsely populated Albania, leaving Skanderbeg with fewer soldiers and making even defensive battles increasingly difficult. After the battles of Belgrade and Adrianople, Ottoman forces gradually withdrew from the Balkans, and the Eastern Roman Empire returned to reclaim lost territory. During this period, Skanderbeg attempted to take advantage of the chaos, but his army was too small and his finances were strained. Before he could prepare, the Ottoman army, armed with double-headed eagles, was already at his doorstep. Marcus Mikhail not only ceded several Albanian-occupied towns and villages to the Eastern Roman Empire, but also abruptly dismissed Skanderbeg's officials without explanation. Skanderbeg wrote repeatedly, demanding an explanation, but received only one reply. Since ancient times, after this incident, Skanderbeg became increasingly uneasy about the expansion of the Eastern Roman Empire, and the good relations between the two sides began to crack. Skanderbeg was well aware that Isaac III of the Eastern Roman Empire had always aimed to reclaim lost territories, striving to recover all lands the Eastern Roman Empire had lost. Unfortunately, Albania had also been an integral part of the Eastern Roman Empire since ancient times. Therefore, Skanderbeg began to seek external assistance. Initially, he planned to ally with the Principality of Serbia and the Principality of Epirus, but one's nobles held absolute power, effectively controlling the monarch, while the other directly submitted to the Eastern Roman Empire and paid tribute. Receiving no response, Skanderbeg turned his attention to Italy, just across the water. After failing to persuade the Pope, he turned to his old rival, Venice. The Republic of Venice and the Eastern Roman Empire were irreconcilable enemies, making Venice Albania's best ally and the only external force capable of protecting them from annexation by the Eastern Roman Empire. So, not long ago, when Venice attacked the Auran military district, Skanderbeg not only directly rejected Maruna's request for help but also provided some supplies to the Venetian army. The disastrous defeat at the Battle of Malta forced Venice to evacuate Auran. Skanderbeg seized the opportunity and reached an agreement with the mercenary Marshal Kaliani to take over Auran. Unfortunately, problems arose within the Albanian Union, which not only delayed sending troops but also leaked the situation to the army stationed at the imperial castle in Isak, causing the plan to fail. In Skanderbeg's view, the Venetians were the best, and only, choice to preserve Albania's independence. Under a grey sky, in his study at Kruire Castle, the 57-year-old George Castelliati Skanderbeg sat by the fireplace, the firelight casting flickering shadows on his aged face, his expression shifting between light and shadow. 19 years of toil for the country, countless brushes with death, countless escapes from danger, the complexities of state affairs and the heavy pressure have turned his once black hair gray, bent his once strong back, and weakened his once aggressive arms, transforming a young man with lofty ambitions into an old man single-handedly supporting a crisis. The only thing that hasn't changed is his unwavering faith. Uncle, it's almost dawn. Did you rest last night? Hamza Castelliati entered the study, added firewood to the stove, and looked up at his uncle. The Tobias family has completely sided with the Eastern Empire. Hasn't they? Yes, just recently, the Tobias family's Lord of Braia opened the city gates and let Maruna's army in. He openly declared you a heretic and called on all Albanians to unite and overthrow the heretic's rule. Hamza thought for a moment, then told Skanderbeg the truth. After Devika surrendered, the road to Durajan was completely clear, without any further obstacles. A week ago, Maruna led an army of 30,000 to besiege Durajan, approaching the Venetians' ruling center in Albania without losing a single soldier. Hamza glanced at his uncle's face. The vanguard was led by the Albanian vassal troops of the Lord of Braia. Damn it, Skanderbeg roared, slamming his hand on the table, his chest heaving with anger. What did the Greek emperor give him? Isaac I made him a baron, and Devika became the territory of the Tobias family, hereditary. The Greek emperor also directly appointed Braia's illegitimate son as his heir, guaranteeing the Tobias family's position in Devika with absolute authority, thus solving Braia's immediate crisis. Skanderbeg caught his breath and stared blankly at the fire. I previously sent you to deliver letters to the lords of the cities in the mountains, requesting them to come to Kruire Castle to discuss state affairs. How many have arrived? Hamza remained silent. How many have arrived? Tell me the truth. Only 3. The rest said that if you were here to fight the Ottomans or the Venetians, they would not hesitate, but they said they would never attack an Orthodox emperor for the sake of a Catholic monarch. They believe that Emperor Isaac's document clearly states that he has no intention of seizing the lands of the Albanian Union, but only of eliminating the Venetians on the eastern shore of the Adriatic. Hamza took a document from his pocket and handed it to Skanderbeg. A message to the Orthodox brothers, Skanderbeg read softly, his expression somber. Yes, Emperor Isaac denigrated you as a fraud who colluded with the Venetian colonists, while glorifying himself as a holy warrior who saved his Orthodox brothers. The key is that, because his reputation is so great, and he has indeed done a lot for the Orthodox Church, many ignorant people have actually been misled, Hamza said in a low voice. The people are illiterate, but the Greek emperor was prepared long ago, sending a large number of monks with documents to various villages to read them to them, inciting them to rebel against her rule. Skanderbeg stopped speaking, quietly looking at the documents. When he reached the end, his chest heaved violently once again, and he read it aloud in a fit of rage. Your monarch may be unwilling to expel the Venetian colonists from your land out of personal feelings or self-interest, and may even be allying with them, but I am an Orthodox emperor, irreconcilably opposed to the Venetian colonists, and will never stoop to their level. This campaign is a last resort. I will spare no expense, even if it is misunderstood by the world, to liberate my Orthodox brothers from the iron heel of the Latin colonists, no matter what hardships and thorns lie ahead. Look at Albania today. Whose domain is it? Rip. Skanderbeg finally erupted, tearing the document to shreds. Hamza stood to the side, his eyes filled with bewilderment and unease. After a long while, Skanderbeg slumped weakly in his chair, giving a self-deprecating laugh. So, in their hearts, all I did was for my own selfish gain, uncle. They have always respected you. It was just a few who were misled by words. Skanderbeg waved his hand, the pain and hesitation in his eyes disappearing, and he returned to being the resolute commander. Hamza, how many soldiers do we have, including the city lords who are willing to pledge allegiance to us? No more than 5,000, Skanderbeg nodded. If Thracian falls, Albania will be surrounded on 3 sides by the Eastern Empire. Those nobles only care about their own interests and completely disregard the future of the Albanians. Everyone has their own ambitions. If they don't want to come, then let them go. He looked at his closest nephew and most loyal subordinate. Hamza, you stay here to prevent any accidents. Also, take good care of my son. He is too young and doesn't understand anything. Uncle, you? Hamza hesitated. Skanderbeg picked up his long unused sword from the sword rack beside him and fastened the cloak embroidered with a red background and a black eagle. Summon the army and bring me my armor. Chapter 196 Anti-Luo Alliance. On the southern shore of the Mediterranean, in the city of Carthage, war had spread throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Venetian and Byzantine ships engaged in constant small-scale battles on the vast seas, one day destroying the other's merchant ships, the next attacking the other's ports. A back-and-forth struggle. On land, the battlefields of Crete and Talagian were temporarily at a stalemate. The Venetian Republic's defenses in both locations were extremely well constructed, making them difficult to capture in the short term. This war was bound to be a protracted war of attrition. The Byzantine Empire had committed over 60,000 troops to the Cretan and Balkan campaigns, leaving its remaining military forces in North Africa severely depleted. Against this backdrop, Isaac was forced to travel between major cities, meeting with numerous important figures to stabilize the local situation. War is extremely expensive. The wealth Isaac had painstakingly accumulated over the previous years was once again poured out like water into markets, arsenals, textile mills, and shipyards throughout his territory. These factories, in turn, stimulated the downstream raw material supply chain, keeping the entire Eastern Empire's war machine running at full speed. If handled properly, war can significantly stimulate the development of real industries, creating a brief period of prosperity. The prerequisite is that the nation's financial chain must be healthy. Early colonial powers, after acquiring vast wealth from their African and American colonies, saw their monarchs and nobles' pockets bulge rapidly, but they easily fell into a fatal trap. I'm so rich, I'll buy as much as I can from foreign countries, why bother developing my own? In the original timeline, Portugal and Spain both fell into this wealth trap. The enormous wealth from overseas trade failed to translate into national power or benefit the entire population. Instead, it stimulated the real industries of other countries, leading to the rise of nations like England, France, and the Netherlands. Many years later, England and France made similar mistakes, resulting in the rapid development and expansion of Germany. Such superficial prosperity is as fragile as a bubble. Once internal problems arise, leading to the loss of commercial profits to other powerful nations, it will quickly plunge into an endless decline, making a resurgence extremely difficult. Vast wealth and extensive colonies are a double-edged sword. If left unchecked, they are extremely detrimental to the improvement of domestic national strength and the advancement of new technologies. Of course, the enormous wealth gained from early colonization is a one-time event. If you don't seize it, others will. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because of potential future bubbles and relinquish this wealth. Isaac was certainly aware of this and began to premeditatedly reform the colonial economy of the Eastern Roman Empire. First, plantations, sugar cane, coffee beans, and cotton are all low-end materials. Obtaining cheap raw materials through colonies and then establishing corresponding food processing and textile factories domestically would allow for better control of the colonies and ensure that the wealth gained from overseas trade benefits all the people. Second, precious materials, animal hides, ivory, and gems can be directly sold as commodities to merchants from various countries for profit. However, this meant that the processing fees for turning raw materials into high-end handicrafts all went to the artisans of northern Italy, turning the Eastern Empire into an economic colony of northern Italy. To avoid this situation, Isaac established numerous high-end handicraft workshops in Carthage and Constantinople, connecting these workshops with precious materials to produce and sell their own goods, thus keeping the processing fees firmly in his own hands. Of course, Due to the weak industrial base in North Africa and the years of turmoil in the Balkans, the high-end handicrafts produced in Carthage and Constantinople were far inferior in quality to Italian products, and it was difficult to improve them in the short term. However, as a monarch, Isaac could issue decrees to increase import and export tariffs on Italian products, and then occupy the downstream market with a large number of inexpensive handicrafts, cutting off the flow of funds from northern Italy from all directions. As a result, bankrupt artisans either had to remain impoverished and miserable in their homelands, or they had no choice but to accept Isaac's invitation with their families to establish new workshops in Carthage and Constantinople. Even if Isaac's products were unpopular in Europe, they could still be sold to the Congo and the Mamluks. Finally, there were precious metals like gold and silver, which could be used as raw materials for high-end crafts, but more often circulated in the market as a form of exchange. Unlike most European nobles, Isaac didn't have a habit of collecting gold and silver. He believed money didn't generate wealth, only spending it realized its true value. This time, Isaac used 40,000 ducats of precious metals for war and war industry, with vast amounts of wealth flowing into factories, farms, and then into countless households. As for the seemingly most advanced financial industry, Isaac wouldn't consider it in the short term. Conditions simply didn't allow it. Early banks and financial institutions had already emerged in Europe, but they were mainly concentrated in densely populated, industrially developed areas, such as northern Italy and northern France. While Isaac's two territories were vast, their populations were far from abundant, especially in North Africa. To achieve social stability, Isaac had to macro-manage population distribution, consciously reducing population density in some areas to achieve a balance between strong core and weak branches. Judging from the current situation, under Isaac's impetus, the wealth gained from overseas trade can effectively promote the prosperity and development of both territories, and there is no immediate risk of falling into a wealth trap. As for what will happen in the future, we can only rely on the wisdom of posterity. Thinking of this, Isaac felt a headache coming on, and his pace quickened considerably. Of his two sons, Justinian was almost 12 years old, and his growing age was making him increasingly rebellious, beginning to protest against some of Isaac's arrangements. Last year, Justinian went to Lisbon with his mother for her funeral and refused to return until the revolt of St. Titus broke out. Isaac sent 3 letters to finally bring the stubborn teenager back. Upon his return, Justinian was severely reprimanded by Isaac, who changed his tutors, filled his schedule, and forbade him from leaving the Carthaginian palace without permission. The second son, Alexius, was the other extreme. He spent all his time honing his martial skills in the training grounds and riding stables, disdaining literature and art, and disliking cultivating relationships with the sons of nobles and gentry. Instead, he particularly loved going to the military camp and spending time with the lower-ranking soldiers. This boy had recently become obsessed with chivalric romances, unable to eat or drink without reading them for a day, a bad habit he had picked up from who knows where. Princess Thessaloniki, 4 years old this year, had begun systematically learning to read and write, always clinging to her mother, Leonor, clamoring for her to have a younger sister soon. As for her husband, Carlo Tocco, the boy had largely adapted to court life, overcoming his initial shyness and unease. Because of their similar ages, he had a good relationship with Alexius and often accompanied him in sword practice. Isaac dismissed the guards and quietly walked to the window of the palace classroom, observing the children inside. There were dozens of children of varying ages in the classroom. Besides the royal family members, the others were all sons of higher-ranking officials, nobles, and wealthy merchants. Many vied for the opportunity to enter the court and study alongside the princes. Whether they actually learned anything was another matter, but the bonds of friendship were certainly forged. In the classroom, filled with the scent of fresh wood, Balsamon, the teacher of human geography, wore glasses and read from his textbook. He had initially served as an administrator in the Tobruk military district, primarily responsible for the construction of the fortress complex. After achieving some success, Isaac wanted to promote him to the engineering department, but he refused. Balsamon, a scholar, requested to become a professor at the Academy of Athens, even offering to donate his savings to build dormitories for the students. Isaac ultimately granted his request, appointing him as the headmaster of the Academy of Athens, responsible for the prince's education in literature and history during his spare time. After his travels, Marco Polo bid farewell to that prosperous and wealthy country and returned to Europe, where he dictated his famous Travels of Marco Polo while imprisoned, All indications suggest that in the distant East, there exists a very powerful civilization, flourishing in culture and education, and advanced in technology. In 1402, Timur decisively defeated the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid at Ankara and captured him, taking him back to the capital, Samarkand. This event shocked the European nations. They never imagined that the Eastern king was so powerful, that even the Ottomans were no match for them. However, even so, Timur always considered himself the son-in-law of the Yuan dynasty, which aroused a strong interest among the various monarchs in the Eastern dynasties. Balsamon smiled. So, 2 years later, King Henry III of Castile sent an embassy led by Clavijo to distant Samarkand to meet King Timur. According to contemporary accounts, Samarkand was more prosperous than any other city in Europe. Perhaps only Cairo could compare. It was at the Samarkand court assembly that Clavijo met envoys from an Eastern dynasty, who had been detained by King Timur and prevented from returning home. King Timur angrily rebuked the envoys from the Eastern dynasty in court, transferring their special treatment in Samarkand to Clavijo. However, the embassy was fearless and confronted King Timur directly. According to the envoys, the Yuan dynasty had fallen, and they came from a much more powerful dynasty, Ming. Balsamon's story was very appealing to the children. They listened intently, completely absorbed. Isaac stood by the window, nodding slightly. It seems this teacher has put in quite a bit of effort. At this time, many people enjoyed the travels of Marco Polo, but very few were willing to patiently read Clavio's Voyage to the East. Your Highness, I suggest you don't write letters in class, especially poems. Following Balsamon's gaze, Isaac found Justinian scribbling on a piece of paper, his face immediately darkening. If you continue like this, I will have no choice but to report to His Majesty the truth about you secretly drinking with Prince Andreas in class a few days ago, Balsamon said gently. It's all right, Mr. Balsamon, I've memorized everything you just said. Justinian stood up with a grin, folding the letter neatly. You just said that there is a dynasty in the East more powerful than the Mongols, namely the Ming dynasty. I have a question, which is greater, the Ming or Rome? What is its circumference? Is there a land route connecting them? Isaac trembled with anger at Justinian's nonchalant attitude. Balsamon, however, thought about the question seriously and shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question right now. Please allow me to go back and check. However, since the Ming envoy was able to reach Samarkand, there must be a land route. Oh? Then I think, Isaac, too lazy to deal with this rebellious child any longer, and not wanting to criticize him in front of everyone, was about to leave when a voice called out to him. Your Majesty, are you here to observe the student's education? Oh, yes, Basilius, the prince has been playing wildly outside. As his principal tutor, you should discipline him strictly. The man before him wore traditional Roman attire, his face gentle and refined, but a German longsword hung at his waist, making him appear quite peculiar. I've heard you're skilled in swordsmanship. You could show off sometime and intimidate them, but Justinian is shrewd and might not fall for it. Your Majesty need not worry. Although His Highness Justinian appears carefree, he is actually very shrewd and knows how to gain the trust of his subordinates. He has a very good grasp of people's hearts and human nature. Basilius smiled. Although you may not be very satisfied with him, the children around him all like him very much, respect him, and are willing to talk to him about anything. They are the future of Rome. On the other hand, Prince Alexius is far behind in this regard. Apart from his most trusted friends, almost no one is willing to confide in him. Isaac glanced at his second son sitting behind Justinian. He clearly had no interest in literature and history, and was wiping his golden dagger under the table. Basilius looked at the son. Your Majesty, I have to go to class. Would you like to sit in? Never mind, the queen is pregnant. I'd better go and accompany her. Thump, thump, thump. The bronze bell tolled. Balsamon packed his books, and the children cheered, about to run out of the classroom, when they saw Basilius pushing open the door. All right, today's lessons are busy. I have to get to the point. Our topic today is limiting royal power, and the first thing we'll discuss is the Magna Carta, promulgated by the Kingdom of England more than 200 years ago. A murmur of complaint arose. Isaac smiled, and walked away towards Queen Leonor's bedchamber, northeast of the Apennine Peninsula, the Adriatic Gulf, Venice, the Doge's palace. The Grand Council was in session, nobles gathered, but all were silent, no one wanting to speak first. The current Doge of the Venetian Republic, Maripello, sat in a luxurious armchair, his eyes gloomy. That's the situation. The secretary finished reading the report and stepped aside, awaiting the Doge's speech. What, gentlemen, are you all mute? Maripello tapped the table. You're all jumping around like madmen when you're fighting for power, but now that the country is in crisis, what are you all thinking? Silence remained. Several councillors glanced at each other, then quickly withdrew their heads when they saw the governor's grim expression. Maripello, unlike Foscari, came from a top Venetian family and spoke with much more confidence and assertiveness. Very well, since no one's going to speak, then I will. Maripello stood up and slammed his hand on the table. As everyone knows, since the Battle of Constantinople, the Eastern Empire has begun a full-scale revival, and its national strength has steadily increased. I don't want to talk about the past, let's get straight to the present. The current situation is that, whether you admit it or not, the Eastern Empire's overall national strength far surpasses ours, and the gap will only widen. Maripello's chest heaved. He knew very well that Venice's strength stemmed from seizing many of the Eastern Empire's ports and islands during its decline, reaping commercial profits in the Eastern Mediterranean. However, with the Eastern Empire's resurgence, due to geographical reasons, Venice's colonies were difficult to maintain. A ship takes over 20 days to travel from Venice to Crete, but the same ship can travel from North Africa to Crete in just 3 days, and from Morea to Crete in only 2 days. The long supply lines require numerous warships for escort, making it difficult for the Venetian Republic to muster a large fleet. Even if they were to gamble everything and abandon their maritime lifeline in an attempt to re-engage the Eastern Roman Navy, the latter would likely ignore them. You attack me, I'll attack you, let's see who can outlast us. As of now, the Eastern Empire's army has established a firm foothold on Crete. Their local control is stronger than ours, and they can easily gain the Cretans' trust. Furthermore, the large army marching north from Ulran is a huge problem. I have already signed the Doge's decree to send Marshal Cogliani to recruit mercenaries to defend Thracian. Your Excellency, Marshal Cogliani is untrustworthy. This man is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and has betrayed Venice several times. A councillor objected. Shut up. Maripello stared at him with exasperation. When it comes to state affairs, they all pretend to be deaf and dumb, but when it comes to vying for power, they speak boldly. Cogliani is no good, why don't you come instead? If you dare say you can defeat Maruna and his 30,000-strong army, I'll immediately appoint you as marshal, the senator stammered. Maripello took a deep breath and continued, in short, we have absolutely no chance of defeating Isaac II and his Eastern Empire on our own. We must seek outside help. Maripello unfolded a map of Europe and pointed at it. Isaac II is a self-serving individual. Wherever there is a conflict of interest, he will swarm there like a green bottlefly, frantically stuffing wealth into his own pocket. Therefore, he has offended many people and has many enemies. Maripello drew a circle around the city of Bursa. His greatest enemy is the Ottomans. The two are sworn enemies with no possibility of compromise. Moreover, everyone can see that if we fall, the Eastern Mediterranean will practically be dominated by the Eastern Empire, and the Ottomans' remaining Anatolian territory will suffer endless attacks. Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I is a shrewd man, he understands this perfectly well, but, due to the straits, the Ottomans can't pose any real threat to the Eastern Empire, can they? A member of parliament asked doubtfully. Yes, Mehmed I is very interested in our proposal, but also says he's powerless to do anything about it. His most pressing goal right now is to eliminate the remnants of the Karamanli kingdom to avoid being attacked on 2 fronts. However, under the guidance of the Bursa envoy, we've connected with 2 other fronts. Maripello circled 2 points on the map, Sofia and Bakhchisaray. A few days ago, my envoy contacted Mahmud, who occupies Bulgaria, and Haji Glei, who occupies Crimea. They are also worried about the expansion of the Eastern Empire and promised to send troops in the near future. Maripello looked around and noticed that the expressions on the faces of the councillors had become much more lively. Furthermore, the Maruna army's northern expedition has infringed upon the interests of the Albanian Union. Castiglione has already amassed troops at Glui Castle, preparing to drive the Greek invaders back south. His army is insignificant, but George Castiglione himself is a very capable general. Perhaps he can pull off a miracle. Well done, Your Excellency. Several councillors couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. So, what does Hungary think? Is it possible for us to obtain support from Matthias I? Maripello shook his head regretfully. Although Matthias I is ambitious, he has only recently ascended the throne and his power base is still weak. He is currently suppressing a rebellion by powerful nobles within the country and is unlikely to extend his influence abroad for the time being. My envoy did indeed contact him, but this young man is very cunning and hopes we can see Dalmatia to him as a bargaining chip for military action. The councillors sighed. The cessation of Dalmatia meant there was no room for negotiation. You see, Dalmatia is Venice's longest-held overseas territory. One of the titles of the Doge of Venice is Duke of Dalmatia. It's the closest to the Venetian mainland and serves as the outer barrier of Venice. It's impossible to entrust it to someone else. However, Matthias also said that if Isaac Palaiologos goes too far and threatens Hungary's security, he won't hesitate to send troops to punish him. Mariparo paused for a few seconds. Finally, we also plan to start with Italy, luring the French south to attack the free city of La Spezia, thus tying down his forces. Northern Italy is the most important market for the Eastern Empire's products. Logically and emotionally, Emperor Isaac can't ignore it. My envoys have already set off and should have made progress by now. Once the French launch their attack, everything will be fine. Mariparo gave a wry smile. Back in the day, when Venice was at its most powerful, it was the undisputed ruler of the entire eastern Mediterranean, needing no allies and able to suppress the Mamluks and Ottomans on its own. But now, even the proud Venetians were forced to bow their heads and humbly beg for help. Besides, our diplomats went to Trebizond, hoping they would stand up and question the legitimacy of the Palaiologos family, but of course, it was to no avail. Seeing the glimmer of hope finally appear on the faces of the councillors, Mariparo decided to strike while the iron was hot. Gentlemen, Venice is in trouble, but as long as we unite, we can overcome this difficulty. Back then, the Genoese, uniting with many forces, tried to annihilate us, but the brave Venetians did not give up. In the Battle of Chioggia, they launched a counterattack, completely breaking free of their constraints and becoming the masters of the Mediterranean. The situation is far from that point. We still have a chance to turn the tide. Well said. The councillors stood up excitedly and applauded enthusiastically. Mariparo finally breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to those around him. Suddenly, the door opened, and an envoy rushed in. Oh? You're back? How did things go? Mariparo looked at the envoy, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The envoy remained silent, handing a short letter to the governor. Mariparo gave the envoy a reproachful look, opened the letter, glanced at it briefly, then tossed it aside silently. Your Excellency, what has happened? Mariparo sighed, facing northwest, and made the sign of the cross on his chest. King Charles VI is dead. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 I am France. In the Balkans, in Albania, at the city of Eurasian, numerous fortresses outside the city had already collapsed under the bombardment of Spartan heavy artillery. Eurasian was besieged by a legion of 30,000 men, and the western port area had fallen, forcing the defenders to retreat into the inner city. Due to the sudden intervention of the Eastern Empire, several important colonies of the Venetian Republic were attacked one after another. The Venetian fleet was unable to return from Crete in time, and the defenders quickly lost their sea routes of communication with the outside world. The Venetian fleet was fully aware of this and began a frenzied attack on the Eastern Empire's supply points along the Albanian coast, attempting to rescue Eurasian. The Albanian front commander, Maruna, quickly responded by withdrawing the supply lines inland and deploying the swift Slavic cavalry to protect them, causing Venice's delaying strategy to quickly fail. Despite this, the city of Talasian withstood the onslaught of 30,000 troops for nearly a month. The city's layers of fortifications and strongholds severely hampered the army's advance, forcing the Eastern Empire's soldiers to fight the Venetian defenders in bloody battles beneath each fortress, slowly but surely making their way towards the center of Talasian. Blood soaked the earth, and the sound of cannons rang out intermittently. Commander Maruna, accompanied by his entourage, arrived outside a large castle that had just been breached. To capture this castle, the Eastern Empire had left behind over 500 corpses, nearly half of whom were servants of the Albanian lords. The fighting gradually subsided, and cries of agony and groans filled the air. Laborers cleaned the battlefield and collected weapons on the brown earth, while medics carried the wounded into tents, providing simple first aid. The Venetians may not be good at much else, but they certainly know how to build impressive fortresses. Beside Maruna, Messing, commander of the 3rd Legion of the Purple Guard, kicked the corpse of a Venetian soldier, waved his hand, and signaled for laborers to carry it away and bury it on the spot. No matter how powerful Venice is, it is ultimately a commercial city-state that rose to power through maritime trade. Its land forces are weak, with almost no standing army, relying entirely on mercenaries. Maruna took a deep breath, feeling the stench of gunpowder and blood. That's why they have a strong preference for sturdy walls and fortresses, focusing on defense on land and launching attacks on all sides at sea. Moreover, the Venetians know how to better utilize the combat power of mercenaries. These outlaws don't like fighting risky battles and can only exert half their strength in open field combat, but in siege warfare, they can perhaps exert 3/4. Maruna turned to look at his entourage. The premise is that you have to let them see reinforcements, see hope. A smile appeared on Maruna's face. In recent days, as we've been capturing the fortress, the proportion of Venetian soldiers surrendering has been increasing, and fewer are willing to fight to the death. I just saw several corpses, all of them had arrows in their backs, clearly shot to death by our army while fleeing. Their fighting spirit has plummeted to rock bottom under the fierce offensive. They see no hope and are on the verge of collapse. Messing turned over several Venetian corpses. And indeed, it was true. He felt a faint sense of admiration. Is this why you're so determined to take the port as soon as possible, regardless of casualties? But if the Albanian auxiliary troops suffer too many casualties, won't the nobles complain? Maruna glanced expressionlessly at the desolate Albanian camp. They certainly will, but they've already boarded this ship and received hereditary lands personally recognized by the emperor. Naturally, they have to pay a price. They might hate me for it and report me to His Majesty after the war, speaking ill of me, but I don't care. Maruna raised his head, surveying the ravaged battlefield. Do you know why I was able to obtain the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Albanian battlefield? Messing pondered. His Majesty trusts you. Doesn't he trust Conte? Doesn't he trust Ibrahim? Doesn't he trust Mehmet? Maruna shook his head with a chuckle. I don't know, because I am Italian, a mercenary by trade, and I understand mercenaries' behavior and tactics very well. I know how to deal with them. More importantly, His Majesty knows what I want, what I like, and what I don't care about. I fought alongside His Majesty for almost 20 years. He knows exactly what kind of person I am. Maruna unceremoniously pulled over a corpse, sat on its blood-soaked chest, took a handful of mint leaves from his bag, and slowly chewed them. I love wealth, so His Majesty has bestowed upon me several mansions one after another. I also have a fondness for beautiful women, and after each victory, he would select a few prisoners to send to my residence. I don't care about reputation, I don't care about chivalry, so he sent me here to do things that would make me hated. Now Albania, and later Serbia, are places where local powers are strong. His Majesty wants to strengthen central authority, but he can't treat them like the landlords in the country, so he can only use the opportunity of war to weaken them. Maruna stood up, spat out a mint leaf, and the bright green juice seeped from his lips. As for after the war, he might scold me in front of the Albanian nobles, declare that my merits and demerits cancel each other out, and not reward me, and then secretly send large sums of gold and a bunch of beautiful women to my home. Maruna laughed heartily and glanced at Messing. The old emperor is ill and probably won't live much longer. There are some scum in Constantinople who are stirring up trouble, and they may have come to test you. Messing was taken aback, then nodded. Don't forget who gave you your comfortable life, and don't choose the wrong side, Maruna gently warned. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of remnants of the old regime, always chanting ancestral laws. They'll never amount to anything. Messing sneered. Those people in the Senate should just be decorations. If they dare to disobey, I, Messing, will be the first to lead troops to kill them. Good to know. Maruna gazed at the setting sun and the rising moon. Eastern Roman soldiers were entering the castle one after another, and the remaining Venetian army was huddled in a corner of the inner city. It was only a matter of time before they surrendered completely. It is said that the Venetian mercenary Marshal Cogliani has already led his army into Ragusa, and the Castigliati family's army is also heading north. What do you think of this? Messing mounted his horse and followed beside Maruna. Cogliani? An old acquaintance of mine. He's certainly capable in military strategy, but he's greedy, lustful, and extremely power-hungry. His favorite pastime is transferring the Republic's public assets to his own name. He's always been arrogant and will definitely clash with Castigliati. Forget about working together, even basic mutual assistance will likely face significant obstacles. Cassilioti is just grasping at straws, he'll be killed by Caliani sooner or later, enough said. Let the army rest for a day, recharge, and deliver the final blow to the Venetians. Maruna laughed heartily and spurred his horse into a gallop. Kingdom of France, Palace of Fontainebleau. Outside the palace, Field Marshal Courant dismounted, handed the reins to his attendant, and strode into the palace study. The study was unlit, but a fireplace burned, the fruit wood crackling and releasing a warm aroma. Charles VI curled up in a soft velvet armchair, the flickering firelight illuminating his aged face. Years of illness had ravaged the old man, leaving him emaciated, his loose skin trembling with each breath, carving deep lines into his skin. His eyes were half closed, his weak muscles straining against his heart and lungs, providing the last vestiges of nourishment to his frail body. A simple, innocent smile graced Charles VI's face, his hands slightly raised, clearly enjoying a sweet dream. Seeing the old king, Courant felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew Charles VI's days were numbered. "Your Majesty, I have come," Courant said softly, removing his cloak and hanging it to the side. Charles VI awoke from his dream, looking regretfully at the dim light before him, gently wiping away his tears, and saw Courant standing beside him. "Ah, Philip, you've come, please sit," Courant said, thanking him and sitting opposite Charles VI. Charles VI was clearly in high spirits, picking up the Bordeaux wine on the table and pouring himself and the Marshal a full glass. "Your Majesty, the doctor said you can't drink any more." "It's all right, the doctor can't control me now," Charles VI chuckled, handing the glass to Courant and pointing upwards with reverence. "It's God's turn." Courant was silent, a lump forming in his throat. He took a deep breath and raised his glass. "To France, to France." Charles VI downed the wine, then coughed violently, staining his robes with red dots. Courant was about to rise when Charles VI waved him off. After coughing for a while, Charles VI recovered, a flush rising to his face. "I've made it this far thanks to God. There's no need to be too sad. God will bless everyone who has fought for France their entire life." Courant put down his glass, sighed deeply, and covered his face with his hands. "I've been unconscious for the past few weeks." "How is the state of affairs?" Charles VI licked his dry lips. "Everything is fine. No one dares to commit any unjust act at a time like this, including my son," Charles VI asked gently. "The Crown Prince knows about your situation and has returned to the court in Burgundy. He still refuses to see me." Courant was speechless for a moment, then gritted his teeth and told the truth. "I've sent people to summon him several times, but each time there has been no response." Charles VI nodded, his eyes dimming. "I have wronged many people in my life, and I have done many wrong things. Perhaps even God thinks I am utterly wicked and has sent this child to punish my sins. He was so rebellious when he was young. I was busy dealing with threats from all sides and never seriously listened to his thoughts, never gave him the love and warmth he deserved. I am not a good father." Charles VI sighed and coughed again. "Your Majesty, but you are a good king," Courant comforted him. "After you fell ill, the entire French people prayed for you, erected a monument in your honor, hoping you could continue to lead them on the path to revival. We will remember everything you did, forever." "And outside the kingdom? What's happening on the European continent?" Charles VI shook his head, returning to the main topic. "The situation in northern Italy has basically calmed down, but the War of the Naples succession continues. Ferdinand accepted Isaac's loan but rejected his offer to send troops to assist, insisting on winning the war himself. A wise man." Charles VI nodded slightly. "Not long ago, the Eastern Empire and Venice went to war again. The Venetians are no longer able to resist the growing Eastern Empire and are completely at a disadvantage on all battlefields. Isaac I had long ago laid the groundwork for today's war, cutting off Venice's financial resources from both Italy and Egypt, severely damaging Venice's war potential. A few days ago, a Venetian envoy came to Paris, trying to persuade us to send troops to attack the free city of La Spezia and tie down Isaac's forces. What did you say in response?" "No response." "We'll talk about it when you're better." Charles VI smiled and shook his head. "I'm dying soon, so I'll leave this problem to my son." The firewood in the fireplace was almost gone, and Courant stepped forward and threw the piled-up wood into the fire. Watching the flames suddenly rise, Charles VI's eyes glazed over, lost in deep memories. "Before you came, I had a very long dream, a dream of many people and many things. I dreamt of Lohire. Do you remember him? One of the English's most feared generals. Without his strong support, my imperial company would never have been able to be built. That was 20 years ago, wasn't it? I was here with him, by the fireplace, during the cold winter. Charles Villai's eyes welled up with tears as he recalled his old friend. I dreamt of old Bourbon. He was also one of my most trusted and valiant generals, known by the enemy as the disaster of England. He is dead, but his son is thriving, and he has many children and grandchildren. He can smile in heaven. Cullen listened quietly, his own images of his old comrades flashing before his eyes. I dreamt of Jacques Cole. I exiled him, but his family members have all received unprecedented promotions. Before Jacques died, he held my hand, his eyes filled with tears. He said, "Your Majesty, I don't blame you." I never blamed him either. Charles Villai wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his lips trembling. I also dreamt of André, whom I personally promoted. He loved drinking and dueling, fell ill during the war, and passed away a few years ago. France is a vast and resourceful country, never lacking in famous ministers and valiant generals. Couron's voice choked with emotion. His old friends were passing away one after another, like leaves falling in the wind. My father was a madman, my mother said I was illegitimate. And my relatives racked their brains to disinherit me. I am a weak man, a mediocre man. My first half of life was unproductive. I could only swallow my grievances silently, weeping in the Queen's arms. Charles Villai lowered his hands, trying to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. But I met you. Charles Villai looked at Couron, his eyes revealing genuine emotion. If it weren't for your efforts, I wouldn't have been able to drive out the English, nor would I have been able to sit on the French throne. Thank you for believing in me, for believing in France. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Philip, thank you too. Thank you for being willing to accompany me on my final journey, for being willing to listen to the memories of a dying man. Charles Villai smiled gently, looking at the old marshal. We have just won the war, and France is in dire need of rebuilding. Internally, there are landed nobles clinging to power, and externally, there are powerful enemies eyeing us covetously. Tell my son that before dealing with the great nobles in the north, he should not touch Italy, and should not get involved in the affairs of Isaac III. He is no match for this man. Tell my son that whatever his ideals may be, he should remember that France is above all else. Go, Marshal, take care of yourself, for me, for yourself, for your family, and for our friends. Marshal Courant saluted and took his leave. Charles Villai remained in the study, his eyes closed. The flames burned and danced, waves of warm air washing over Charles Villai's face, like the spring breeze of 1429. Back then, Charles Villai was still the timid and cowardly man, retaining the title of King of France yet confined to the remote Chinon Palace. Back then, Charles Villai was unable to repay the war debts and predictably went bankrupt. He convened the Estates General to argue his case, but no one believed him. Back then, France was fragmented, with warlords vying for power. No one cared about Charles Villai's royal title. He could only quietly cultivate his inner circle and recruit talent. Back then, Charles Villai's court was brimming with talent. Those once overlooked soldiers would later become renowned ministers and generals. It was also back then that Charles Villai met the most unforgettable person of his life. Charles Villai would always remember the scene. It was a warm afternoon, and the Chinon Palace was bustling with noise. Nobles and clergy filled the halls, and Charles Villai was filled with utter disgust, but he could only force a smile. Just then, Louis of the Bourbon family approached Charles Villai, claiming to have found someone who could truly help France out of its predicament. Charles Villai hesitated, then nodded in agreement, silently hiding himself in the crowd. A spring breeze swept through the palace, and sunlight broke through the clouds, suddenly illuminating the dim palace. Charles Villai was startled by the sudden bright light, and when he came to his senses, a dashing female knight was already before him. She recognized Charles Villai in the crowd at a glance, quickly walked towards him, removed her top hat, and curtsied. My name is Joan of Arc. By the Lord's command, I serve the only monarch, by the Lord's command, to drive out the powerful enemy and save France. The scene flashes back. In his dream, Charles Villai sees the battle flag raised high by the young woman outside Reims, the magnificent Reims Cathedral, and the young woman standing beside him with a smiling bishop. Long live the king! Long live France! Joan of Arc shouts, kneeling before Charles Villai, her eyes filled with joy. Behind her, a dark mass of nobles kneels, dressed in magnificent robes and adorned with precious jewels. In the midst of the crowd, the young woman in tattered armor stands out, yet she radiates an inviolable, divine radiance. making the entire cathedral shine. Charles VI is crowned, the English have fled, France is unified, but the young woman who accompanied him through those difficult years, led him into the cathedral, and sang triumphant songs as they stormed dreams, is gone forever. The firewood was almost burned out, and the fireplace burst forth with its last rays, just like the sunlight 30 years ago, illuminating the study. Enveloped in that light, Charles VI seemed to return to that afternoon, to that twilight. The road ahead was dark, but the young woman before him once again reached out her hand, clad in armor, a longsword at her waist, just as she had always been. Charles VI stretched out his withered hands to receive the brightest light of his life. A radiant smile spread across his face, his throat tightened, and tears streamed down his cheeks, tracing the wrinkles and lines of time. In the late spring of 1462, Charles VI Valois, the loyal Duc d'Henri, died at Fontainebleau Palace at the age of 59. In the Carthaginian palace, the royal tutor Basilius was giving a lesson. The children below clearly weren't interested in politics, scratching their heads and making faces. In our previous lessons, we've covered the Magna Carta of England and the Golden Bull of Germany. These laws represent compromises between the monarch and the nobility, and they have their merits. Next, we'll turn our attention to the east and briefly study the cruelty of the Mongol Empire. Justinian, listening intently, glared at his teacher with displeasure. Your Highness, what is it? Justinian stood up confidently. Could we slow down our pace and talk about something interesting? Like recent major events in Europe, the children immediately chimed in, and another round of noise erupted from the audience. Basilius nodded helplessly. All right, then let's talk about the recent accession of the new king of the Kingdom of France, which will also lay the groundwork for our later study of the French political system. Basilius closed his book. In the spring of 1462, Charles VI died, and the Dauphin Louis rode swiftly from Dijon to Paris. Accompanied by his courtiers, he went to Reims and was crowned at Reims Cathedral. He became Louis VI of the Valois family. After Louis VI donned the crown, the courtiers, as usual, waited there for the new king to speak. Most kings would utter empty platitudes, but Louis VI was clearly different. Basilius paused. Facing the courtiers, Louis VI remained silent for a long time, head held high, and finally uttered only one sentence, a sentence that immediately shocked everyone present. I am France. The classroom immediately fell silent. The children, somewhat bewildered, waited for the teacher's explanation. However, Justinian's eyes suddenly lit up, his hands clenched into fists, his face flushed with excitement. Basilius frowned, staring at the prince lost in his reverie. Your Highness, what's wrong? Such boldness, and such daring. It's because, Basilius waved his hand, gesturing for Justinian to sit down. But the latter remained standing there, his lips tightly pressed together. Your Highness, a ruler should always act this way. Chapter 198 Northern Hero. Bakhchisaray, Crimea Peninsula. Bakhchisaray is small, with a permanent population of just over 5,000. Besides Crimean Tatars, it is also inhabited by many Slavs, Goths, and Caucasians. They have their own residential areas in the city, paying heavy taxes to the Khan in exchange for limited religious autonomy. SYNOPSIS, is this the capital of Hagia? It doesn't look very impressive. In the small market, a young man dressed as an Eastern European knight complained to the elder beside him, glancing around disdainfully. You value Hagia so much, yet he can't even govern his own territory properly. How can he earn money to support his army? My dear Sigmund, the Tatars are a nomadic people. We cannot judge them from our perspective. Silenus chuckled, stroking his mustache, and patiently explained to the nobleman beside him. Hagia is one of the most outstanding Mongol princes in recent years, with high prestige and the ability to command respect from tribes across the land. They don't need military pay for their wars. At the Khan's command, the herders on the steppes mount their war horses, take up their sabers, and rush to the designated assembly points to await orders. In return, the Khan distributes the looted treasures and slaves to them, thus enhancing his prestige. What if they lose? Zygmunt asked curiously. If they lose, the Khan's prestige will greatly diminish. When his prestige drops to a certain level, his position as Khan will be in danger. Our Khan Hagia is a very capable man, but he has also faced a crisis of position. 6 years ago, if it weren't for our assistance, he might have lost his Khanate, Cyrenius said calmly. Moreover, nomadic peoples don't have a legal capital. Now that the Khan is in Bakhchisaray, that's the capital. You're too young. This trip is just to broaden your horizons. You'll understand more as you go. Then I might as well go north and fight the knights' lackeys, Zygmunt complained. Let the Poles deal with their affairs, we have our own to tend to. Silenus waved his hand, ending the sensitive topic. Besides, the knights are already on the verge of collapse. If we go now, the Poles will probably think we're trying to reap the benefits. The delegation walked along the dirt road of back Sicily, the horses' hooves clattering on the ground. The crowds along the roadside paid no attention to the envoy's attire. The area was a melting pot of ethnicities, and they were used to it. Giddy up, a series of hoofbeats sounded ahead, and a troop of Tatar cavalry galloped in, kicking up clouds of dust. Envoys from the west, please come with us, the great Khan wishes to see you, the leading Tatar captain said simply, glancing at the insignia on the envoys' uniforms, his disdain well concealed. The descendants of Genghis Khan possessed an innate pride. They were eagles of the steppe, always looking down on settled peoples who only dared to hide behind stone castles. Thank you for your trouble, Silenus said amiably, following the cavalry. The city was small, and the group quickly arrived at a palace. The palace had a distinct nomadic style, exuding a barbaric air and a pungent stench from its interior and exterior. Led by the Tatar captain, the envoys strode into the hall, where high-ranking Crimean officials were already waiting. The head of the group sat high on the Khan's throne. He was a robust man with many gray hairs at his temples, but his complexion was ruddy. And his voice was booming. Guests from Lithuania, welcome to my royal tent, Silenus said, bowing deeply. Your Majesty the Great Khan, thank you for your hospitality. I have come on behalf of the King of Poland, Grand Duke Kazimierz Ivj of Lithuania, to pay my respects and inquire after your well-being, bringing you precious gifts. Sigismund stepped forward and presented the gift list to a standing eunuch. Haji Palaiologos, the 11th generation descendant of Genghis Khan, a member of the Golden family, a Khan of the Jochi lineage, and the de facto ruler of Crimea, received the gift list from the eunuch and glanced at it. Furs, silk, beautiful women, coins. Thank you for your kindness, but these are not what I urgently need right now. Then what do you need now? Sirenus feigned ignorance. What I need has already been clearly stated in my letter to you, Haji Glutty scoffed. I've never been good at your nagging, so let's be frank. Haji Glutty stood up and tossed the gift list aside. The Greeks in Constantinople are too arrogant, completely disregarding me. I'm going to teach them a lesson. You mean, you're going to take action against Theodorus in the south? Haji Glutty shook his head. Not just them, but also the detestable Genoese. I plan to take advantage of Theodorus's new ascension to the throne and the instability of the nation to completely defeat them, and deal with the Genoese as well. The Greeks have already extended their reach into Crimea. Isaac III is quite capable, bringing his fleet here and creating 2 new viceroyalties out of thin air, Haji Glutty sneered. To punish the Christians for their treachery, and to cut off the Greeks' poisonous hand reaching into the steppes, I have no choice but to fight this war. Descendants of the blue wolf and white deer, sons of Genghis Khan, we will not accept provocation, we will not accept threats. Upon hearing this, the Tatar nobles were filled with fervor, raised their sabers, and roared. Sirenus smiled and bowed again. In that case, I will await the great Khan's good news. Hearing this, a Tatar noble kicked the small table in front of him away and walked up to the great Khan. Great Khan, I've said it before, Christians are untrustworthy. They don't consider us friends at all. Haidar, shut up. Haji Glay looked at his eldest son, Haidar, with exasperation. Father, get out. This isn't your place to speak. Haidar kicked the wooden table further away and stormed out of the palace. The farce immediately silenced the atmosphere. Several Tatar nobles glanced at the great Khan with displeasure and turned away. Haji Glay looked at them coldly and sighed inwardly. He was old, soon unable to ride a horse or fight enemies. His sons were vying for power, each currying favor with a group of nobles, waiting for his last breath. Might makes right, that was the rule of the steppe. Haji Glay had no intention of changing it, nor could he. However, he had to eliminate the greatest threat to the Khanate in the final moments of his life, or he would never have peace of mind. Silenus, I hope you can provide assistance in our war. Haji Glay broke the silence, looking at the Lithuanian envoy with a friendly expression. Our previous cooperation was very pleasant and yielded satisfactory results, and I hope this time will be the same. What do you want? Silenus decided not to hide anything anymore. Mercenaries, cannon foundries, and engineers. Haji Glutty said simply. Mercenaries are possible, but you have to recruit them yourselves. If you can't, we can't help you." Silenus thought for a moment. Cannon foundries and engineers are also negotiable, but it's the same old rule. You have to offer something in exchange, otherwise His Majesty won't be able to persuade the nobles in the country. After conquering Mangup, you will get 1/3 of the treasure and slaves captured. Silenus shook his head regretfully. "That won't do, Great Khan. You can't treat us like the steppe people. The nobles in the country won't buy it. Besides, we're risking enmity with Isaac III to offer you help. You have to show some sincerity. Gold, silver, do you want them? That depends on how much you offer." Haji Gleti frowned and thought for a moment. According to the Latin merchant's currency, 1,000 ducats, would that be enough? Too little. Add 1,000 fine war horses, Cyrenus suggested. 500 at most, that's my bottom line. If you're not willing, I'll go beg the Ottomans to send cannon makers directly. Haji Gleti waved his hand and sat back on his throne. Cyrenus smiled. This price far exceeded the quota Casimir's IV had given him. Before leaving, the king called him to his side, expressing his concern about the rapid rise of the Greek emperor and hoping to stop Haji Gleti's reach into the steppes by offering him help. The Mongols of today are no longer what they once were. The moment their ruler dies, they plunge into endless internal strife, posing little threat to Lithuania. Furthermore, Lithuania can exploit the chaos to support its own proxies, thus indirectly controlling the steppes. But the Eastern Empire is different. Once they establish themselves on the steppes, they will never return. What worries Casimir IV most is that southeastern Lithuania still has a large number of Orthodox Christians and nobles who are fond of the famous holy warrior Isaac and unwilling to be his enemy. Well? Do you agree or not? Silenus snapped out of his reverie and nodded. Then it's a deal. Eastern Roman Empire, Crimea Viceroyalty, Mangup. On the city wall, the newly appointed Crimean Viceroy, Prince Alexander Theodorus, stood anxiously watching the Tatar cavalry below. The Tatars were few in number but extremely arrogant. Knowing Theodorus's soldiers wouldn't dare leave the city to fight, they dragged the Orthodox Christians they captured outside the city back and forth, wearing them down to death. In recent months, Tatar tribes on the Crimean steppe had repeatedly attacked villages and towns in the governorate, plundering many unprotected villages. Your Highness, should we? A general, unable to bear the sight any longer, turned his face away in anguish, looking at Alexander. Alexander stammered, his face flushed. I mean, should we report this situation to Princess Charlotte and see if she has any good ideas? A flash of disappointment crossed the general's face. Charlotte has just given birth. This isn't a good idea. Alexander hesitated. Then let it be. However, it's time for you to send an envoy to Constantinople to request reinforcements. Haji Gleti's schemes are far-reaching. We can hardly defend ourselves alone. Don't worry about that. It's already been sent. Alexander nodded quickly. The general looked at Alexander with a complex expression. The old prince has passed away, and a new prince has been born. It should be a joyous occasion. But who would have thought what? The two turned around to see a valiant female knight, fully armored, standing before them. Behind Charlotte stood a small squad of stern-faced soldiers, clad in light armor, swords at their waists, and carrying the latest muskets. Charlotte, what brings you here? Are you feeling better? Alexander rushed forward, taking Charlotte's hand. Just a few days earlier, the old Prince Manuel had passed away, and on the same day, Charlotte gave birth to a son. The birth of a prince was certainly a joyous occasion, but a significant conflict erupted between Charlotte and Theodore's senior ministers over the naming of the child. Several ministers hoped to retain the name Manuel to commemorate the old prince's great service to the kingdom. However, Charlotte was very assertive, insisting on naming her child Peter, in honor of Peter I, the most capable king of the Lusignan family. This also brings to mind the power struggles within the principality in recent years. Because Alexander was too mild-mannered and disliked warfare, Charlotte quickly seized military power in the Crimean viceroyalty through her personal guards, ousting several former courtiers. Furthermore, Charlotte altered the coat of arms of the Gavras family, adding the Jerusalem cross of the Lusignan family next to the double-headed black eagle, and also changed the family name. The former courtiers dared not speak out against this. In terms of lineage, Gavras was far inferior to Lusignan. In the Christian world, even without territory, the crown of Jerusalem still held a prestigious and lofty position. In terms of talent, Charlotte received a royal education, had extensive experience in swordsmanship from a young age, and was renowned throughout Europe for her martial prowess. In terms of power, Charlotte grew up in the Eastern Roman court, had close ties with the emperor and princes, and possessed a strong backing. Ultimately, through Alexander's mediation, the former courtiers compromised, agreeing to Charlotte's unilateral decision to name the child Peter. Not only that, Charlotte also made her cousin Justinian the godfather of young Peter, further aligning herself with Constantinople. Charlotte reluctantly pushed her husband Xander away, went to the edge of the city walls, and looked down at the swaggering Tatar cavalry. In her eyes, Alexander was reasonable, considerate, and diligent in handling government affairs, good in every way, except that he was too mild-mannered and not firm enough. However, this was also a good thing. It was precisely because her husband delegated power that she had the opportunity to take charge of military affairs and showcase her talents. After establishing herself in Mangup, Charlotte immediately began to purge the landed nobles, gathering them together and offering to pay some money to buy back their lands and allow them to settle in Constantinople. The nobles were naturally willing to settle in Constantinople, but were very unwilling to obediently hand over their lands, leading to several minor military clashes. This power struggle ultimately ended in a compromise. The nobles who were more cooperative could retain some land, but had to pay taxes and provide soldiers. As for the most assertive nobles, they were currently reclaiming land in New Thrace. Charlotte sold the land she had acquired to farmers and vigorously promoted a three-field rotation system combining agriculture and animal husbandry, which increased the grain output of the governorate year by year. Using this wealth, Charlotte was able to continue expanding her army. Changing the previous conservative strategy of the Privy Council, she not only directly cut off the annual tribute from Bakhchisaray, but also personally led her cavalry to launch proactive attacks on the steppe, successively recapturing 4 villages occupied by the Tatars and rescuing more than 300 Gothic people. Given that the old city walls of Mangup were no longer able to withstand modern warfare, Charlotte invited a group of engineers from the Imperial Engineering Bureau to make some improvements to the existing walls and build several protruding castles outside the walls, equipped with cannons and heavy crossbows. Through Charlotte's continuous efforts, the people gained land, the soldiers gained military merits, the finance minister saw a surplus in the accounts for the first time, and her prestige among the people grew higher and higher. "Bring me my bow," Charlotte roared, and her guards quickly brought her a powerful bow. Charlotte drew the bowstring taut, released it, and a warhorse neighed mournfully, its rider thrown a great distance, crashing to the ground, lifeless. The soldiers cheered, their morale soaring. Charlotte put down the bow, turned around, and found her husband. "Alexander, evacuate the nearby villagers back into the city. We're in big trouble, or, should we talk to them?" "See if we can," Alexander asked tentatively. "Forget that idea. Haji Gladi is old. Given his character, he won't leave a threat to his incompetent sons." Charlotte's eyes flashed as she quickly gave her orders. "First, send envoys to Botticelli to make up for the tribute owed from the past few years and see if they're willing to take advantage of Haji Gladi's army's southward march to reclaim the pastures." Alexander nodded hastily. "Second, inform Lord Badaroma of the Asaf Viceroy that Haji Grey has a grand scheme this time, and his target is probably not just us. Third, request reinforcements from Constantinople." "I've already done that," Charlotte sighed. "I'm afraid they can't spare any reinforcements. The war with Venice has already tied up most of my uncle's forces, and Mahmud in the north has repeatedly invaded the border. It's difficult for them to spare troops to support us." Seeing her husband's low spirits, Charlotte patted his shoulder. "The Venetians are about to collapse. This is their last act of madness. If we can weather this storm, the emperor will retaliate against the Tatars. Haji Grey won't live much longer. Once he's dead, all of Crimea will be ours." Alexander nodded vigorously. A soldier rushed over and handed Alexander a letter. "Your Highnesses, the emperor's fleet has arrived." In the city of Mangup, Justinian, riding a tall horse, hummed a cheerful tune and waved to the crowd with a smile. Mangup was small, beneath the city walls. Alexander and Charlotte awaited, bowing respectfully to Justinian upon his arrival. "Your Highness, it is a great honor, eh? All right, no need for formalities," Justinian interrupted Alexander's polite words with a grin. "We're all brothers, why be so polite? Look at Charlotte, she can't even be bothered to speak. What are you doing here?" Charlotte rolled her eyes at Justinian, annoyed. "Just to see my godson, and also to see you all," Justinian leaned closer and tapped Charlotte's armor. "Speak properly. I, Justinian Palaiologos, have come by order of the emperor to aid the Crimean governorate and help you overcome your difficulties," Justinian said solemnly. "Just you alone, I alone can scare away 1,000,000 soldiers." Justinian started rambling again, casually judging Charlotte's personal guards. "Not bad, you look like you've fought your way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Before I got married, my uncle allowed me to recruit veterans from the Royal Guard. I built this unit based on 50 veterans. Have you named them yet? Or should I suggest a few?" "Look," Charlotte snapped out of her daze, realizing she'd been led astray by Justinian again. She pulled him close, staring seriously into his eyes. "Tell me honestly, what are you doing here? I've recently been cursed by the devil. I can't concentrate in class. My teacher says he can't teach me and suggested that my father send me out to see the world. Yes, it must be because my father has committed too many killings, which has angered the gods," Justinian said, feigning distress. "He just sent you here like this? Don't you know there's going to be a war soon?" "It's all right, I brought a fleet. If all I can do is run away together." Charlotte punched Justinian on the shoulder. "Isn't your father afraid you'll be attacked by the Venetians at sea?" Justinian rubbed his shoulder and pouted in dissatisfaction. "My mother gave birth to a younger brother a few days ago, named Basil. My father said he doesn't want to deal with me now. Anyway, I'm not the heir. My second and third brothers are both better than me. Listen to what he's saying. Then why don't you perform well? Here I am." Justinian put on a grin. "I also brought 500 soldiers and 3 ships, all my own, nothing to do with my father." "Oh," Alexander became interested. "Where did you get them?" "My great-uncle Prince Henry left me a lot of money and several estates. I sold the estates, took a few close friends, hired retired guards, recruited some brave men, and even bought 3 warships from the Carthaginian shipyard at a friendly price." Justinian put his hands on his hips, clearly very proud. "I've sold everything I own to support you, you must remember that." Of course, Alexander beamed and nodded quickly. "Haha, just you wait and see. Under my name, even if you're a descendant of Genghis Khan, what can you do? If you know what's good for you, you might still be able to save one of your lives. Uncle sent you here to mediate the conflict between us and Rome so that we can join forces against the enemy, right?" Charlotte quickly understood Isaac's intention. No, he just thinks I'm annoying." "All right, you take your men and rest first. We still need to patrol the walls." Charlotte waved her hand and led Alexander towards the walls. Hey, what do you guys think I should name my army? How about Justinian's Invincible Guard?" Justinian waved his hand and shouted loudly. Charlotte and Alexander climbed onto the walls and suddenly laughed very happily. "Charlotte, why does this prince seem a little?" Alexander pondered his words. "A little silly." Charlotte smiled at her husband. This child went through the most difficult years of his childhood, received the best education, and had outstanding parents. Do you really think he would be a fool? Then not only is he not a fool, but he is also very intelligent and shrewd. Have you noticed? The way he parades around, showing contempt for the enemy in front of the soldiers, and bringing his own fleet and army, has boosted the morale of the soldiers and civilians considerably." Alexander turned around and looked down at the city. Justinian was leading several Theodorus generals toward the camp. The men were arm in arm, drinking wine they had somehow gotten their hands on, chatting and laughing like long-lost friends. This child doesn't love literature, nor is he very skilled in martial arts, but he is adept at understanding people's hearts and knows how to gain their trust and favor. Just now, for example, he was ordered by His Majesty to come to the rescue, but he took all the credit for himself by fooling around, and inadvertently made us owe him a favor. Charlotte sighed softly. "Anyway, I don't have his abilities." Alexander, regaining his composure, nodded as well. "So what do we do now?" "Justinian will probably approach Bartholomew to discuss how to fight the enemy." Charlotte regained her seriousness. "We can't place our hopes on others. Gather the army and prepare for war." Chapter 199. Smoke from all sides. On a road along the Black Sea coast, a long line of fleeing civilians and retreating soldiers stretched southeastward. Winter had washed away the bloodstains of the battlefield, bringing life to the land, but also turning the once solid road into a muddy mess. Horses and wheels sank into the mud, and their owners, after trying again and again, could only collapse helplessly to the ground, panting and wiping away tears. The crowd moved slowly. Whenever a carriage got stuck in the mud, soldiers maintaining order along the roadside would step forward to help move it, preventing a complete blockage. If a carriage was stuck too deep, the soldiers could only demand that the owners take their valuables and dismantle the carriage. The wealthy merchants and nobles had fled before the war began. Those still stranded on the road were either clinging to a sliver of hope or simply unable to leave. For ordinary people, the devastation of war is immense. Whether they stay or leave, their once peaceful and tranquil lives are utterly shattered. A broken cart and an old donkey often carry all their possessions. The working people of this era were highly regional. Losing their homeland meant losing their means of production, their social connections, and their very means of survival. At the forefront of the refugee caravan, another donkey was stuck in the mud. The poor creature, burdened with too many bundles, was already exhausted and breathless, thrashing about in the sticky mud, its eyes filled with sorrow. Its owners were a family of 3. The man was arguing with the arriving soldiers, unwilling to abandon his most precious possessions. The woman, holding her daughter, sat by the roadside, anxiously looking around. The other refugees paid little attention, ignoring the woman's pleading gaze, and tacitly walked around them. Moreover, several weasel-faced young men brazenly eyed the bundles by the roadside, their restless gazes roaming over the woman and girl. "Hey, you don't have much left anyway. My uncle is a merchant in Constantinople, and he has some business in Billington. Want me to introduce you to some jobs that will earn you money?" A thug grinned and reached out to touch the woman. The girl, terrified, hid her head in her mother's arms. The woman kissed her daughter's forehead, then drew a dagger from her waist and waved it wildly at the thug. "Please leave. We don't need it." "Ouch. Pretty ruthless, just you wait." The thug stepped forward menacingly, blocking the woman's view. His accomplice quietly moved behind the woman, grabbed the package, and ran. "Got it. Run," the accomplice shouted back from a distance. The woman immediately screamed, trying to get up, but couldn't bear to leave her daughter in her arms. Her husband rushed over, but was tripped by the thug and fell heavily to the ground. The thug seized the opportunity, snatched the daughter from the woman's arms, and ran off. The cries of children, the screams of women, and the laughter of thugs echoed through the crowd. Everyone walked forward numbly, not wanting to get involved. In wartime, such scenes played out daily. When order was lost, humanity tore away its veil of gentle civilization, becoming no different from wild beasts. The thief and the thugs ran a long way, then stopped laughing, about to open the package, when suddenly footsteps sounded ahead. They hid the package behind their backs, pressed the girl down in front of them, and gagged her tightly. Looking around, they recognized the newcomers and breathed a sigh of relief. Just a militia squad. Even the regular army wouldn't bother with this kind of thing, let alone them. "Sir, there's a disturbance behind us. You'd better go check it out." The thief stood obsequiously by the roadside, bowing and scraping to the approaching militia. "Hand it over and get out of here." The militia captain's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Of course, the adult's share is indispensable." The thief's face stiffened, then he quickly pulled out a few silver coins from his bag and handed them to the militia captain. "The package isn't yours, the girl isn't yours either. Hand them both over." Seeing this, the thief immediately put on a show of bravado but was actually cowardly. "Kid, I advise you not to get involved in this. I'm just a small fry, but there's an organization above us, specifically in charge of business on this road, making money off refugees. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the officials? Brother, guess who's making the most money? Didn't you see the soldiers behind us aren't doing anything?" the thug said, pulling the girl away. "You're just a lowly militia captain, don't meddle." The militia captain raised an eyebrow, kicked the thug, and pulled the girl to his side. "You bastard!" The thug was furious, glaring fiercely at the captain. "Just you wait and see. I want to see who dares to ruin our master's plans. You're playing the hero today, but tomorrow you'll be losing your job." The militia captain laughed, lifting his cloak to reveal his family crest. "My name is Tarosi Notaris. Grand Duke Lucas is my grandfather, and Baron Avelin is my uncle." "Go ahead." The thug's face immediately darkened. He snatched the package from his companion, threw it on the ground, and hurriedly fled. "Brother, what bad luck, running into someone from the Notaris family," the thug cursed. "Their family members are all incredibly irritable, intolerant of any wrongdoing. They're all on the big picture, it's best not to mess with them." Other high-ranking officials turn a blind eye to many things, but they won't. They'll intervene and criticize anything they see, The one we met today is relatively mild. If it were any of the others, neither of us would be standing here alive." The thug pulled his companion along, speeding up. "I know that a few days ago, in the North Macedonian military district, some merchants from Constantinople colluded with local elders to inflate prices, seize land, and force people to sell their children. Unfortunately, they were discovered by Commander Avalon. Guess what? More than 50 people, regardless of their status, were all tied to racks and burned to death. The youngest was only 14 years old." The rogue shuddered and kicked a pebble away. "And that Grand Duke Lucas, guess how he resigned? They said he was too old." The rogue shook his head. "This old duke utterly despises merchants, believing they destroy rural production and disrupt order. A few years ago, after His Majesty Isaac signed several decrees favoring merchants, he was furious. He got drunk, went to the emperor's house, and declared he was quitting on the spot. He even pointed his finger at the emperor and cursed him. Even His Majesty Constantine couldn't stand it. Could His Majesty tolerate this? Not only did he not say anything, but he also appointed his own nephew as the commander of the North Macedonian military district. You know, this is the largest military district, capable of supporting several thousand soldiers." The rogue looked at the sky enviously. "No wonder he can become emperor. All right, these things aren't exactly secrets, but don't go around telling everyone. We've already gained quite a bit this time. Go back and tell your superiors, they'll understand." The rogues walked faster and faster, disappearing into the depths of the countryside. On the road, Tarosi watched the rogues disappear from sight, waved, and beckoned a subordinate. "Take a few men and follow them. They've probably taken more than just this one child. Don't worry. If they encounter any big merchants or high-ranking officials, just grab them. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." The subordinate nodded and led a small group of men away quietly. Tarosi picked up the girl, mounted his warhorse, and headed towards the refugee group. The girl's parents were rushing over when they encountered the militia. Tarosi put the girl down and watched the family embrace and weep. "My lord, thank you so much. This is my only child. This is all I have left." Tarosi waved his hand to stop him, looking at the refugees. "Hurry up and go. There's a refugee camp in Adrianople. His Majesty is implementing a work for relief program. In the city, they won't dare to openly challenge His Majesty's authority." Tarosi said no more, spurred his horse, and joined the refugee group. Several soldiers saw him approaching and noticed the insignia on his chest. They quickly came forward to salute. "Where is your commander? Bring him here." With that, Tarosi crossed his arms and sat upright on his horse. A short while later, a gaunt middle-aged man approached with several bodyguards. Seeing the icy Tarosi, he slowly walked up to him. "Hello, I am the commander of this unit. We are the city guard of Burgos. After the fall of Burgos, we were ordered to escort refugees south." "What is it?" "I have discovered that many refugees are breaking the law. Please stop them," Tarosi said, suppressing his temper, enunciating each word clearly. We are just a scattered city guard. We don't have that authority." "How much did they give you?" "I didn't take it, but I can't afford to offend them," the middle-aged man said slowly. "There are too many things to handle. On some roads, deserters and local ruffians have teamed up to block roads and set up roadblocks. What we're dealing with here is just minor skirmishes." Burgos fell too quickly. The 2nd Legion of the Purple Guard stationed in the city was completely wiped out. The militia and city guards suffered heavy losses, and everyone is filled with resentment. The middle-aged man looked up at the emblem on Tarosi's chest and the sword at his waist. "I'm not from a prominent family, nor could I have studied at the Royal Knights Academy like you, much less received a sword bestowed by the Emperor himself. All I can do is try to act according to my conscience and avoid making any mistakes." Tarosi was speechless with anger for a while before recovering. "I will report this matter truthfully to my superiors." The middle-aged man nodded, his face expressionless. "What else?" "Burgos has fallen, Thrace is in dire straits, and Mahmud's army is resting, but they'll probably head south soon. His Majesty Constantine and his ministers have decided to conscript militia from the nearby villages to reinforce the front lines. These militia will gather at Adrianople, and I will be in charge of their command." "Congratulations," the middle-aged man said curtly. "Supplies, military supplies, and willing refugees." Tarosi, too lazy to waste any more words with this old fox, went straight to the point. "You can recruit the refugees yourselves. The supplies and military supplies are in a warehouse to the west. Guarded by the Purple Guard soldiers, Tarosi nodded, leaving a few subordinates behind to recruit soldiers, while he led the remaining militia towards Adrianople. In October 1462, after receiving news from Venice and the Ottomans, Bulgarian Bey Mahmud assembled an army of 20,000 in Sofia, vowing to march south. In November, Mahmud besieged Kirjali, leaving all artillery and most of his troops outside the city walls. He himself, with a small elite force, detoured eastward and hid in a valley outside the city. On November 5, a Wallachian caravan, carrying gunpowder and flour in barrels, had Orthodox priests on board, who, under the guise of fellow brothers, requested protection and slipped into the city gates. They ignited the gunpowder at the gates, causing chaos. Mahmud, lying in ambush, seized the opportunity to charge, personally leading the charge and decisively defeating the 2nd Legion of the Purple Guard that had come to reinforce them. The Legion commander, Orhan, fell from his horse and lost consciousness, and the army's morale plummeted. Mahmud routed them, and they fled in disarray. On September 9, the Bulgarian army outside Kirjali lifted the siege and advanced eastward, reaching Burgos and stabilizing the situation, essentially establishing a foothold. The rapid fall of Burgos disrupted Constantinople's strategic plans. Half of Thrace was exposed to Mahmud's attack, and refugees fled south with their families, plunging Constantinople into panic. Constantine I personally donned his armor, inspected the city walls, and stabilized morale. On the advice of several ministers, he conscripted soldiers and ordered them to Adrianople to defend the last line of defense leading to Constantinople. In the Carthaginian palace, in Isaac's study, the slave trader Peter sat trembling on a stool, cold sweat pouring down his back. Despite sitting on soft velvet, he shifted uncomfortably, as if on steel nails. "Your Majesty, try it," Isaac said calmly, placing 2 cups of coffee on the table. Peter raised his glass, took a trembling sip, and forced a smile. "Very good, the Empire has gained another coffee-producing region, all thanks to your Majesty's wisdom." Isaac took a sip and shook his head. "The winter frosts result in extremely low yields, and the taste isn't as good as in West Africa. It seems this place is still unsuitable. We won't grow coffee here anymore. Let's focus on the fur trade." "Your Majesty, what are you doing? You see, everyone makes mistakes, including me." Isaac glanced out the window, deliberately avoiding looking at the sweating slave trader. "Peter, you were originally just a poor boy from the Balkan mountains. Fortunately, you had good foresight and came to Sirte early on, catching the wave of North African expansion. You started in the early slave trade and gradually grew into a well-known slave trader throughout the Mediterranean world. Yes, all thanks to your Majesty's trust. Your brother later got involved in the West African trade and owned a sizable fleet. At that time, you went to a shipyard, wanting to pull some strings, and Mansredi came to me, and I agreed. Otherwise, do you really think 3,000 ducats could buy 4 caravels?" Isaac turned his head and said slowly, "Your son studied with Justinian, argued with his teachers, and drank with him in secret. I know my son. He won't look down on you because you are slave traders, Your Majesty. We will remember it," Peter said urgently. "Indeed, you are a clever man. You did a good job with immigration and even secretly assisted the peasant crusade in Alexandria, understanding my intentions." Isaac nodded, looking directly into Peter's gray eyes. "However, I recently heard that some scoundrels in your merchant guild are taking advantage of the war in the Balkans to profit from the national crisis, bribing officials and selling many homeless refugees into slavery. To satisfy the perverse desires of some officials, they have even preyed on children. What? Is the money you've earned in recent years not enough for you?" Peter suddenly became anxious, knelt down with a thud, and hugged Isaac's legs. "Your Majesty, I know nothing about any of this. For the past 6 months, I've been shuttling between West Africa and Italy, and haven't returned to the Balkans at all." "I know, that's why you're still alive," Isaac said quietly, finishing his coffee in one gulp. "I've made myself perfectly clear. You should understand what to do." Peter stood up and nodded quickly. "I will expel them from the merchant guild, release the enslaved refugees, and give each of them compensation. I've already ordered people to deal with those merchants, and the refugees will be released soon. You don't need to worry about that." Isaac shook his head. "You are responsible for funding the construction of 5 schools in Thrace and hiring teachers at your own expense. I will send people to inspect them, and if you just go through the motions, you should know what the consequences will be." "Certainly. Certainly. Also, I recently reorganized the Santitus rebels into the 12th Legion of the Praetorian Guard, which will be the last Legion of the Praetorian Guard. From now on, the Praetorian Guard will no longer have new designations, but will instead expand in size. Isaac pondered. I'm planning to expand the 1st and 3rd Legions of the Imperial Guard to 2,000 men, but the treasury is almost empty, and I don't want to increase the burden on the people. I'll contribute 5,000 ducats to support the Empire's war effort. Peter, understanding the implication, immediately answered. You also need to contact other major merchants to launch a fundraising campaign to replenish the military supplies. Peter gritted his teeth and nodded, a bitter look on his face. Isaac looked at him teasingly. I won't let you be the villain for nothing. Haven't you always wanted to enter the Black Sea slave trade? I'll write to Charlotte and ask her to provide you with some assistance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Peter was overjoyed. Isaac waved, and Peter bowed deeply. Just as he was about to leave, Isaac called him back. By the way, tell your subordinates that there's no need to contact those officials anymore. 3 counselors and 5 tax collectors are currently on their way to New Thrace. You might be able to catch up with them when you go to collect furs. After bidding farewell to Peter, Isaac walked into the garden and found Leonor, who was taking care of a child. In the sunlight, the eldest daughter, Thessaloniki, nestled on her mother's lap, reading a storybook about Alexius and Carlo having a tree climbing contest, while her youngest son, Basil, slept soundly in his cradle. Father, I'll tell you a little secret. Seeing Isaac approach, Thessaloniki jumped up, grinning foolishly as she hugged his leg. What? Isaac affectionately patted her head, asking with a smile. Justinian sent us many gifts. Mine are some very beautiful pearls. From the Black Sea. Hearing his eldest son's name, Isaac gave a disgruntled snort. Thessaloniki took Isaac's hand and continued on her own. Mother's is a very precious perfume, said to be from the East. Basil's are several pieces of valuable Persian silk. Justinian said he'd make clothes for him. Alexius and Carlo each received a Tautor scimitar, and many chivalric novels, all collected by him. I already know that, it's no secret. Isaac pulled his daughter to sit beside Leonor. He didn't just send gifts to our family, he sent them to classmates, relatives, and teachers. He sent them to everyone. This kid hasn't learned anything else, but he's certainly mastered these little tricks. Isaac sighed, leaned out, and gently kissed his young son's cheek. He learned it all from you. Didn't you always say that you can only truly capture someone's heart by combining benefits with feelings? Every Christmas now, you still send gifts to the officers and soldiers, showing that you always remember them. Leonor rested his head on Isaac's shoulder and closed his eyes. Isaac was speechless for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Right, why didn't I get a gift? You're his most respected person, how could you not? Leonor picked up a letter from beside him and handed it to Isaac. The first half of the letter was written by Charlotte, roughly describing the progress of the Crimean War. It mentioned that Justinian, accompanied by Badorome, had led the fleet to penetrate into the northern part of the peninsula, successfully destroying 3 supply depots of Haji Gleti, and capturing a Mongol prince, persuading him to pledge allegiance to the empire. He was currently being sent to Constantinople. Isaac nodded slightly. The second half was a long, rambling account of Justinian's self-praise, which Isaac skipped and went straight to the last sentence. Father, I will conquer a vast territory for you as a gift, in my own way. God bless me. Isaac remained silent, tossing the letter aside. It's good to see more blood and fire. When I was his age, I was already exploring Africa. Now, spending all day in the palace, I really wish I could fly to the battlefield. Isaac sighed. You promised me, you promised the Chancellor, and we'll talk about the future, but this time you must stay in North Africa. Leonor glared at Isaac angrily. I understand. The troops have been withdrawn, I must be here to keep order. Isaac's eyes flashed. After this war, I must reform the Empire's education and official selection systems. The existing systems are not only inefficient but also highly prone to corruption. Take those slave traders, for example. Do you really think they care about Thracian refugees? It's all about bribing officials. I've blocked trade between North Africa and the Black Sea, preventing officials from taking advantage. So they came up with this brilliant idea, truly ingenious. Isaac slammed his fist on the ground, gritting his teeth in anger. Is the situation in Thrace critical? Leonor asked with some concern. Somewhat, but still under control. Mahmud is a renowned general. It would be abnormal if he didn't take action, but Adrianople and Constantinople are fortified cities. He can't conquer them. and he wouldn't be foolish enough to launch a full-scale attack. A show of force is enough to appease Memdi. Isaac stood up, opened his arms, closed his eyes, and felt a warm winter sun. Tiresian has fallen, and South Crete is under our control. Venice is on the verge of collapse. A protracted war is a test of national strength and strategic resolve. Once we weather this storm, our shackles will be shattered. Then, Isaac's eyes suddenly snapped open, then we will be like birds soaring in the sky, fish swimming in the sea, completely unbound. Chapter 200 Kaliani. On the Adriatic coast, lies Ishmi Castle. Decades ago, this castle, located north of Durazion and west of Crua Castle, was merely a sparsely populated Albanian village. The villagers eked out a living by fishing and wheat farming, leading impoverished lives. After the Venetian Republic occupied the west coast of Albania, it focused its rule on Durazion, and infrastructure development centered around it. The people of Ishmi did not benefit much from Venetian trade. Later, Skanderbeg rose to power, establishing his dominance in Albania through several wars, uniting the fragmented country into the Les Confederation. To counter Skanderbeg's threat, the Venetian government began systematically improving the fortifications of Venetian Albania. During this period, the village of Ishmi, located directly west of Crua Castle, experienced significant development. Within a decade, the once desolate village transformed into a large castle, with Albanian villagers and migrating Italians establishing settlements around it, reaching a population of 2,000. For strategic reasons, the castle's primary function was to defend against attacks from the east. Fortifications, arrow towers, and ballistae were mainly located on the east wall, followed by the north wall, while the south and west walls were the weakest. The Venetians could never have imagined that one day, a powerful enemy would advance northward from the southern coastal plains, overwhelming the fortified city of Tiresian with overwhelming numerical superiority in advanced artillery. Their advance aimed directly at the castle of Ishmi. In the spacious and luxurious hall, the Venetian mercenary Marshal Kaliani sat at the dining table, knife and fork in hand, enjoying the abundant food. Like other northern Italian states, the Venetian Republic was adept at using mercenaries, often signing long-term or short-term contracts with mercenary groups based on military needs, and appointing renowned mercenary leaders as marshals. This military philosophy, which relied entirely on mercenaries, flourished in Italy from the 13th to the 15th centuries, and naturally had its merits. Compared to conscripted peasant soldiers, mercenaries possess superior combat skills, rich experience, and better equipment, making them less likely to crumble at the first sign of a strong enemy, unlike most conscripted soldiers. Compared to the more elite knights, mercenary legions are larger, more agile in battle, and have fewer moral constraints. Furthermore, while mercenary leaders may be greedy and ambitious, they are rarely mediocre, often possessing considerable tactical command abilities. Of course, mercenaries also have many drawbacks. They are greedy, prone to betrayal, oppressive to the local population, and disobedient. Most importantly, a foreign mercenary force neither considers the local people as compatriots nor shares a strong sense of national identity. Mutual suspicion arises between the people, the government, and the mercenaries, leading to frequent internal strife and bloodshed. After the 15th century, economic development, a surge in population, and advancements in metallurgy meant that iron armor was no longer exclusive to the nobility. Major European powers began establishing their own standing legions, signaling the approaching end of the mercenary era. Over time, employers and mercenaries underwent continuous adjustments, striving to change the existing employment model and eliminate its drawbacks. Some mercenaries began signing permanent or semi-permanent employment contracts with their employers, achieving a near-standing army effect. The white mercenaries of the Florentine Republic and the Black Army of the Kingdom of Hungary adopted this concept to varying degrees. Some employers began imposing strict restrictions on the identities of mercenary leaders, stipulating that they must come from their own country and swear allegiance to it, in order to gain the mercenaries' approval. Venice was a typical example. However, the Grand Council soon discovered that this model did not change the nature of the mercenary leaders. On the contrary, it made it easier for them to gain a foothold in their own country, racking their brains to carve out their own territories and become military tyrants. They remained greedy, disruptive, and treacherous. Of course, not all mercenaries were like this. Swiss mercenaries, for example, were renowned for their fighting prowess and loyalty. Once an agreement was signed, they would stay by their employer's side until death on the battlefield. The Venetian Grand Council had limited interest in improving the quality of mercenaries. They valued commanders more and preferred to discover a skilled and capable mercenary leader, controlling them through various means to make them fight for Venice. Among these mercenary commanders, Coligny was neither the most skilled in battle nor particularly loyal, but he was adept at political maneuvering, cultivating relationships, and maneuvering between various employers. Over the years of war, he amassed considerable wealth and land, and also maintained good personal relationships with many officials of the Grand Council. After the outbreak of the Santitas Rebellion, the Eastern Roman Empire launched a full-scale counterattack against the Venetian Republic. The Venetian Grand Council was in a state of panic, and Coligny unsurprisingly regained the title of mercenary marshal, ordered to assemble an expeditionary force to go to Albania. This marshal lived a life of extravagance and debauchery, spending half a month waiting for his mistress in Ragusa, missing the best opportunity to relieve Eurasian, leading to the fall of the ruling center of Venetian Albania. However, when questioned by the Grand Council, Coligny was extremely arrogant, showing not a shred of remorse and repeatedly threatening the Doge with his resignation. Coligny knew perfectly well that the Venetian Grand Council was now a nervous wreck and couldn't do without him. At the table, Coligny grabbed a piece of roast meat, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it whole, not forgetting to stick out his thick tongue to lick the sauce off his fingers. Marshal, Grand Duke Lech requests an audience. Beside him, the Doge's face was full of suspicion. He gritted his teeth and interrupted Coligny's meal. Coligny's hand, holding the fork, was raised in mid-air. Hearing this, he frowned, threw the fork onto the plate, and it clattered. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me while I'm enjoying my meal?" Coligny said angrily. "Don't forget how you got this position." The Doge's face stiffened, and he lowered his head. When Venice appointed mercenary marshals, it often also assigned several nobles as overseers to exercise supervisory and advisory powers, and who could also lead troops into battle when necessary. However, Coligny had extensive connections throughout Venice, and all his overseers were appointed by him personally, coming from powerful and influential families with whom he had good relations. "I'm not eating anymore." Report on the recent situation. Coligny wiped his mouth, snatched the report from the overseer's hand, and began to read. Marshal, after the fall of Trajan, the Greek army did not rush to advance. Instead, they focused on fortifying the city's defenses and improving their supply network, awaiting reinforcements and equipment from home. The opposing commander is named Maruna. His father was born in Rome, and his mother was Venetian. He made a name for himself in Genoa in his early years and was one of the first generals to join Isaac III. He fought in numerous battles over nearly 20 years and enjoys the deep trust of the Greek emperor. Maruna doesn't like surprise attacks. He always fights steadily, building strongholds and engaging in prolonged battles. Furthermore, being a mercenary by training, he is very familiar with mercenary tactics and is keen on undermining the enemy from within through diplomacy. The warlord paused for a moment. During the previous siege of Trajan, Maruna bribed a wavering mercenary captain with a large sum of money, tricking them into opening the inner city gates. Coligny remained silent, his expression gradually becoming serious as he finished reading the report. "I previously conducted a systematic study of several of the Greek emperor's generals. Mikhail was easily angered and lacked strategic thinking. Ibrahim favored unorthodox methods, and Conti, being a knight, was too limited. Their tactics were acceptable, but their strategic vision was extremely lacking. They could be generals, but not commanders." "Oh? So, according to you, how did the Greeks achieve victory after victory?" "The Greek emperor himself was the best commander. His tactics weren't outstanding, but his strategic vision far surpassed that of the present, far ahead of everyone else." Coligny frowned. It was precisely because of Isaac III's central command that the Eastern Empire was able to accurately seize opportunities and gain the greatest benefits at the lowest cost. Isaac III may have shortcomings in other areas, but he was the best at using people, knowing what kind of person should be placed in what position. The warlord understood somewhat. "You mean, Maruna, this man, was deliberately placed here by him, specifically as a weapon to deal with us?" Coligny sighed. "If our opponent were Mikhail or Conti, I would have a good chance of disrupting their strategic plans through various means, creating loopholes in their deployments, and thus defeating them piecemeal. But this Maruna, he's been steadily and cautiously advancing, step by step. No matter what moves our opponent makes, he remains unmoved, focusing solely on building his fortifications and wearing us down. Before, I deliberately created openings many times, trying to lure Maruna into an attack, but he never fell for it. Completely disregarding us as an opponent, Kalliani grew increasingly angry, slamming his fist on the table, knocking over several plates. If Maruna continues this steady advance, never taking any risks, we have no chance of defeating them. The Greeks and Albanians are both Orthodox, so they have a semi-home advantage here. Compared to us, the common people are more willing to help the Greeks. If the Greek emperor wanted to, he could easily wear us down with his powerful nation, so we just wait here? Are we really going to wear them down? The warlord's expression was also somewhat complicated. I'd like to wage a war of attrition and prepare to hold Ragusa, but the gentlemen in the Grand Council don't think so, Kalliani scoffed. We're already outnumbered, and they keep urging me to go to war. Do they really think I'm a god of war descended from heaven? Marshal, you should be more understanding of them. Greek pirates are already rampant, and after the fall of the Egyptian trading posts, the Republic's revenue has plummeted. We've had to impose war taxes on our own soil, and the lower classes are very resentful, the warlord advised. Borrowing money from abroad is impossible. We still owe Florence money. In reality, we no longer have sufficient national strength to wage a protracted war of attrition. Can't we sell official positions? I remember a councillor's position is worth 1,000 ducats, Kalliani thought for a moment. And taxes. If we work harder, we can always squeeze some out. Those that can be sold have already started selling, and those that can be levied have already started levying. In some places, taxes have been collected for years, the warlord sighed helplessly. I've come here to tell you that we can't afford to delay any longer. You must find a way to crush Maruna's army, and ideally, recapture Durajan and regain the strategic initiative. Know that if the Republic falls, you will not fare well either. Kalliani nodded, his eyes gleaming. You just said that Castelliotti wants to see me. Yes, he recently gathered an army at Crua Castle, but few responded. In the end, only about 3,000 men. Many deserted halfway through when they heard they were to fight alongside us, the warlord reported truthfully. Go and summon him. We should have a good talk, perhaps we'll gain something unexpected. Your Majesty, the situation is urgent, and military affairs are demanding, so I will keep it brief. In his study, Isaac was reading a letter from Albania. The letter was written by Maruna, the commander-in-chief of the Albanian front. Although he had long since converted to Christianity and could speak Greek, he couldn't write Greek properly, using illegible Latin. More than a month has passed since the fall of Durajan. In this month, I have been stockpiling military supplies, waiting for reinforcements, repairing fortifications, restoring morale, and accumulating strength. I have not launched any unauthorized attacks. The situation in Albania is currently very complicated. The lords of the plains have already pledged allegiance to the empire, but the lords in the mountains remain fickle, still dreaming of sitting back and watching the tigers fight. I intend to hold my tongue for now and focus on winning them over, at least to prevent them from siding with Castelliotti. Isaac nodded, deeply agreeing. According to reliable intelligence, the alliance between Kalliani and Castelliotti is a foregone conclusion. They are currently stationed in several fortresses north of Durajan, attempting to block my northward advance. Although Kalliani is greedy, he is also a very capable general, highly respected among mercenaries, and not so easy to deal with. In my previous letter, I have already explained my strategic policy in detail. And I will continue to firmly follow my path, unaffected by the Venetians' actions. Isaac continued reading the letter. The rest concerned the replenishment of supplies and manpower, as well as rewards for meritorious soldiers. Isaac naturally agreed. Currently, the Eastern Roman Empire has 4 battlefields simultaneously: Thrace, Crimea, Crete, and Albania. The first 2 are on the defensive, while the latter 2 are on the offensive. The battlefields of Crete and Albania have both descended into fierce protracted warfare, with money flowing in like water. Even the usually composed Isaac is becoming somewhat impatient. But he also knew perfectly well that Maruna's approach was absolutely correct. When dealing with a cunning mercenary leader like Kalliani, a steady and methodical approach was necessary, leaving him no openings. Kalliani was a historically significant figure, a very unique general with exceptional military talent, strong command abilities, and a penchant for unconventional and surprising tactics. However, he was also extremely greedy. After his death, he left behind 230,000 ducats in cash alone, and with real estate, his total wealth was likely close to 1 million. Kalliani was a Venetian, somewhat loyal to the Republic, but compared to vague sentiments, he cared more about gold and silver, knowing where his interests came from. It was certain that Coligny wouldn't fight to the last man for the Republic. The loss wouldn't be of mercenaries, but of his own political capital. Without an army, he would face dire consequences. With this in mind, Isaac began writing back to Maruna, fully agreeing to his request and even adding some Berber vassals. "Let's fight it out, let's wear him down." Isaac hesitated for a moment, then rang a bell, summoning his chief guard. "Urugube Bey. Your Majesty, what is it?" "Take my son Alexius and son-in-law Carlo to the Balkans. First, go to Moria, then travel overland to the front lines. Do not cross the Adriatic Sea, understand?" "Yes." "Take the investiture documents, swords, and money to the front lines to reward the troops, and also to bestow titles upon the local lords and reward those who have rendered meritorious service." Isaac pointed to the investiture documents already prepared on his desk. "I plan to expand the Oran military district into the Albanian military district, and move the capital from Oran to Derajan. The local lords, large and small, will remain unchanged. I only require them to provide soldiers and provisions." "I understand." Urugube Bey nodded. "Alexius will represent me in the investiture ceremony, and Carlo can also meet his brother. I know he doesn't like doing these things, but Justinian and I are both tied up. Since he was born in the Purple Chamber, he must shoulder this responsibility. Teach him a lot on the way, of course." Isaac thought for a moment. "Oh, right. I remember Maruna has a younger brother named Vittorio who performed exceptionally well in the previous war. He should be specially rewarded. Let's make him a baron and choose a castle in Albania as his fief. Also, the necessary extra supplies, dried dates for the soldiers, sugar cubes, and coffee for the officers. You must check them when you go. No one is allowed to withhold anything." "Yes, sir. The fighting on the front lines is so tough, we can't let the soldiers lose heart." Isaac waved his hand, and Yorgos bowed and left. The winter of 1462 passed quietly amidst the raging flames of war. The war between Venice and the Eastern Roman Empire had been going on for almost 2 years, and instead of stopping, it showed signs of gradually escalating. Venice refused to fall, stubbornly fighting the Eastern Empire with its century-old accumulated strength, even at the cost of emptying its coffers and inciting popular uprisings, determined to maintain its absolute authority in the Eastern Mediterranean. Without trade in the Eastern Mediterranean, Venice was nothing, destined for a slow death in the Adriatic Trench. Amidst this whirling snow, the bells of Hagia Sophia rang, signaling the passing of winter 1462 and the quiet arrival of spring 1463. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.